Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. How are you? I hope everyone is in good health and thank you for being with us this morning. Yeah. Hopefully that you are having a good Wi-Fi signal to continue our second day of the seminar on value-based leadership and values-based performance 2021 with the theme Leaders of Change, the Power of Values in Leadership. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a great day yesterday listening to wisdom and thoughts from our distinguished speakers on values-based leadership, VBL, and I believe we are going to have another awesome sessions from our speaker today, who will share with us on value-based performance. Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, we will start our session with Dua Recitation from Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Abdullah from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque. Tafadhol.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi ja'ala awwala yawmina hadha salaha wa awsatahu falaha wa akhirahu najaha. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man ihtada. O Allah, we beg thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah, in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, bless all of us today in this seminar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self, so that we continue to worship you. Safe keep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, our session today will commence with a talk from Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, Vice Chancellor of University Malaya, followed by Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM. And we will take our lunch break at 12 noon and continue the session at 2 p.m. with Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Nobit Bashar Idris, our Chief Information Officer IIUM, and continued by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of IIUM. He will take turn after that before the last session by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Hamidah Naziadin, Independent Non-Executive Director, Nestle Malaysia Maxis Berhad. At the end, towards the end of our ceremony or towards the end of the program today, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of IIUM, will do the closing ceremony scheduled at 5 p.m. today, inshallah. And again, as usual, I would humbly remind all of you to post your questions in the question and answer box through Zoom platform. Yeah, as you can see at the below or the bottom of your screen, yeah, there's a question and answer box that is through Zoom platform. and feel free to write your question in the comment section of the YouTube channel. Yeah, for those who are following through YouTube, there's comment section there. Just feel free to write your questions to be responded by our speakers or any of your concern related to our topics today. And the Secretariat will arrange your questions accordingly to be answered by the speakers. And do not forget to write your name, if possible, with the correct title for us to address you appropriately, and where you are from to distinguish your organization. And well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us proceed with our first session, and let me introduce you to our speaker this morning. Okay, our speaker this morning is Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, who was born in 1971 and raised in Muar, Johor. Okay. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering Mechanical degree from the Imperial College London, England, a Master of Science degree in Advanced Manufacturing and Management Technology from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, United Kingdom, and a Doctor of Engineering degree from Kyoto University, Japan. His academic career commenced in 1995 in University of Malaya as a tutor, and he later became a lecturer in the Department of Engineering, Design and Manufacture in 1997. He was then appointed as the head of Department of Engineering, Design and Manufacture in 2003 until 2006. He was then promoted to associate professor in 2006 and then served as a full professor in 2010. Okay. He was also the former dean of Faculty of Engineering from 2009 to 2011 and the former deputy vice chancellor academic and international of University Malaya 2011 to 2014. On top of that, his service and expertise are also recognized internationally. He was a visiting professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA in 2015 to 2016. His astounding academic excellence as well as his remarkable leadership quality have made him a natural fit to helm Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia as its Vice Chancellor in 2019 and in November 2020. He assumes the role of leading University Malaya as the 13th Vice Chancellor. In the aspect of research, Datuk Muhammad Hamdi founded and has served as the head of the Center of Advanced Manufacturing and Material Processing, AMMP, and Center for Research in Industry 4.0, CRI 4.0 in In addition to producing more than 160 impactful publications in journals indexed by the Web of Science, he also has recorded a H index of 33 with total citation of over 3,850. Throughout his career as an academician, he has mentored more than 150 postgraduate candidates, particularly in the field of advanced manufacturing, research, and material processing. To date, he has supervised a total of 66 doctoral candidates. Datuk Muhammad Hamdi's achievements, especially in the commercialization of research activities, were truly proven when he was awarded the University Malaya Excellence Award for 2 consecutive years on 2012 and 2013. In recognition of his outstanding service and contribution, Datuk Muhammad Hamdi was conferred the Darjah Johan Mangkunegara JMN by Kebawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong in 2019, and also Darjah Paduka Negeri Sembilan DPNS, which carries the title of Datuk by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Yang di-Pertuan Besar Negeri Sembilan in 2020. Congratulations, Datuk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thanks for the very kind introduction. I hope everyone can hear me loudly.
Yes. Yes, you're clearly heard.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure if I can share this screen. Share screen. Okay. think that is the one, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Sure. Can you all see me? And the slides as well?
Yes, we can see that clearly too.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, I've been given this title, Values-Based Performance, Evaluating Success Towards High Performance Culture. I noticed that yesterday, there are numbers of speakers, notable speakers who have been talking about values and the related issues on leadership. And I'll try my best to share my thought and also the experience in UM, especially on value-based performance. Okay, let me see. Okay, we have been talking about values, and I know that we have dwelt a lot about values. I do not wish to repeat what has been explained by our notable speakers yesterday. However, I just want to recap some of the issues in values. I give an example. When I was small, there were 5 of us actually, all boys in my family. And I remember when I was at the age of 8 and my younger brother is at the age of 4, we were fighting over a chocolate bar. And you know, I was bigger and stronger. I snatched the chocolate bar from my brother's hand and he was crying. He wants the chocolate so much. Obviously, me too. So my dad said that, okay lah, you know, just to quieten my brother, said, okay, I'll give you 50 ringgit. And, you know, just keep quiet, not stop the cry. My brother at the age of 4 do not understand at that particular time the value of 50 ringgit. He said, no, I don't want the 50 ringgit. I want the chocolate bar. Because for that 4-year-old boy, the chocolate bar has got more value than 50 ringgit. Not knowing that 50 ringgit can actually earn him with a basket of chocolate bars. So I think this is the example, the metaphor of how values affect the way people react and how values will motivate human beings in achieving what they want to achieve. So therefore, values are very crucial. It is the driver of our aspirations and intentions. Just like the 4-year-old, really, you know, wanting to go extra mile just to get the chocolate bar, even though that means that he probably need to fight with the bigger brother. And that is, if we look into the institutional sphere, it's actually the same thing with different degree of motivational level. So we are talking about values in this program, and it is important to first and foremost understand the impact of values into the organization. Oh, sorry, I'm probably not very familiar with this. Okay, I just wish to share the journey. I know that I'm supposed to talk in general, but I hope that you don't mind if I give some examples of how we have done this in the University of Malaya, because I think that would probably give a better context when we talk about value. In the University of Malaya, we have done the new sets of values recently, and from the transformation plan that we have, there's a group of people which has been appointed by the board and the management to actually move forward and what we call as the group of the transformation plan committee. And they have engaged with the students, with the staff, with our alumni, with industries, to understand what sort of values that is important for the university. And this is very much a fact-finding process. And then when we understand what the stakeholders are expecting, we can actually establish the gap. Before this year, yeah, we have 10 values, a set of values which are actually quite a lot. And quite surprisingly that no one can actually remember, even 8 actually. If the person can remember the value up to 5, it is actually something which we cherish. But unfortunately, these 10 values can't be remembered even. by many of our staff, including the leaders. That's what I noticed when I first came in November. So we try to find ways to have our values created. And we have done that through the top-down and also bottom-up approach. What does it mean? From the stakeholders engagement, we realize that there's a gap in the values. Of course, we have so many good values, universally accepted values, but there are certain values that we need to push through in the organization, which we think are lacking in our organization. Therefore, we cluster that values and then survey with our staff so that they can give their opinion on the new set of values that we are proposing. So this is a bottom-up approach to get their views. And hence we come up with our new values, which I will share later on. But before that, I wish to just share what Elon Musk has once said. Dia kata, my biggest mistake is to probably weighing too much on someone's talent and not someone's personality. I think it matters whether someone has a good heart. So this has actually been a very profound statement by Elon Musk. And I wish again to share exactly what he mentioned. And this is the actual text. He said the biggest mistake, it's the same, in general I've made, is to put too much of a weighing on someone's talent, not enough on their personality. It's the same thing. And I've made that mistake several times, he said. I think it actually matters whether somebody has a good heart. It really does. I've made the mistake of thinking that it's sometimes just about the brain. I think this statement is very relevant to us in the university because we are dealing with people which are, who are brainy, and we normally do our recruitment based on these brains. But we seldom and not quite often that we look at the heart component when we are doing recruitment. So this is the core of how we arrive to our values in University Malaya. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the new core values of where we have the acronym of POISE. Yeah? P is passion, oneness, integrity, sincerity, and empathy. And if you look at these core values of University Malaya, quite a number of them are actually the heart-related issues. For example, passion, culture of passion. It is actually, heart-related. Integrity, for example, it is very much heart-related. What more? Sincerity and empathy. So a lot of these core values in University Malaya is very much heart-related values. So that's why I thought this is a good way of sharing with all of you about values. And this is probably an extension of what has been mentioned by our notable speakers yesterday. And what we plan to do in University Malaya is actually not just having values and printed it in front of, put all the values on the walls.
Excuse me, Dato'.
Yeah, hello.
Excuse me. Could you please share your slides in a slide presentation? Because now that we cannot see that your slides is not changing because it is not in the slide presentation. Yeah, that. All right.
Oh.
Okay, that's how. Okay, that's how it should be.
Oh, okay. Now right. you can see my slides.
Yes.
Thanks, okay, no problem. Sorry for that. I thought that you guys can see my slides. Can you then see the slides now?
Yes, you can see it clearly.
Okay, then I should show Elon Musk. He's a very well-known person. So this is what I mentioned just now. What he mentioned. This is the actual text from Elon Musk, mentioning about not just the brain, but also the element of heart when he's hiring. And I thought it's quite remarkable that he mentioned this in the context of the United States. Okay, and I showed this just now, which I'll show in passing now. The core values that has set for the whole university for the next at least 15 years, together with our new mission and vision as well. Okay, this is where I stopped just now. A lot of values are just printed and put on the wall, and quite often that nobody really cares about the values that has been printed and hang on the wall. So the important thing is how we explain these values to our people, to the employees, to the staff and the students alike. This is the crucial moment where new values in the context of Muslim layer has to be understood in its full context. Otherwise, it's just word, passion, oneness. What does it mean by that? How does these values translate into behaviors? What is the accepted behaviors related to these values that we want our employees to adopt and behave? So I think this is a very crucial moment in the journey of the Muslim layer, particularly when we have new values and wanting to trickle down the understanding of this value to all our employees. Hopefully, by describing what are the behaviors that we want from these values, they can actually model that and practice it in a daily life. And sorry, I probably should. Okay. Are you seeing this now? Slide number 8.
Yes, bro.
Okay. So what we are going to do in Muslim layer is that we want every one of our employee, our staff, to come up with what we call as value statement. In the context of a person doing administration, for example, in the office, the values of poise that just now we put in, the passion, the oneness, the integrity, the sincerity, and also the empathy. What is the context of the person? He is an administrator, a Krani, for example. How is he or she putting this value into statement so that it is his statement, not the statement made by the university, not the statement made by his boss, for example. It is a statement made by him or her at his personal level. So we want every one of us to come up with this value statement, and we want this value statement to be in the system so that they can actually see and reflect upon it every time. Say, oh, this is what I've written. This is my value. How I want to implement this Muslim layer's value into my daily life. So this is what we're going to do in the Muslim layer. So again, as leaders of organization, I believe that the participants today are mainly leaders or leaders to be. It is important for us actually when we talk about values, we live with the values. Not only that, we actually practice these values. A lot of time, leaders talk about values and they are just doing lip service. There is no internalization in themselves. They do not believe in it. They do not embrace it, and they want everyone else to do it. So I think this is probably the biggest mistake where we always say that cakap tidak serupa bikin. So the first thing when we talk about values in organization, it is all about the leaders. It is us, the leaders, who should be living with these values that we believe. We are subscribing to these and also leading the organization with the values. I think this is very crucial for the success of value implementation. Secondly, we internalize and embed it in the way we recruit people, for example, the way we do retention program, the way we have our own development program for our staff. The values must be embedded in all these processes. Otherwise, it is just, again, it's just something that we put on, we hang on the wall, and it doesn't really have any impact on the organization. So again, as I mentioned, the recruitment, the promotion, these are all the processes that has to be embracing the values so that it has impact in the organization. Why is value very important? We have been talking about it for well, 1.5 days now, probably. Values create culture, and culture drive performance. So organization which has no values, we are not saying that they don't have culture, but with the absence of values in organization, the organization will have very, very negative culture. Say, for example, there is no value of oneness in the context of Muslim layer. Katalah tak ada oneness. There's no value of oneness. Everyone will do things on their own. So there will be working in silo, for example. Everybody will be very selfish, wanting to be promoted as fast as possible, doesn't care about anyone else, including the university, because he's just looking at himself. So this is the absence of values. And what that does to the organization, it has created a very, very negative culture if we are not careful. So good values will create this positive culture, and hopefully it will drive the high performance culture that we mentioned in our topic today. So this is how it works, yeah? Let's work on the values and make sure that the values are transformed into culture, and hopefully with this culture we drive performance. A lot of time, as I mentioned, we put values, but somehow we don't have this snowball effect where the values are just values. We don't really ensure that everybody understands the values and how these values can be integrated into their work life, how these values should be implemented into organizational behavior, for example. So these are the things which is related to values and culture. So this is very big issue, which we hope organization can really learn and also implement at our own level. We talk about the value-based culture, and we know it's very powerful at this time. After listening to one day of talk by our colleagues yesterday, and the issue is how we translate this culture, value-based culture, into value-based performance. And we believe that it will be very impactful. The issue is how do that translation take place? I think this is probably the core of this talk, and I'll try to share as much as possible. Before we get into the operational component of it, allow me to just touch on a few of these core value issues. I've spoken about soliciting feedbacks when we are doing values. We also, after that, once we have gotten the values of the organization, we are going to articulate these values in terms of acceptable behaviors. When we say passion, what does it mean to a person sweeping the floor, for example? How is this value of passion can be translated into a kind of set of behaviors for a person sweeping the floor? I think this is quite a difficult thing to do, at our level. So it has to be done at all levels. Once we have done that, for example, this set of behaviors has been clearly translated, then we need to communicate this to everyone in the organization. Not just by having, what I've done last time, 100-day speech, for example. That's just the starting point, but we need to do more. Town halls, bengkils, workshops, programs and whatnot, talks, seminars. It has to reach the very lowest people in the organization in terms of work level. So they have to understand, at least they have heard about it, and hopefully they internalize into themselves. Once that can be clearly communicated, the next part is to ensure that they understand. And how do we ensure that they understand? By them putting in a value statement, for example. It reflects the understanding, because each one of them will come up with their own value statement. It will be different from a guy sweeping the floor and the person doing the pengkeranian, for example. It cannot be the same. So that reflects the understanding on the values by having that value statement. So this is a way to ensure that it reaches everyone in the organization. Next is make values a part of the everyday management. We intend to incorporate that into the program. When we are doing meetings, for example, we have to mention that probably one of the agendas is about the value implementation at the faculty and at the departmental level. So it has to be in that sense, so that it's everywhere. It should be on our bunting, of course. It should be in the website. And when we are writing letters, we mention about, we uphold the values of passion, oneness, in the context of UM. So it has to be in that manner. Lastly, we have to measure and give feedback to employees. And the measurement normally being done once a year. And sometimes it's a bit too late after a year. We should at least have a midterm, midterm review, say for example, if not more frequent than that. It is important to give feedback to our employee, our staff, on these values so that they understand that this behavior is acceptable and confirm to the values of the organization. This behavior is not acceptable, to the values that we subscribe. So feedbacks to employers and staff, employees and staff are very, very important so that they can actually behave in the way the organization wants them to behave, based on the values that we subscribe. So this is quite a lengthy process, I would say, if we really want to be serious with value, so that it can become value-based performance. Otherwise, these values are not within people, and then suddenly we want to appraise them, we want to measure them based on the value. So value-based performance is all about internalizing embedment and ensuring everybody embrace the values that we subscribe. Okay, we're talking about performance appraisal. How do we measure this? Is it quantitative or is it qualitative? Values are very abstract sometimes, very arbitrary, if I may say. How do then we appraise and put that into the system? So this is quite a challenging thing, I would say. Yeah? So the issue that we are talking about. And we understand what gets measured gets done. What gets measured get improved, for example. And what are not measured, we can't count. So we need to measure in order to understand where we are now and where we are expecting people to go. These are all done through measurements. And the question again is, how do we measure the values? There are some mechanisms and tools. Some of them are what we in Using Layer plan to do. Have not done that yet, in the process now. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 is immediate superior evaluation. Number 2, peer review, kawan-kawan. Number 3, subordinate evaluation. So 1 to 3 is very much 360. Values is not just one person evaluating another person, the subordinates. Our viewpoint might be different, for example. So it might not be representative of the value performance of the person yang kita evaluate tu. So therefore, a 360 will probably give us a complete picture of the person. It might be a bit difficult to implement, but it's going to be tough initially. But once this is part of the performance review system, it will be the culture in the organization and it will be a lot easier. Number 4 is rubric. Again, we need to come up with rubric so that we understand the scale that we're going to give marks to the person. Otherwise, say for example, oneness. Value, one of the values is oneness. Okay? We appreciate people to work as a team rather than in silo, for example. How do we evaluate this? We're going to give just a scale of 1 to 10 without a proper reference. So rubric will be helping us. Just like a rubric for our undergraduates and postgraduate students, for example, we have also rubrics to measure values. Meaning to say that if there are 2 superiors giving marks on the individual, assessing an individual, the rubrics will tell them that they are giving same marks, for example. So that is a good rubric. I mean, we can do many types of rubrics, but the powerful rubric is when 2 different people evaluating a single person, the marks are generally similar, if not totally the same. So this is what rubric is all about, so that the superior can evaluate from scale 1 to 10, say for example, with a specific rubric scale. Also the peer review, friends can also evaluate the person, because only friends knows whether the person is embracing oneness, for example. Are they working together? Are the person moving towards bringing everyone in a team, for example, the peers knows better, probably better than the superior. And subordinates, for example, how these guys that we are evaluating take care of the staff below him. Is he bringing everyone in the fold, for example, or not? So again, this 1, 2, 3 is basically the 360 helped by the rubrics. Number 5, employee value assessment. This is a kind of us giving assessment to the staff, and this is like 1, 2, 3 as well. But eventually, we need to come up with the proper valuation, because the 360 gives us, the overall context of the person when it comes to how he reacts with the boss, with those under him, and also with his friends. So this employee value assessment is what should be coming out from the rubric. The psychometric test, for example, is important for us to evaluate the person when it comes to value. We can actually develop the psychometric test so that not only it is from the external, because this peer review and the rubrics and our assessment, these are all from external view on the person. It might not be a true reflection of what's in the heart and the thinking of the person. So psychometric test is basically assessing internally how the person feel about this and what is his belief system. Is he believing in the value? Is he subscribing to it? And how strong is the person subscribing to these values? So psychometric test might be able to determine that. And we have lots of models. We can also develop using our own experts in the institution and test it properly. So this psychometric test is important so that we have the internal assessment by the person, and we also have the external assessment by everyone else. Okay. Number 6 is interesting, especially in the event of Industrial Revolution 4.0, for example. People analytics. It's not just a tool to evaluate, but also it's for us to determine what sort of training required, for example. We can do analytics with all the data that we have, understanding the gap, or the person have a value system which is a bit lower that require us to push him or her higher, for example. So what sort of intervention program required for the person to increase the value system? So we can do this by analytics. Otherwise, it's going to be all manual, and we will never be able to analyze accurately. And we need what we call as people analytics to actually do all this. So this is a powerful tool to understand our employees and see what are the lackings in our system. The organization can do a proper training program, particularly intervention program, looking at the value system that we have, and then see where we are and where we want to go. So this gap can be addressed using this people analytics. Number 7 is employee self-evaluation. We are being evaluated by people all the time. Psychometric test is just, the staff sharing what's in his mind and his heart. But when it comes to evaluation, let him evaluate himself. So this is what self-evaluation is all about, a reflection, how the person look at himself. This is very powerful because a lot of time, the person might not realize that he or she has got issues. He never understands the weakness, the deficiency in the value, for example. When he's doing the reflection, we as the assessor can actually compare how he reflect on himself and the way other people is looking at him, through the 360. So this is a very powerful comparison. Sometimes people really do not understand what is the lacking in himself. So it serves as a feedback as well. See, you can tell him, look, you are assessing yourself in this level. You give yourself, when it comes to oneness, 8/10, for example, but everyone else is looking at you as 4/10. So you are not showing enough oneness values. in the way you interact with people. So you need to build this behavior of oneness in the organization. So that sort of feedback system is very important for the employees so that they can understand and improve by themselves. You know? Otherwise, it's just the boss telling him, you know, whatever assessment that the boss has on the person. And sometimes people take it in a very, very different way when this is just a single evaluation. So, yeah, self-evaluation and reflection is very powerful, again, as I mentioned, so that the person can share what he thinks about himself. Ini yang masalahnya, because a lot of time, a lot of people do not realize the weaknesses, and kita yang kat keliling ni, those around the person, normally we don't tell, especially in our culture, we don't really give feedback to people. For example, I remember a very famous story. This guy has got issues with body odor, very smelly. And interestingly, he never know that he has body odor. When he comes into the lift, everybody start, wanting to, faint because of the smell is so strong. And yet, for years, nobody is telling the person that he has problem with his body odor. So this is an example of our people not giving feedback, proper feedback, and we are victimizing our employees by him not knowing what is the weakness in him. So if I were to tell a person, hey, you have problem and you're very smelly, how am I going to tell a person that? It's so difficult. It's so personal. Obviously, values are very personal as well. So yeah, it's not easy. I might enter into a huge fight with a person if I tell him that, for example. So I have the experience myself, and you know what I did? I bought him a pewangi, Perispren kan. I bought him that and as a present, but the smell still is there, unfortunately. So this is a problem with all of us, not having the courage. In my case also, I probably have my weakness to tell a person, hey, you are smelly. So that's number 7. Probably he should reflect by himself. Yeah, what is your level of smell? That sort of thing. Number 8, value circle or personal value assessment. We created this value circle and personal value assessment so that the person can view. We have done all the evaluation. A lot of time they don't really see the actual evaluation. We are not telling them who's evaluating, but we want the person to really look at this and say, oh, this is my evaluation, my assessment, and have a plan to improve himself. So this is what we want to do. So it is always a self-development organization, building up capacity, particularly in the form of values, and people will grow with that. And it becomes habitual for the organization to give proper feedback to the individuals, and the individuals improve. So this is kind of a bit long though, mechanism and tools in creating value performance measurements in organization. So I think in short, think not about how much value to extract from our staff, but how much value that we can instill in them. We always ask people to give, but we seldom instill. So this is probably a new mindset, the way we look at things, and mindset, which is a bit different. So talking about high performance culture, in the investing layer, we are not just talking about high performance culture. We talk about the excellence performance culture, because high performance culture is the thing where everyone is talking about. And for us, it's not just about performing highly, but we want people to perform excellently and therefore excellence performance culture. The high performance is what all organization wants. If we ask any organization and institution, this is what we want. We want the culture where everybody perform well, everybody perform very high, and it is an autopilot sort of thing where we do not have to bang onto every staff about this performance. Yeah, so this is what we want. But in reality, in a lot of institutions, in a typical academic institution, we normally hear people are saying that the high performers are just 20 to 25%. The bulk of the 50% or 60% are just the mediocre, and the rest are probably having some issues. So are we falling into that category? The high performers are just 25 to 30%. 30% is in some organizations is very high already. And the bulk is, 50 to 60% are those who are no here, no there as well, not here, no there. So I think this is the culture that we want to break, because we want the 50 to 60% mediocrity level to increase into high performance culture. And in the context of the STEAM layer, we want the high performer to be excellence performer, and the mediocre to become high performer. So we are shifting everybody a notch up, so to say, as much as possible. Yeah. So value-based performance alone, in my opinion, is going to be insufficient for the academic institution to achieve the organizational outcome. It has to be aligned to the strategy and also the leadership of the university. We need to have the KPI as well, and the intangible KPI. I'm not quite sure whether you can agree with me, but this is the way I look at things. We need to have both, not just value-based performance. We also need to have targets, because for a university going into maturity stage, that target has to be put in place, unfortunately. But the reality is that, situationally, we need to have that. So it is not just value-based performance, but it is also the target-based performance as well, or what we know as a KPI. It's just a term, KPI. The concept is that we set a target, and the target is flexible target. There's no one size fits all, obviously. In the university layer, we make it slightly flexible so that we appreciate the strength of individuals in our organization. But somehow it has to be put as targets. Probably after 5 to 10 years, when we reach certain maturity level, we can possibly remove that. But as of now, situationally, we can't. And therefore, this value-based performance has to be coupled with the strategy of the university. And of course, I mentioned just now the leadership of the university. So we have to kind of marry these two, couple these two performance evaluation systems. So it is both coming hand in hand together. Hence, we can achieve the organizational outcome that we want, whatever that is. Depends on each organization. So I look at it from that angle. And even though we have been talking about value-based performance, but in terms of total assessment, it has to be coupled with the strategy of the university in order to achieve the outcome of an organization. And we talk about high performance culture, excellence performance culture. There are some requirements though. Yeah? Apart from the values just now, there must be very, very strong leadership in the organization. It is actually the core now, especially in the context of Malaysian universities. I have to say that we have not reached the maturity level of some other world-class universities yet. We are probably moving in that direction. When I say yet, means that if we are reaching that level of top universities, other top universities in the world, maybe at that time it's just autopilot. You don't really require a very strong leadership. It's just you have leadership showing direction is sufficient. If everybody is in that particular mode, it's habitual already. But at the moment, if we are talking about 25% to 30% high performers. The rest are, you know, kind of middle, mediocre, and so on. We require very, very strong leaders. Leaders who are showing example. And we talk about leadership a lot already. ACAP has been pushing for leadership causes a lot. And we will notice that, you know, leaders will always say what they are strong at. You know, if they are strong in this area, they will try to, you know, just say about all that thing. If they are not strong in another area, they might possibly not talk about that. You know? So if the leaders are not strong in everything, what do you think the leader will start talking about? In academia, we are talking, you know, research university, for example, particularly, 5 research universities in Malaysia. It is incumbent upon the Vice Chancellor to be a very strong leader in research, because he is leading a research university. If he is not strong in research, it is going to be very difficult for the person to push for research. He might not be able to talk a lot because he couldn't actually show examples. So strong leadership is a very core thing in high performance culture. The strong leadership need to show a very, very clear expectation. What exactly that we want to achieve. It has to be very crystal clear to the people in the organization. The direction has to be clear to everyone. Oh, this is where we are going. You know? Regardless of whether it is easy or difficult to achieve, at least the direction is very clear. We are not talking about right or wrong here. We are talking about clear expectation being shared with the rest of the organization. And that only can come from a very strong leadership. And thirdly is a trusting environment. Sometimes in academia, we don't really trust our guys. We put all these processes, rules and regulations that really stifle people from their own movement. And this is not a trusting environment. There might be a few who actually abuse the system. But what we have done is that, you know, we change the entire process just because of 2 or 3 people abuse the system. So we create a very tight environment, not a trusting one, full of mistrust and distrust. I think this is the stifling environment. People can't work well, and they feel that they are not being trusted enough as academia or anyone else in that system. So a trusting environment is very powerful to achieve high performance culture. Fourthly is a clearly defined roles. Every one of us must be very clearly explain what we are supposed to do. If we give a very mixed signal, you know, academics, for example, the faculty, what are they supposed to do? And that has to be defined very clearly. And what role, I mean, how do we clearly define role without having a proper target sometimes? You know? The roles is achieved when we say, okay, this is what we need you to do. You know, your role is to do this, to this. You know, at least we define. And it's very broad, obviously. You know, as academic, you know, as academician, we know that we are supposed to do teaching and learning process education. We are supposed to do research and service. Yeah? So these are the 3 issues that defines our role, and we just give them the a very clear percentage of what sort of roles that they should be playing. Otherwise, it's very unclear to our people. What am I supposed to do in the organization? Am I a researcher and just doing research only, or am I also needing to teach and you know, to teach well, or I also have to do something else? Okay? So define it clearly, and everyone in our organization has got their own different strength. So this is where the role can be flexibly altered to suit the best strength of the individuals in the organization. Lastly is the growth and development at every level. This is important. We normally give priorities just for our academics and academicians. But a lot of time we forgot that we need the entire organization and staff to actually support the objective of the organization. We require every single person, and therefore we need to ensure how do they grow in the organization? How do we develop them? How do we build capacity at every level? But what more at the academic level? Of course, this is very important. But we are also looking at the executives and also our operational people, our support staff. So we can't leave them behind because they are a very important engine in the organization. If we look at the train, almost no parts in the train says that they are more important than the rest. If we look at one train to another, for example, they are just being connected by a very small pin. And this pin is very central. Without the pin, only the head of the train will move. The rest will just stay behind. There's no connection. So it is the pin that connects kepala kereta api with the rest of the gerabak, for example. So we cannot say that the pin is not important. The pin is very, very important in that aspect. So this is an example of how organization moves, just like the entire train moves and travels. So this is a journey that we are taking. We can't leave anybody behind. And therefore, the growth and development at every level has to be taken into account, and they also must be high performer as well, not just the academics. So yeah, these are the requirements. If we can really push forward all these things, I think it will be interesting to see the organization climb the ladder. So in short, if I may, share as a point to take home, values shape culture, and it is a culture that determines performance. So I know we have been talking a lot about values and culture, and now today we are entering into the domain of performance evaluation and how to link the performance with values and stuff like that. So I hope that the brief presentation can give you some ideas on how we at the academic institution can incorporate values and hopefully turn values into culture, and with the hope that this culture will eventually create a better performance for our organization. So, Madam Chairman, I wish to thank you for your attentive listening, and I'm happy to accept comments and feedbacks and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Actually, we hope that we can have your slides in full screen, but somehow there's a glitch there or hiccups there. But well, as long as we can read it through and it's all clear to us, Alhamdulillah, it is done, Prof. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to Prof. Dato' Hamdi. We have a few questions with us already now. It's quite active this morning. Our participants is quite active this morning, and we can see few new names. Yeah, so I think I'll read through the new. It's not newcomers, but the participants who have not responded or who have not, asking any question yesterday. So I'm going to read their questions inshallah afterwards, but just a simple note on Prof's talk. Yeah, so it's all about value of passion, which could be able to create a behavior to specialize one particular skill. So this is how I take the note from your talk just now, Prof. And we need also to define the values clearly to the people of the organization. until everyone live with that particular value in that particular organization. And I would say this is related to the learning process as stated by Delors in 2013. Learning to know emphasizes knowledge acquisition. Learning to do is focuses on skills and methods. Learning to live together reflects tolerance for diversity and connecting with and understanding others. And also learning to be is about self-awareness, goals, and self-direction. It's all in your how I can tap from your talk just now. And you also mentioned on the mechanism and tools of values assessment as to check the performance of the people in the organization. And thing that I think what I am very interested in is the requirement of high performance culture, which you define, which you explain very clearly, Prof, and enlighten us on making the assessment of values in organization effective. Yeah, like you mentioned about strong leadership, clear expectation, trusting environment, clearly defined role, and also growth and development after each level. Okay, so so that's a very simple, but I think inshallah we can practice that, the assessment, especially on the assessment method and tools just now. All right, Prof, can we now entertain questions that we have with us now, Prof? Yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Now, number of questions. So now is 10 a.m. in the morning. We should stop for our break at 10:30. So hopefully that we can cover all the questions because it's quite a number now. So how do you want me to arrange this? Do you want me to read all the questions at once, or we take it one by one?
Probably one by one is better.
But I have to stop you if it's too long.
Yeah.
Because all right. Okay. Now, question number one. This is from Dr. Zulfikar Ahmad. He mentioned, or he writes here, are we not being open enough to inculcate new culture as a leader due to certain taboo in our upbringing, Prof?
Okay.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so this one first.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yes, this is a question. Are we not being, this is from Dr. Zulfikar just now, are we not being open enough to inculcate new culture as a leader due to certain taboo in our upbringing?
Well, there are quite some truth there. I do not deny that, but I would say that a lot of these values are not contradictory to what we have been taught, during our childhood until the way we have been brought. Tapi because these values are, I would say, universally accepted values. Say, for example, integrity. Definitely, it is not a taboo, in our culture again. Ataupun the value of friendliness, non-judgmental, fairness. These are all values, and these values are really, if you notice, a lot of values, academic freedom, passion, in the case of Muslim Layer, punya values, openness. These are values that are non-contradictory to our culture sebenarnya, our upbringing. I don't think we have been, having problem or look at it as taboo. Cumanya, contoh macam openness, the value of being open. Maybe lah, there are some aspects there which are a bit bukan contradict lah. In some culture, we are not that open. Macam nak cakap tadi kan, orang busuk, for example, body order. It's not our culture. Then probably that from that angle, yes. But in organizations, sebenarnya, it is the leaders in organization that need to inculcate these new values. There are people who are not used to it, yes, but who else in organization is going to create this positive culture if not the leaders of the organization? So there must be a bravery, but not only just bravery, but also strategy on how this culture can be embedded. So I think that's more important. The process, the management of change. is more important than just slogans. So otherwise it's become very rhetoric, you know? And when leaders enter into rhetorical punya phase, I think that's where organization collapse, you know, because everyone is talking rhetorically. So we are not just being rhetoric, because there's some elements of rhetoric when we are speaking, but we also require ability of the leader to actually implement. So yes, there are some taboos but I would say it is a very, very minor contradiction with our culture and our upbringing. And I do not see a problem there, not a big challenge in us implementing some of the positive values, despite the value might seem to be a bit contradictory to our culture.
All right. So thank you, Promia. That is your response to the taboo issue from Dr. Zulfika Ahmad. Okay. We move on to our second question. This is from Hairul Roslan from Unimas. I hope I address you appropriately, Encik Hairul. Okay, so the question is, how can the management bring along the low performers and increase their productivity? Prof?
Oh, I need to learn from you also on this. If I know the secret, then you know I'll be a very successful vice chancellor. I wouldn't say I know I have the medicine for this, but what I can say from my experience and my belief is that everyone in our organization should be viewed as wanting to do good. I think this is how we look at people. If we have a kind of judgmental, preconceived ideas on our staff, that's actually contribute to the problem. The leaders must be looking at people as wanting to do good. Everyone, hands should be given the chance to improve themselves. You know, have a new, reset their life, for example, if we may say that. Okay, as a new vice chancellor, I'm looking at everyone as equal, and I do not want to have preconceived ideas. I want to ensure that everybody is given the chance to show themselves, to prove their worth, and regardless of what they have done before, for example, being low performer for years or whatever. Sometimes there are reasons for that to happen, be it themselves personally, or maybe the environment or whatever. Maybe there's no clear direction. Maybe there's just so many reasons. So let us give them hope and chance to improve themselves. That's number one, the belief in our people. Number two, put all the support that is required. Since they say, I want to improve myself, I'm not able to achieve like the high performer, but I want to improve myself. So what is the support system that we are putting in? We are just putting targets, but without support. Then, it's an easy job for the leaders. And we can just say that, okay, I want these numbers, this is what I want you to achieve. But there is no support system, no service given. I think the leadership has to put in the required support for people to improve and develop and build the capacity. Okay, that's number two. Number three, I believe that the low performer, if we nurture them well with all the things that I mentioned just now, number one and number two, and then we put in the reward system, the incentives. If you achieve this, this is the incentive. This is a reward, because people are human beings, like me and you. We are motivated by certain things that we know we will get. So it's always a question: what's in it for me? Again, it sounds very individualistic, but that's how it works for us as human beings. So the three combination of strategy, I think, can uplift the low performers into at least get into the the improvement regime, and yeah, some words there. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, that's how
I look at. Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, actually, we are arranging your questions and coordinating it now. you have quite a lot of questions to respond, Prof. So this one from Dr. Kuldeep Singh, right? He asked, or he mentioned here, dear Prof, I agree that effective feedback is crucial in high performance culture, since feedback is the breakfast of champions, as the saying goes. But the reality is that evaluators are not well trained in giving feedback to their employees, since giving and receiving feedback is a skill that need to be learned. Your comment, please. That this is number one, but I would like to relate this question from Dr. Kuldeep Singh with another question from Dr. Yasir Muhammad Mustafa from IIUM. He wrote here, isn't what gets measured gets done a common management tagline that goes against VBL? Some values cannot be measured. So these two, Prof, at once, please. Thank you.
Yeah, well, number one, I'll try to make it very brief. Yes, receiving and giving feedback is a kind of skill. I agree wholeheartedly, and not many people are trained to do that. Not many people are willing to do that. Not many people are open to receive feedbacks. I think this is a cultural issue. This is also upbringing issue, as been mentioned by our colleague just now. So yes, do we need to train people? The answer is definitely yes, we need to train people, particularly the leaders, those in the faculty level, at the departmental level. At least they start first, because the culture is set by the leaders. If we are not able to give a proper feedback, for example, how do we then expect others to actually do it? Because they get, they see how we give them feedback, and then they utter it downwards. So it is, this is basically a trend setting at the top level. So yes, it has to be trained. Number two, there are lots of school of thought here. There are intangible things which we can't measure. So the whole issue of the topic today is measurement, performance, related to value, value-based performance evaluation. When we say evaluation, when we say performance, it has to be evaluated. It is intangible and not, we can't evaluate. So what will be the solution then? How do we determine that the values are at the level that we require if we don't measure? So the tough part in this discussion is how do we actually establish the mechanism and the tools? And therefore, I share just now the tools and the mechanism. So this is meant for us to measure. Unfortunately, this is unmeasurable initially, yes, but we need to make it measurable. So it is an antithesis, I understand, but there is no option for organization. Otherwise, there will be no measurement. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as value-based measuring, performance measurement. So it's just, embedment without being able to measure. And once we can't measure, we can't improve. So this is the mantra. Whether we like it or not, we need to come out with a measurement system, despite we cannot capture the entirety of the issue, but at least we are close to that. So I think we won't get the ideal case, but we are, as long as we are close to the ideal, it's okay.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much. And I have here another two questions which I think could be responded at once as well. This is from Associate Professor Dr. Halim Matlazim from UUM, and together with Puan Nuraini Mokhtar from IIUM. Okay, the question from Dr. Halim is, how do you conceptualize the strong leadership and translate it to your subordinate effectively in order to achieve high performance culture? Okay, this is from Dr. Halim. And I think we can relate to a question from Puan Nuraini Mokhtar from IIUM here. How do we tackle retaliating groups when we sense resistance towards a value or change we are trying to introduce?
Well, that's a huge question, I have to say, and I do not know whether I can explain that, in the best possible manner. But yeah, as leaders, we need to have a very, very clear role. As I mentioned just now, we put after understanding our people and context, we understand what needs to be done. We know where we are and where we are going. We make a very clear distinction of where we are going, and those are the vision and mission only. And we come up with a very, strong strategic plan, right? But those are the component of the projects. So there's another component, which is the cultural component. So there are two. It's always the projects and the cultural component. So when we have project management, you also have the cultural management component. And a lot of time, we as leaders, we forgot that there must be the cultural component that we need to tackle. So we just have the PMO, project management office only, and we normally do not see that we require the change management office as well. So it has to go hand in hand in order to ensure that it is effectively trickle down to our subordinates. So this is very sketchy, I know, but roughly it's like that. And we need to show example. This is the most important thing. Imagine if the leader has got nothing to offer. He's not known to be superb when he was teaching. Then people start saying, so is the leader, the set of leaders, not only the vice chancellor, the deputies, the dean. So it is important to choose the right people for the right position. That is the number one requirement before we can actually have an effective performance culture, exercise. Question from Prof. Noraini, how we tackle group resistance group, right? If I'm not mistaken, is that it? Retaliating group.
Yes, retaliate.
In any organization, we have to understand that there will always be, I think you can attest to that there will be always a group of people who are not wanting to understand and wanting to go in a very big way against the whatever that you want to do. Maybe they don't understand. In my opinion, let's engage them and engage them in a very brave manner, because they might not understand what we want to bring. So putting them aside and trying to brush them aside is not the best way. I would take the stand of confronting professionally and openly. At least get their feedback. Those who do not want to, those who resist. There are people who do not want to agree with you but just keep quiet. There's also people like that. But you are talking about the people who resist and become the agent that create lots of issues in the organization, going against what you want to do. So in my opinion, we face them first, intellectually and professionally. Don't be brave enough and confident enough to talk to them, in my opinion, because they might not understand. I think if they understand, at least they will say, yes, I agree with you, but I still want to fight. Okay, at least they agree. So you must try first to face them, face to face like that, head on head on collision, bukan collision, head on, engagement. And then if they decided to go against you also, then you can take the next step. Because nobody in the organization, if you disagree, you keep quiet, there's another story. But if you disagree and go against it in a big way, then it's already a disciplinary issue. After having met them, explaining and engaging, and the person refuse and still behave as what they have been behaving, I think the next stage is actually, unfortunately, has to go through a tighter sort of way, because we cannot allow anyone to sabotage the university. We cannot allow people. No, if you disagree and you keep quiet, there's another story. But ganging up and building army to go against what the university has decided upon, I think that is unacceptable, and we cannot tolerate that. So that has to be faced with force. That's my opinion, because we have done all the engagement process. So we cannot allow people to go against the university's policies and decisions in that manner. You disagree, and then you can do it in a quiet way. Probably at the least you can do, not standing up and go against the university. Then you are facing the might of the management, unfortunately.
Thank you, Prof. There's a lot to share, and there's so many questions also to respond, Prof. So, but this one, I have 4 with me here, which I think can be, again, it's actually related to one each other. This is more to values of a leader. Yeah. Number one, the question number 1 is from Helmi Heli. Okay, Helmi Heli. He asked here, how newbie leader plays the role as a value changer and bring culture change to the organization. Will they be accepted in the organization, or will the organization see them as a threat, threat ni? Okay, so this is one, but I think you have answered this one just now. Yeah, and then from Tuan Syamsul Amri Abdul Razak, something to do with values of a leader as well. How would you view for a leader who is given a short time span to lead whilst having to introduce changes and values? What could potentially be his quick wins? All right, so this is from Tuan Samsul, and then from our Professor Amir, Prof. Amir Shafi'i from IIUM. Excellent presentation. This is for you, Prof. But in ensuring performance or achieving a performance target, how the leader able to instill or prescribe or enforce a value to the organization without being seen as dictatorial? This one also, I think, quite close to what you have explained just now. Then last one on for this cluster, yeah, Shahzad. This one taken from YouTube. How we can assure the value can sustain, although there was a change of the top management, but concerning the management style bring by the leader. Okay, Prof, over to you.
Yeah, well, very good question. Quite a number there. Again, I'll try very briefly. Okay, Vice Chancellor is there for at least a minimum of 3 years kalau panjang umur kan. Sometimes shorter than that. Everybody has got the vision and the intent. For me, I value sincerity the most. Apart from all the values that I've mentioned just now, I think sincerity is probably the highest level of values that we must inculcate in our leader, including the Vice Chancellor or whoever is the leader for that segment. So we are here for a short period of time. We understand that very well. We are not here to stay for long. We believe that leadership is all about continuing, continue where people have stopped, and we will stop, and then someone else will continue. We do not need to be afraid of what we have left behind will be continued or not, in my opinion, because during our period of leadership, we must do the level best that we could. After that, it's not our job already. We implement it in the system, make it a systemic change, because it is harder for someone else to just simply change. So build things in the system so that it lasts longer and it goes deeper into the system. And university comprises of LPUs, the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor. So if it is already embedded in the system, the next people come, they just simply don't change things because it has to go through all the process. And at least the governance will take care of any changes required. And if it is better, let it be, let it change. So we don't have to be afraid of what we have done will be changed by others, because we are changing what others have done as well. Because we have certain belief, we have certain ideas and values that we want to push in. And universities is beyond the Vice Chancellor, is bigger than the Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor is just a person who are going to be there for a short while. So again, whether we should be dictatorial, in my opinion, this is a university where we are really leading our peers. They are all our friends, They are professors and they are academicians like us. Therefore, a lot of time it is not dictatorial as such. It has to be engagement as much as possible. I believe in engaging people. I believe in influencing people to achieve the objective. This is a function of leadership. And being dictator, is only in specific situation. I always give an example. If the house is burning, the fireman cannot just say, okay, let's discuss, who's gonna, do what. At that particular point of time, the fireman and the chief will just order people, very dictator kind of leadership, because situationally it has to be like that. But in university, we rarely have that situation. If that situation comes in, then it warrants us to be dictator, yes. But in normal circumstances, I think we require a lot of engagement, more democratic sort of engagement with our people. So that should be the leadership style in the university, so that it lasts longer. We want to build things so that it lasts longer, not just during our period of time. So what is the quick win? Yes, there are lots of quick wins in the university. And we know that we have 3 years time scale. We know that in the first year, there are lots of low-hanging fruits that we can actually pick up. So we pick it up as fast as possible. And also plan for a longer period of time. Don't worry whether people will continue or not. We plan for a longer time because it is a vision that we are setting for the university. It might take beyond us. Have faith in God, that if we are gone, someone else will continue this good job. As long as it is a good job, someone else will pick it up and continue our work. You don't have to worry about that. It's not our job to worry about that. We just do the good things in the university, and then someone else will continue it. So that is my belief and my confidence. How do we instill value? Ada soalan instill value tadi. I think ada kan?
Ada tadi soalan.
Very quickly, yeah. Instill value, as I mentioned, it's not just service, not just rhetorical. It has to be trickle down. It has to be in the program. Workshop kan dia, bengkel kan dia. Put that as the agenda in a meeting, for example. Coming out with the operational plan, how to instill it. Jadikan kita punya elements of development, training development. Put that in the requirement for naik pangkat. Put that in a requirement for recruitment, so that these values are embedded in the system. I think that can be done.
Okay, Prof. 2 more on values, but this one I think you can hold on for a while. I just want to share the concern and the comment here before we go to another cluster of question here. Okay, all right. So this is from our Prof. Walid Faris IIUM. It's just this is only a statement, an excellent quote. It is not how much value we can extract from stuff, but how much value we can instill in them. And he mentioned here, thank you, Prof. Hamdi, for this excellent insight. This is what you mentioned just now in your speech. But this one, I think we can relate to another question, which I think this should be the basic question from the very beginning. This is from I hope I address him properly. Encik Mustafa Kamal bin Osman from MOE. What's actually the basic? He mentioned here what's actually the basic for everyone. But I think what he meant here is what's actually the basic of values for everyone. So this one, these two we are Prof, but you have mentioned about value just now. I think this you have covered the issue of values. Yeah. So we move on to another. We are quite busy this morning arranging the questions, so that you can at least respond to the question. Even we have like berapa ni ada More than 20 now, Prof. Okay. and also I'm happy to mention that based on the number of participants, the participants and viewer now has reached more than 5,000, Prof. Oh, now the exact number is 6,500. Thank you very much all for viewing and also for following us. Yeah. Please stay tuned until the end of the day, inshallah. So, and Prof, we move on to the questions. This one is mentioned in the what we call it in the Zoom is Rasid Mael from UMS, but when we Google, he is actually a professor from UMS. Thank you, Prof. Rasid. So the question or the concern from Prof. Rasid is, in the nature of public sector, the notion of input, process and output is not as clear as in private sector. Therefore, normally we have problems in determining performance, performer and whatnot. In the case of IPTA environment, how could we make performance evaluation more objective? Okay, this is from Prof. Rasid. And another one is, I think quite interrelated, stated in the Q&A box from Rosna Awang Hashim. I know this is actually Professor Dr. Rosna Awang Hashim from UUM. So she wrote here, thanks for your candid talk, Prof. Hamdi. I think most leaders have ample knowledge of the 5 core values you mentioned. That is create trusting environment, communicate clearly, expectation and whatnot. But what is stopping us today in implementing well these 5 elements in higher education? Okay. And another one from, I think this is from our Madam Zuhaida Hassan from Sasmet Kuantan. Can Prof share your view on a good performance improvement plan system, please? Thank you, Prof. So over to you.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I know some of the person who questions, actually they know more than me when it comes to well, I just want to touch on what's actually stopped us from implementing these good values. It's very obvious and everybody knows about it. Sometimes when we know about certain values, but we're talking about organizational values and we uplift the values, these values, which in the case of NC Malaya, we notice that these are the values which are lacking. Of course, there are so many other values which are now already in place, but these are the top values that we think the organization require in order to move forward in the next 10 years, in order to strengthen the organization. So what actually stopped us? Actually, there's nothing stopping us, but it's just the thing that has not been transformed into culture. That's all, It is in individuals, but it's not widespread. And since the organization is not subscribing to these values, which are obvious, hence the organization as if has got no apparent values. It has no culture that being derived from the values. So it's all about us transforming these values into culture, into habit, into day-to-day life where we live, we breathe with it. So it's not difficult actually because it's already agreeable with if you talk to someone or anyone for that sake, they will say yeah there's a good value. I like that values. No issue with me. It's just a matter of how we translate that into our practice and behaviors. So that's number one. Number two, about the performance, input, process, and output. We are not similar to the private, very true. They have very, clear sets of outputs that require. Hence, it is easier for organization to do measurement. But in the organization like Institute of Higher Learning, it is also quite clear though, actually, because as I mentioned, as academic, if we are just doing 3, we are doing research, education, and services. And we clearly determine what portion based on our philosophy and understanding of the organization. And we are ready to be flexible in terms of the weightage based on the strength of individuals. I think then we are already set to evaluate. The only thing which is a bit difficult is when it is not the academic, the other staff, you know, executive and also our operational staff, because it's not tangible enough for some of them. Hence, we have rubric in. So we can actually measure, and failure to do so will render our organization not having direction. So those listening is very, very crucial for us to come out with a proper assessment system that really evaluate the person. A lot of time, everybody got 90 plus. And this is a joke actually, because if 90% of the whole staff getting 90 and above, meaning the organization is superb, but in reality it is not. Why is it not? When everybody got 90 plus in their assessment, it reflects that it is a failure of the assessment system in really recognizing what the person has done in the organization. So it demoralized the good ones, and it also opened up the door for the not so good one to actually say, look, you know, I do little, also I got 90%. So this is a very important issue. Hence, organization has got no choice but to ensure that this process of assessment is really a true reflection of the output that required by organization. There's another one just now. How do we improve?
The last one, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's about the performance improvement plan.
Oh, yeah. There are lots of literature on this. I'm just looking into the practice lah. The practice is that, okay, we have the assessment, the performance evaluation, and we reward those who are excellent. Okay, very clear. Again, those who are in the middle bracket, we need to ensure that they start moving. We must do something that the middle bracket, 50-60%, must start to move north, you know, rather than moving south. And ensuring that those at the tail end will know that they are at the tail end and they are in the radar of the university. So all the spectrum of people we must make them aware where they stand in that spectrum and how they can move up. A lot of people have problems in moving up. So this is where the human resource must come in with the performance assistance, you know, development program for those in the, you know, the slightly lower bracket. And really those who continuously perform badly, they need to go into the exit, because organization cannot maintain non-performer for too long if they are not showing interest to improve. You need to flush them out of the system, unfortunately. This sounds brutal, but it is what the organization has to do, because that particular person might not be suitable in our organization, but maybe he will flourish somewhere else. So flushing them out means that, you know, letting them go and you know, flourish somewhere. So that's what we need to do. And if this message is translated very clearly to our people, that if they do well, they will be rewarded handsomely. If they are in the middle bracket, there will be ways for them to help themselves to actually uplift into another bracket. And those at the tail end, if they don't do something, if they have no issue, you know, and yet they don't want to do anything, they will be flushed out. So these signals will improve the entire organization. But if they are at the tail end and nothing is done to them, they have been underperforming for the past 10 years and still be in the system. So they will start having ideas, not only they, the whole organization will start having ideas that, okay, no need to perform. Look at our guys, you know, they are not performing and yet they are staying. And in fact, they are being rewarded, unfortunately. So this is the complexity in the organization, but unfortunately it's happening sometimes in certain organizations where we are actually not rewarding the top performer. We are rewarding the tail end people because they know how to brush, you know, shoulders, you know, they know how to apple polish their leaders and so on. So this is what leadership is all about, is to send a very clear message to everyone in the organization that, look, you know, I'm here to do a very serious business, and if you are not with me and do not behave and buckle up, you are going to get into the trouble mode. I'm here to help. Let's do it together. So I think that will be the message, hopefully, to send to everyone. And I wish to thank everyone for the excellent question. I know that some of the questions are not been answered well. I apologize.
All right, thank you, Prof. I was actually about to stop you at this end as well, but can we just say our appreciation to our participants who has posted their question. Okay, here with me is from Muhammad Nizat Abdul Kadir. Thank you very much. And then Dr. Abdul Hamid Muhammad Ali Zarum. All right. Inshallah, we will what we call it, share all the question and concern with you, Prof, here later by the Secretariat. But just to mention their names here, Dr. Muhammad Farid Hafiz Muhammad Omar from USIM, Ainul Farahin Abdullah, this one taken from YouTube, Ainuddin Abu Kasim, okay, Ismail Saad. I hope I address you appropriately. Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif, Puan Faizah Syabuddin, and Puan Nuriah Abdul Malik. So this is among the questions that we can tap, but there are a lot more actually from YouTube and Zoom. By the way, Prof, since time does not seem to permit us to entertain more questions, but the Secretariat, as I mentioned, we share the questions to Prof. Dato' Hamdi later, and we will get back to you with the answers, insyaAllah, dear participants. And thank you for your questions and concern. I wish to also thank you, Prof, for enlightening us on the VBP mechanisms, especially towards high performance culture. So, well, I think we should now take a break for 30 minutes. Thank you once again, Prof. And again, polite reminder to everyone, stay safe, maintain 1 meter physical gap, wear face mask when you are in 3C zones. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back at 11:12 a.m. afterwards after 30 minutes of break. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
IEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months, using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Serta hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. The number, as stated, number of viewers and participants as stated in the Zoom and also YouTube now is around 6,500. Right. So thank you once again for being with us. And we shall now continue our session with a talk from Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM. But this time, he is not alone. He will be together with Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azura Muhammadiyah from IRKHS, from the Kuliah for IRKHS, IIUM. Yeah? And ladies and gentlemen, since we have known Tan Sri since yesterday, so let me just take the chance to introduce Dr. Nur Azura to all of you. Right? Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azura Muhammadiyah is a senior lecturer of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, Kuliah of Islamic Relevant Knowledge and Human Sciences, International Islamic University Malaysia. She obtained her PhD in Anthropology, University of Western Australia, UWA, Perth, Australia in 2010 with a specialization in medical anthropology. Dr. Azura is IIUM bred, where she obtained her degrees of Bachelor in Sociology and Anthropology in 1997 and Bachelor in Usul ad-Din and Comparative Religion in 1998 until she completed her Masters of Human Sciences in Sociology and Anthropology from IIUM in 2002. Her area of interest is basically culture, art and healing, women's health issues, adolescent sexual health, disability, media and health, digital entrepreneurship, and the list goes on to issue related to health care in the community. Right? And her administrative experience includes responsibility as internship program coordinator of the Kuliah of IRKHS, team leader of KIRKHS Entrepreneur Committee, and Also a chairman of Research and Publication Committee of Sociology and Anthropology, KIRKHS. All right. And Dr. Nur Azura also active in sharing her knowledge by being a guest lecturer and also visiting lecturer at several international universities in Australia, Turkey, and Japan. Up to date, she has supervised a number of PhD candidates and graduates. She is also active in publication and ongoing research. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome both Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak and Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azura Muhammadiyah. Over to you, Tan Sri and Dr. Azura.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to see you again. And this time I've got a partner. So I'm just here a kind of a midwife, giving you a little background of what KIP is all about. Again, in trying to give another alternative view after listening to Professor Hamdi and how UM is doing the kind of work that you have heard from him quite extensively. So we will try to demonstrate that the one that we are going to discuss today is something which is quite different. It is not at the university level, rather it's at the kuliah level, the faculty level. It is almost a bottom up. It is almost student driven, with Nur Azura being the facilitator and in fact the inspirer in all this. So I will take just a few moments to kind of let me find my slides. This one there. Okay. Wait. Okay. Share. Am I sharing this now?
Yes.
Okay. So it is a KIP, which is Key Intangible Performance, Power of Values, and it's me and Azura. The star is Azura. I'm just the the poster boy for today. So what is it that we are trying to do? Basically, in the last 2 years, when we reconceptualize this and find where values is all about, I think we are already, as mentioned to you, faced with a kind of a conundrum where there is another elements that comes into picture. And these are the elements that actually push us into thinking of what are the values that we need to talk about. Yeah. As you can see from many presenters before this, there are many values that we can put in, but we think it is suffice to just say 3 and the rest can come underneath. Sympathy must be there, empathy must be there, and compassion might be not just passion. Passion is about individual person, but compassion is about the collective thing. So these are the 3 things that I think which is important to embed in the kind of values that we talked about. You can bring in values as you go along. There is no limits to these values, but we want to make sure that these 3 elements are there. And I hope the demonstration that Azura will give you a clearer picture of what this is all about. Now, the basic issue in trying to do this is basically has been articulated by many people. We are very siloed in our thinking, and therefore the values that we hold are something that the values that do not share. Sometimes the value clashes when you talk about interreligious, intercultural, inter-ethnicity. You know, my value is better than your values, and so on and so forth. And that's why we like to confine it to as minimum as possible, so that we can attach to it very quickly, so that we can get a common platform. Right. So until and unless that silo is broken, then you will never get this new learning ecosystem where the intangibles and the values are in. So these are the new challenges that we need to talk about: the silos, the competition, the egoisticness in many universities, you know, the lack of leadership, and so on and so forth, that have been articulated by many speakers before this, right? What we need to do, therefore, is to understand that this is not just about numbers. Yeah. While many people quoted many managerial axiom of what cannot be measured cannot be done. Yeah, but we want to quote another person who is not a manager but a brilliant academician and a scholar. He says, "Not everything that can be counted counts." For me, an example, for example, ranking. Ranking can be counted, but for me, it doesn't count because there's so many things in ranking that is up for questionable. So you don't want to waste your time in ranking as such. Yeah, but there's also this: not everything that counts can be counted.
And these are the intangibles, yeah. And the issue, therefore, we need to put this together in a kind of a hybrid way so that whatever can be counted, we will count, and because it counts, and whatever is not countable but is still important, then how you take this into the picture. Yeah. The first thing to do, as far as we are concerned, is to understand what is it that we want to work about. So we talk about working together, collaboratively, integratively, and transdisciplinary. In other words, we take everybody into account, and we look at the formative, the summative assessment. Is not necessarily just exam. In fact, under the COVID environment, many of us have dispensed exam because exam is not the kind of methodology that goes into a crisis state as far as COVID-19 is concerned. So in other words, there are things that we can dispense of. When we think formally, the numbers, the exams are very important. Without that, we cannot do anything. Here, there's a situation where we have dispensed with many of these things, if only that we understand what it's all about. Yeah. And we then need to contextualize it. So it's just not about us, it is about the community around us, within the community, outside the, within the university, outside the community. And the whole idea is not just about engaging them, of transforming them. In other words, we are talking about impact. What is the impact that it brings into other people, the community in this particular case, right? And for that, I think we need to start breaking down the silos, moving away from our comfort zone, and trying to look at what it is important. And therefore, the whole idea of research becomes important, not just research. This university, since 2 years ago, has adopted the word responsible research. Responsible research means you need to work with the people who will be impacted by the research. They have a say in what the things that you want to do. They are the one who evaluates your performance. And when we talk about, evaluation, impact later on, they are the one who say we are successful, and not us or not our supervisors as such, but they are the one that who will experience this, and they will tell us for sure what it is important or otherwise, right? So for that, I think we need to work on this responsible research and see how then we can translate this into action and solution, which will then give us the kind of impact. So summarily, we need to work on what we call a kind of a framework. And this university, inshallah, has created its own framework. We call it the Sejahtera Academic Framework. And this framework now has been, what they call, quote unquote, launched within the university. We are getting discussion among our scholars and our people who are working around this to find out what is possible and what is not possible, and how do you coexist between the KIP and the KPI. KIP is about impact factor. KIP is about the impact, and KPI is about the impact factor. We are now all running about the factor. How many factors have we got? What numbers do we have? But what is the impact of those factors is a question that we are asking as far as that is concerned. Yeah. So for this to happen, our experience for the last 2 years talk about the whole institution must transform. It's not just good to transform part of the institution when the whole structure, when the whole ecosystem is not supportive of this hybrid between KPIs and KIP, and looking at impacts and impact factors, and the whole gamut of trying to determine where we are as far as the structure is concerned. So in all transformation, if you look at the UNESCO sort of document, they talk about the whole institution, the whole community, the whole person. It is not piecemeal anymore. It's going to be the whole thing that's going to take into consideration for the transformation to take place. And I hope, and I think Dr. Nur Azura will give you a very concrete examples of this, right? Now, what is a call to fame as far as is concerned? In the last 2 years, when we use this approach, we are accorded a number of recognition, right? For example, last year we were given the status of the Sustainable Institution of the Year for the whole UN environment, including UNESCO and a number of other associations around the world. I just want to contrast this as compared to the kind of ranking that we talked about. This is not about numbers, this is about the impact that happens on the ground, the kind of descriptive, the kind of narrative that we showed them as far as that is concerned. We have done also, we are given this candidature for UNESCO Chair for Future Studies, inshallah. We are waiting for the letters to come in probably a couple of weeks' time. And this will be another recognition that has nothing to do with ranking or league table per se. And it is just also to demonstrate, there are different ways of looking at things in trying to recognize what the university has. If I can just push my luck a little bit more, we've done last year we were recognized as a Greater Gombak sort of what you call regional centers of expertise. We are the 5th, and we are the first among Muslim countries to have this. And this is something, again, another recognition that has nothing to do with numbers per se. And based on that, just to show that it is not by chance, we submit a number of the projects that allows us to be the RCE. We submitted 11 submissions, and 8 of them won the RCE award for 2020. 2 on outstanding award, 3 on honorable mentions, and 3 by acknowledged flagship. These are, again, based on impact rather than impact factor alone. I'm just here to convince you that there are different ways of looking at things if you want to push the university forward, taking values as a core principle rather than just numbers, as we have talked about yesterday, inshallah. So we are thankful for that, and we are also more thankful that we have got people like Azura who will then help you to understand this a little bit more. So I will stop here, and I'll now pass it to Dr. Azura to talk to you about this. Please take on the screen, inshallah. Azura, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me well?
Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Okay, go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are. I'm Azura from Anthropology and Sociology, Kuliah of Human Sciences. And I'm teaching, I'm teaching one particular course, Economy and Society, to all final year students, in which I have embedded part of the course with digital entrepreneurship. So before I begin seriously, let us enjoy a short video clip to see how my students translated the values into a more meaningful thing. They have attached values to their works, they have attached values to their achievement. So it is my ardent hope that this short video clip will give you a bit of idea how important or how powerful values are. Let me share you the video right now. Can you see it?
Video. We can see that, doctor, but it's just a blank, a blank screen here.
You can't see it?
No, it's a blank screen in front of us.
Oh, okay, hang on. Let me just fix a bit here. Okay, let me just stop sharing. I'll share once again. Can you see it now?
Tak ada.
You should play it. Is it a video?
Yes, I've already played it. It's moving on my side. It's moving.
Oh, it's not on our side.
Okay, hang on. Something is wrong with you. Never mind. Okay, never mind. It's okay. Let me just try once again. Hang on.
Doctor, could you
Yes.
just email, maybe if you can share your video to the secretariat, and we try to play it over here for you,
Okay,
because
yes,
there's a video, right?
I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. Okay. Okay, my apologies for the technical glitches. Okay, well, patient is also a good value. Thank you very much. Did you receive my video?
Maybe we do the video later, Azura. Because
Okay,
time.
sure. Okay, fine. No problem. So let me just share my presentation. Can you see it clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. Once again, Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Sister Sharizat, Honorable Tan Sri Zulkifli, Rector of IIUM, Datuk Sri, Datin, professors, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now, it is a great honor to be heard today and to share with all of you one important issue, which is values. And I can see that everyone is talking about values. Previously, values is only studied and taught by anthropologists and sociologists, but today, this one important concept has been embraced, okay, in many organizations. So my presentation today is to share with all of you how this particular thing we call values is or has transformed my student in many aspects of their life, whether it's their work, how they see things, okay, the kind of output or performance they have achieved. So let me just start with the contents. Okay, basically I will talk on three important things, in which I think the first one you have heard clearly from day one yesterday, what is value, why it is important. So I will give more attention to number 2 and number 3. So briefly, what is value? It is an abstract concept that certain kinds of behaviors you believe as good, right, ethical, moral, and therefore it is desirable. So because it is desirable in nature, so each and every one of us must have value. The only problem with value is, okay, it is soft. When I say soft means you cannot say it. Well, some people in the test and measurement field, they said, how can we measure value? Because, you know, it cannot be seen, okay? So values, there are two, okay? One is the soft side, the other one is the tangible. So today I'm going to talk about the soft side of a value. Now, why do you need to have a value? Okay, I have 3 answers here. You can add to the list. So basically, it guides your choices. It guides your action. It's because the particular values that my students have embraced, their work, their assignment is more focused. Okay, they don't go simply left and right. Okay, and they cross the finish line with dignity and with extraordinary results. I'll show you in a bit. Next, values describe who you are. Are you an adventurous person? Are you a shy person? Are you coward? Are you what? So it describes who you are, your identity and your character. And this identity, this character is connected, okay, to the first one just now. If you are adventurous, I believe that, okay, the choices and actions, okay, are tally with that identity and a character. If you are shy, okay, I'm sure you will say, no, that's not for me. Okay, that is not me. I would rather to stay here and, you know, enjoy my life. And the last one is, okay, why value is important? Because it defines what's most important to you. Now, the issue here is that, okay, how many of us have keep in contact with our values? Or do you, in the first place, have values? If you say yes, okay, did you attach that values to your profession? Your profession perhaps as a lecturer, as a professor, as a manager, well, whoever you are, okay? Because if you do, you will see that your choices, your actions will be different. Okay, next is, okay, people ask me, Azura, where do we start finding these values? Where do we start finding these values? Where can I find my values? You don't have to go to the moon and to the star. It's all around you. It's all near you. Let me share with you that one particular value that I embrace, which, okay, guided my choice and my actions. Why I decided to teach digital entrepreneurship to anthropology and sociology students. Mind you, we don't have business background like those in the business school. Anthropologists, they go to the Orang Asli, Aborigine doing field work. We conduct a research, we identify social issues and give solution. Making money, not anthropology, not sociology. But because of that particular value, I decided to take up that challenge. And Alhamdulillah, I have proven that with the right value, you, okay, are able to reach to an extraordinary results. Okay, let me just share with you what is my value. Okay. Okay, my value is courage. Okay, my value is courage. Where do I find this value? It is during my childhood. I play sports a lot, not only in my school, primary school, secondary school, and this one is at IIUM. I'm sorry, the quality of photo is not good because we don't have a sophisticated gadget at the time. It is only a Kodak and a camera. I don't want to show you where is Azura here because back then I was different. Now I'm blooming tremendously. Okay, now sports. Okay, sports. It is a sports that that I learned to be courageous. Okay, because in sports I have to compete with my opponent. I have to break records. Okay, so during my time as a student at IIUM, this is our team for 2 years. Okay, we managed to get gold medals for tug and war. Okay, so gold medal. So the third year we got silver, and we are very upset about that. Well, anyway, we compete. Yeah, definitely with dignity. Okay, so it is things that you love doing it. Okay, things that define who you are. So it is courage. I find this in sports. Well, perhaps you should. Okay, if you don't have a value yet, perhaps you have many, 20, but you do not know which one really defines you. I suggest you go back to your childhood, okay? You go back to before you are married. You go back to when you first start dating your spouse, okay? Or when you, when your first child is born. So perhaps, that particular values is there. I was lucky to visit Karabük University, 8 hours from Istanbul by bus. Okay, I was accepted in the Mevlana program, staff exchange, and when I went there, I met Olympians. Okay, this is Ali Sahin. If you can Google, he is now coaching Taekwondo in this particular university. He represented Turkey in Taekwondo in one of the Olympics. Okay, so when I met them, I met these people, or I met personally Ali Sahin. You know, the same. Okay, the same value is shared. You know, courage. Okay, I was also introduced to the world basketball wheelchair player. Okay. Representing Turkey, Ebru. You can also Google, and looking at her, talking to her, She's a disabled athlete, but she can, okay, with her courage, being courageous, okay, she's able to stretch the limits, okay, and go even further compared to the able-bodied athletes, okay. So this is where, okay, I found my value. Well, there are many values, of course, okay. I have also other values, okay, secondary values, for example, responsibility, honesty, sincerity. But of all that many values, I reckon courage is number one. It is, okay, it is courage, okay, that I find new ways to provide hope and advancement for my student, particularly during the pandemic. It is also courage that have made me shift from only learning, okay, learning and teaching like we used to do, okay, to earning. In one semester, you learn, at the same time, you earn. So it is also courage, okay, that have shifted me from my specialization, learning medical anthropologists, to digital entrepreneurship. And it is also courage that I pick up Rector's phone call yesterday. I told my husband jokingly, I think I better change my phone number. Okay, so this is how perhaps you also start to find your own value. If you did not find anywhere, okay, in your during your childhood or now, you can always look up at people that inspire the world, the nation. As a Muslim, definitely our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is always number one. If you read, if you can recall the history of migration from Makkah to Medina, I think, okay, it is also courage, okay, which push, okay, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to make that move, to initiate, okay, that migration from this one place to another, okay. Now, Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi, okay, I believe all of you have read about them, okay, but how many of us, okay, take, okay, the value or learn from values these two great leaders have shared with us in their speech, in their, writing and more celebrated work, okay? For example, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela, he was kept in the prison for 25 years, more than that, okay? And it is during that time, okay, he talked to the prisoners, he wrote a lot of things, he read a lot of books, okay, and many other things, okay? Now, it is the values, okay, that he found in that particular prison that shaped him later as a great leader of Africa when he left that place. Mahatma Gandhi, okay, Mahatma Gandhi, okay. One thing that attracted me about him is how he initiated change, mass construction of Indian society. He spread the idea of truth, okay, not a mass destruction. It's a mass construction of the society. Now, Mahatma Gandhi, if you read, okay, in one of the book, okay, he was kicked out from a train, am I right? Because he is a colored man. So I'm seeing here, okay, well, from there he developed all this value, blah, 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 blah. Well, what are you trying to tell is, Dr. Azura? Okay, it is your circumstances, okay, it is your circumstances that you might find that one value that can change your organization, that can change how you teach your students, that can change, a lot of things. Well, I'm not saying that, hey, let us go into the prison and it's there we can find our values. What if, okay, we don't, okay, live in the prison? What if, okay, what if we take a train and no one kicked us out from the train, or the train did not come? Yeah. Okay, so I think reading books of great leaders, whoever they are, okay, you can pick them and try to learn, okay, the values that, these great leaders have embraced, and they have made tremendous, transformation in the society. Other than that, you can also explore your own values by, okay, listing down other people's value, okay? For example, your mother's value, list down 1, 2, 3, okay? Your father's value, your husband's, your wife's, okay? Important person, your best friend, your secretary, your managers, your own society, your community, your neighborhood, and you list down the values I would like to live by and the values that I now actually live by. So you make some kind of comparison or synthesis, okay, to see, okay, which value actually defines me, okay, defines who you are. Okay. When I initiated this adventure, okay, what kind of adventure, Azura? Okay, shifting from ordinary learning, okay, taking notes, okay, to earning. Okay, they learn, they listen, and okay, they sell their products and they earn money. So when I initiated this adventure, the reason why I initiated this adventure is only one. Okay, is only one: to save my student from being unemployed. That is that one reason I have made clear to my student. So this is, okay, the reason why I started this adventure. So before my students look at a spectacular view, awesome scenery, I want them to first leave the comfort zone. And leaving the comfort zone also requires courage. So I told my student, it is courage, the value that you have to embrace in this course. You have to have courage to learn new things, to upscale your talent, definitely to take risks, face uncertainty, exploit opportunities. You become the job creator. And yes, okay, you need to have courage to tame, okay, your monkey minds. Because if it is without courage, if you're not clear about it, okay, you don't embrace this value, I'm afraid that you will not, okay, cross the finish line. You will not reach the top here. So leaving comfort zone, as I said earlier, okay, needs courage. Because most of my students, I'm not so sure in other universities, perhaps the situation is a lot more better. So I get my student, okay, to see where they are now. Because comfort zone has many loops. Now they are here. I told them you have to move, whether you have to crawl or fly or walk or run, you have to go here. Okay, why? When you reach the yellow zone, you will see new things. Okay, you will see new things, you meet new people, you see new problems that you must solve, and many other things. So it is with courage that I told my student, we have to say goodbye to this fear zone. And Alhamdulillah, those who have graduated, okay, who have taken my course earlier, some of them are now here in the growth zone. Now, tips for changing values, okay? Now, what I did, okay, in the class, okay, because we need to, okay, I need to make sure that, okay, that my students are together with me, okay? Walk together with me and complete the adventure together with me. I must make sure that no one is left behind. For that matter, I must check that all of them, okay, embrace or are clear of the values and also the purpose. So what I told my student first, okay, I told them to identify the value you need to change, okay? So I say this is not the value I want you to hold. Coward, rejected, shy, no way, okay? And all those negative, okay, values. Okay, so I want people who are adventurous. I want people who are courageous, okay, to join my adventure. So you have to tell them straight on their face that this is the value that I want you to hold. Next, tell the students, okay, I told the students that this is the belief that I want all of you to hold. What kind of belief? For example, okay, Malaysia boleh. Sociology, anthropology, soka student boleh. Okay, boleh buat apa? Boleh buat duit. Okay, Malaysia boleh. What they can do is, okay, although we are social science and student, but hey, look, with the proper coaching, okay, we are able to run our own business, run our online business, and earn some money. Next, you have to list down, okay, you have to list down what are the activities, okay, describe the experience you are going to create for them. So you tell the person, okay, or your subordinates, okay, that here is what I'm going to do. A, B, C, D, so and so forth, so that they are focused, so that they understand their roles, okay, so that they know what to do. And at the end of the day, what I told my student is, please, okay, give back to the community. Now, number 1, number 2, and number 3 is all about me telling my students. But number 4 and number 5, they need also to be heard. Don't be afraid, okay, if, okay, you are not doing well, okay, to me, if student says that you need to do this and that, okay, let us talk and see what went wrong. What did I not tell you? What I did not do? So ask feedback, okay, on the planned experience. Will that be enough? Okay, is there something else that I as a lecturer need to do? And also get them, okay, to give you feedback, please, not on Instagram or Facebook, or I am online, okay? It is best to talk, personally, text personally. Will you give me feedback along the way? If there is a need for me as a teacher, as a lecturer, or as a leader, okay, I need to improve, please tell me. Because I do not want to shock sendiri. You get carried away with all your own values, and yet, okay, it is very unfortunate. Your students did not embrace, okay, the same thing. So we have to speak in one voice, same wavelength, so that we are able to achieve the same goal. So it is crucial to stimulate this productive dialogue, as they work to target specific values or beliefs. Okay, now the whole thing is about promoting change, okay, promoting change. And this is our favorite hashtag, okay, learning is earning. Now, when you promote change, okay, this is what I did at my own level, okay? I'm not an administrator, it's just an ordinary small fish down there. Number 1, you must support. If you want to initiate change, okay, you must support, okay? Agrees that the transition needs to occur and makes no effort, okay, to resist it, okay? Secondly, advocate. Vocally talks about the need to shift, okay? Shares a sense of urgency to make it happen now, so advocate. Number 3, sponsor, of course, not money, but time, okay? Time, energy, words, okay? So that they know that you care, so that they're attracted to you. As a teacher, I listen. As a teacher, as a lecturer, when I scroll their business Instagram, I click like. Okay, so all those love icons, okay, and say good things about their achievements. So you sponsor that, okay. And last but not least is the champion. So actions, okay. So I'm emphasizing here, you have value, alhamdulillah, but at the same time, the action part. So that action must be visibly demonstrate the cultural belief. Those who have listened to my presentation, last week, okay, I'll show you in a bit, okay. I have identified what I call SOCA 4400 cultural beliefs, or if you want to call it cultural statement. So that, okay, steer our activities, steer our conversation in that particular course, and also create new experiences for them. So what are the cultural beliefs of my course? Okay, so I have 5 here, and So far, I haven't changed it, okay, but you can always change based on your circumstances. You can always change your cultural beliefs based on, well, a lot of things, you know best, okay? So this works for all of this in the class, and it has been there since 2018. I taught digital entrepreneurship, although it is not a full-fledged digital entrepreneurship course, but at least you know, having all these cultural beliefs will make things clearer for my students. So what are those cultural beliefs that we have in the course? Is number one, we are passionate about progress. When you talk about passion, okay, or passionate about something, about progress, you have to shift paradigm. You have, okay, you have, I quote from Tan Sri, break the rules, okay? Well, break the rules for a good cause, okay? I mean, deviate from the, you know, from the norm. As I said earlier just now, sociology and anthropology students, they are used to what? Field work, interviews, article reviews, book reviews, some quizzes, short tests, okay? Now, why not, okay? Why not we go this way and see what will happen? Let go always, and yes, suppress some ego. That is, I think, the hardest part, okay, to do. Next, results matter. When everything, okay, is in place, okay, you must see results, okay, you must see results, because I mean, if you did not see results, you have to go back, okay, you have to go back and check what went wrong, where have I did wrong, what we did not do, or what we did not include, okay? Now, so because results matter, now, yes, okay, when you talk about earning, you talk about dollars and cents, okay? But there are other results that matter to us most, okay? Is the values, okay? So we stretch limits to produce extraordinary results. And actually this, the result is I want to show to all of you from the video, but I guess we have to wait until the very end of my presentation. So results matter. Big or small, it doesn't matter, but we want to see results, okay? I did not push, you know, I mean, too much my student. What I mean is, if my students are business, I mean, business student, I think I want them to earn perhaps 100,000 of, you know, ringgit, okay, in terms of sales, but at least, okay, at least, social sciences student with this, okay, with this kind of earning, okay, sales, I think they did well. Okay, the next cultural beliefs, okay, is shared success. I cannot do this alone. Okay, I cannot do this alone. Okay, I have my students, and thank you very much for watching me today. Shared success, we have to collaborate. We have not only students and lecturer and students collaborate, they have to collaborate with their customers, they have to collaborate with their suppliers, okay, with anyone who will purchase their products. So we work together and we share the same values. Next is show gratitude. Be thankful, be grateful for the love, for the opportunities, for the sponsorship, and also for the relationship. Because all these things, okay, whether it is from the department, it is from the faculty, the kuliah, from the university, inside university, outside university, these people have taken their time and energy to make things happen. So please, okay, show gratitude. And last but not least, okay, inspire young minds, okay? I tell my students that you have to plan and deliver based on discipline, based on integrity. Think creatively, allow them some kind of, you know, freedom, okay, to crack their heads, to show that their ideas matters, their voice are heard, okay, and they are, okay, and they are a part of that agent of change, okay. I told them to sell the problem that you solve and be agile. So I think our youth today need to be reminded of, you know, agility. I want them to, I want them to be dynamic, active. Okay, so if I want them to do all these things, I have also to embrace. I want my student to be agile, but I am not agile. Cannot. So as I said just now, okay, shared success, shared values, shared values. Okay, how do I energize my team? Okay, I did not use energizer battery, but I use something else, which is very cultural. Okay, very cultural. Okay, three things. Number one, the mission. Number two, the people. And number three, the cultural beliefs. You heard me of the cultural beliefs. Now, mission. Now, you must, okay, as a leader, as a lecturer, okay, or as the owner of your organization, if you want to call it, you must have a compelling mission. Compelling mission that is fully understood and accepted by the people who work with you to make things happen for the whole thing. So my mission is very compelling, which is saving my students from being unemployed. And definitely this is a mission that student look forward to. Hey, look, you see Dr. Azura, okay, she's helping us, okay, she's helping us to earn some money and to turn us into a student with at least a job. Okay, so you must make that mission compelling. Number two, people. Okay, do you have the right people with the right competency, with the right mindset to achieve your aspiration? So you have to check. Okay, so you have to check. So if the mindset is not right, okay, your mindset is right, but your people have a left mindset. So you have to, you have to bring back, right on track. This is the mindset. This is the, a thing that I want you to, do. We walk on this path, on the same path. Okay. And the last one is cultural beliefs. So cultural beliefs is very important. Let me just emphasize once again, cultural beliefs help us to grow profitably. In my case, because students are running their online businesses, definitely, I want their businesses to grow. If they want to grow physically, by all means, do it alone. I'm struggling for the past 5 years to cut my weight. Okay, you go alone. Okay, but if it is something, profitably, it is good for teaching and learning. Yes, why not? Okay, so we have agreed on that 5 cultural beliefs that we have to follow. Okay, and yes, you need to change. Okay, you need to change the culture. You need to change the game. Now, because of my students and myself, embrace that one value, courage, or being courageous. So if you want to measure in dollars and cents, just look at the performance. In 2018 and 2019, where these 2 years we enjoy a happy life, my students, did not perform as much as when they are in crisis. Okay, I'm not saying that these 22 students or 5 students, 27, all of them are not doing good, are not doing well. They did, but perhaps the pressure, is more for these 74 students. For that matter, I would like to take this opportunity to thank MDEC for giving us trainings and all the materials that are needed for the digital entrepreneurship exercise. So it is in 2020 where, I calculated all the total sales, 302K. Perhaps to those people in the business school, it is a small amount. But at least for my team, for my students, for myself, this is what I have told you just now. We stretch our limits, we produce extraordinary result. So I hope, this year, 2021, I will see, more and more students are inspired, with the performance of their seniors. Okay. So this is not something normal my student do. They have to crack their head to come up with their own brand. The tagline. So they use their names, they use their talent. To they have to create. They have to create logos, and it is not one night and. It is a challenging task, but again, because we are together in this, we talk about There's quite a number of time, and this is what all of you see. Some of the businesses, okay, have been closed permanently because they want to start selling a new product with a new brand, with a new name. Some are still continuing running the same business, the business where they start, okay, in my class, and now it has been what, 3 years already. Yes, you can follow Lina Arts, okay, you can follow Isan Serunding, still you can follow this one, like and follow them by Farla, still on Ranjana, yes, okay, and many other more. I'm just taking some of the brands, okay, just to show, to share with you what we did, okay, in the class. And let me just go back to the performance here, and just one thing that I have forgot to tell all of you, and this results, okay, we created, okay, when we are, every one of us is at home, okay, at home. I am here in my study room, okay, and my students, okay, in their house, in their living room, in their bedroom, okay, doing all sorts of activities. So there is no excuse, okay, that my students, okay, cannot achieve something great, achieve something that we can share with all of you today, and, you know, something that we can celebrate and remember. Okay, now what about international students? Okay, I do have international students, although the number is a bit small. Okay, so these are international students, and for this one, she sells her talent knitting and crocheting, and she still continue doing it, although now she is in Qatar. So you can follow her Instagram. Okay, well, gosh, I'm doing a free promotion for my students. Okay, now they sell also identity. Okay, I'm a Chinese, Dr. Azura. I want to sell Chinese food. This is from Turkey, China, Singapore. I've shown in my last presentation also some of the brands. Okay, now apart from that, okay, my students, okay, I told them you stick to that courage and value, because why? Okay, you are dealing with strangers. Who are these strangers? Your customers, okay, your customers, okay. So you have to make sure that you use the right word, you are respectful, you say good things about them, you post and repost their testimony, and please, okay, please give back to the community, do something good. So this is what my student did, okay. Believe me, they only earn for that 2 months, okay, for that 2 months of the course, they only earn on the average like 4,000 to 5,000. But because of that awareness, because of that, you know, values that they have apart from courage, okay, so they donate some of the money, okay, some of the money that they earn from their businesses, okay, to share with the community, to share with those people who are in need of assistance, okay. There are many actually, but I just take 4, okay. This is in Singapore. 2 businesses, okay, 2 students, okay, team up, okay, and they give cheesecakes, okay, cheesecakes to the homeless people around Singapore, okay. 2 friends, okay, the same cause, okay, they collaborate together, and okay, they send school supplies, okay, to some selected Asnaf and families here, okay, and our international students too, who are currently in Malaysia. They did not return to their country during the pandemic, so they said, why not, okay, we give back, okay, to the Malaysian children, to the Malaysian people. So one from Africa, one from Algeria, so they team up, cook some cookies, and they distribute to the children in Taman Melawati. Okay, next, okay, it is because of the circumstances they are in. They understand that some friends are badly affected by the pandemic. So they come and see me, they say, Dr. Azura, why not we team up and we tell our friends what you should do to earn money during, this during this unusual time, during crisis. So I team up with another course, okay, and I get my own students to share their experiences, to share some, thoughts about digital entrepreneurship. Okay, we collaborate also with the kuliah. This is for the entire kuliah. This one is only for the 2 courses, okay? And this one, the courses collaborate, okay? And they identify successful women digital entrepreneurs among them. So all of them here are my students from the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. So they talk about juggling work at home and also businesses. They talk about husbands, okay, you need to be supportive, parents, mom and dad. So everything. So this is, okay, this is one of the outcome, one of I shall say, the success of having that one particular value. Next, okay, they also develop emotional connection with, again, strangers. Okay, who are these people? They are, people who just simply click this button, like, they say hi, okay, and many other things. But they have the courage, okay, they have the courage to, well, I shall say, like, talk to the customers, okay, how much do you miss us, celebrate, okay, Mother's Day. Last year we celebrated Mother's Day at home. So yes, they invited the customers to purchase some products at a discounted, price. They are together with them. They share their concern. Okay, they want everyone to be, in a very safe situation and things like that. So you cannot simply, offer. Or shower words of encouragement to, simply a stranger. We normally don't do that. But in digital entrepreneurship, I think, okay, it is a different politics, it's a different, platform. So my students, okay, are courageous, okay, to do this. Okay, I was invited to the launching of this shop by my student. This student enrolled in my class, the first batch in 2018. So in that particular week, I received a call, said, Dr. Azura, I'm invited you, okay, to the opening of my hijab, bawal hijab store. It's a one-story store. And my parents wanted to see you and whatnot. So, okay, I've never took a bus, okay, to Kelantan, okay, to Kelantan. I normally take a flight. So it is also, okay, I'm being courageous, okay, to take a bus, pay my ticket, and 8 hours, okay, to Pasir Putih, Kelantan. Okay, Pasir Putih, Kelantan. So 8 hours on the bus, okay, I went there. Okay, so I sponsor my time. To celebrate this. Okay, so I said, okay, you pick me up. Okay, I'll join you. So on Friday, clock out, straight away go to TBS. Okay, and I reach there the next day. Okay, and it is interesting to see. Okay, not only she runs this hijab store, this is combination of her father's name and mother's name, that she also, okay, opened another business. On top here is the homestay. So I am the first, okay, customer to stay there, and of course for free. And currently, okay, she opened a new branch in the nearby suburb. I can't remember the name. Okay, so it's just a few minutes driving from the shop. Okay, so any one of you here in Pasir Putih, please visit her shop. Now, leadership and energy. So you have seen, okay, all those things just now, and it is not an easy things to do. But what I want to share with you here is, don't judge before you try it. Don't judge before you know it. Okay. So it looks like, oh, Dr. Azura, there's a lot of work, extra workload, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yes, I understand that. But I think it is this one thing. It's that, energy that, I have, that I can, I can lead, this adventure to the finish line. Okay, now there are two sources of leadership energy, okay? In fact, three, okay? One is clarity of values. You have to nail this, okay? You have to nail this, okay? Why I say that? Because it is your principle, the principle you deeply believe in, the principle you live by. If you are not clear, after listening to Dr. Azura, I think I want to embrace her value, courage. And then tomorrow there's another speaker, okay, talk about another value, for example, sincerity. And then you start changing sincerity. And then the next day, another speaker or your VC or your rector or your head of department, your dean said, okay, I want all of you to embrace, and then you start changing. Okay. So remember I told you in my earlier slide, okay, that value defines who you are. Okay, and that value also, okay, we'll see what kind of actions that you will take. Okay, so this one you have to get it right. Next is clarity of purpose. Okay, the better future you want to create against all. Okay, is what you want to create actually. What you want to create. You want to create this particular thing, or you want to create that particular thing. So you have to be clear of your purpose, because your values and your purpose works hand in hand. You cannot, your values this way and your purpose is this way. So no, okay, it must be, together on the same, path. And last but not least is engagement. Engagement and effort. Okay, as I said just now, teamwork, collaboration, all those things. Because I think when you talk about value in organizations, in your teaching and learning, let us think differently now. Okay, about leadership. Okay, about happiness. Okay, and also success. Okay, because to some people, leadership is a burning desire to create a better future. Many others, leadership is all about, leading people, giving instruction. So you have to be clear what leadership means to you. Perhaps it's a burning desire to create a better future for your students, for your staff, and whoever under management. Okay, now resistance. I've heard, earlier, one of the audience talk about what if you face resistance when you want to initiate a change.
Excuse me, Dr. Azura.
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Oh, okay. Because we are behind time now.
Yes,
we have to start at sharp at 2 for the next presentation from.
Okay, but I guess people want to listen more from me. Okay, this is the last slide. Okay.
Yeah,
now I heard just now earlier people talk about resistance. What if we initiate this and the resistance is there, getting bigger and bigger? Your haters, okay, increase more than your followers. Okay. I told my student, stay calm. Okay, hang in there. We stick to what we have agreed, okay, in the early part of our adventure. Passion, tenacity, tabah lah, okay, because people will have all sorts of perspective, okay, stay focused, and yes, communicate, okay. And last but not least, okay, this is to capture the whole thing, what I've done throughout these 3 years. I put values on top. Okay, it's not because I am anthropology. It is not because I'm from sociology department. It is because I understand, okay, why values, okay, must be put here. Because when you put things in the right place, you will see when it goes down there, you can see it is happening. Okay, it is a tangible thing, and if you like, you can measure. Okay, conclusion. Okay, please. Keep in touch with your values. There's no SOP, no physical distancing. The problem with us now, your values is there and you are here. So please, okay, make your values closer to you, closer to your heart, and you will see, okay, a change and magic. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. Don't forget to hashtag stay safe, hashtag values matter, hashtag change and values. With that, I end with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So perhaps you can play the video, Sister Sharizad.
Doctor, you need to allow the secretariat for the access to your link.
So how do I do that?
They WhatsApp you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Inside your phone.
Okay. I'm sorry about the glitches. Okay. Wait, hang on. So I have, what do I have to do?
You just follow whatever they ask you to do. It's there in the WhatsApp. You are not allowing them, you're not giving them access to
Oh,
you.
really? Okay, wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay, and Azmira.
Google Drive. You shared it through Drive, isn't it?
Yes. And I think I have given the
access. Okay, it's
yeah,
okay.
given,
While the secretary
that is happening, perhaps we can take a couple of questions.
Okay, all right. So now, but whatever it is, I just like to, as usual, doing my job as the moderator, MC, whatever they call it. So this is my very own note on what you have elaborated. Yeah. So it's to me, it's very in-depth elaboration on especially courage as the niche of values on top of anything else. Yeah. It is interesting that I would say the presentation from you, Dr. Azura, is something out of the box kind of approach, yeah? Because you mentioned just now that you are actually guiding or teaching or facilitating your staff who is in human sciences towards something related to economics and whatnot. And it's also interesting that Dr. Azura mentioned about the adventure to save her students from unemployed, and that is interesting actually. Yeah, and she first identifies the values of a student based on courage. The first thing first is that we need to, when not only our students but our children, yeah, we need to actually encourage them to first leave the comfort zone, yeah, especially in the in the pandemic era like what we are facing now. And I ponder as well Dr. Azura's note on to promote change, yeah, in this perspective of organization. But you're talking about promoting change in terms of the perspective of your SOCA students, yeah, after they graduate maybe. But in my perspective, I think this is very close to what a leader in an organization should do to support, to advocate, to sponsor, and to champion. To exercise all these items that you mentioned. You also deliberated on the cultural beliefs which you share in educating your student, yeah, which to me is something a leader could also practice in an organization. But top of things, Doctor, I believe our participants out there, especially ladies, are now getting interested to browse the IG of your students' products. And they are also asking for your slides. If it's okay for you, the secretariat will share your slides with our participants. We have at the moment.
Absolutely. I will, I think, email to the host, okay, and you can distribute to the audience. Yes, I have no problem.
Right. Yep. Okay, thank you for that. And I think some of them now has gone leave us for lunch, but still we still have like the viewer almost 5,000, more than 5,000 now. So while waiting for them working on your video, because everyone now at least in the studio are eager to watch your video, will Oh, is the video out now? Can we play it? Okay, we play the video first.
Happiness is the value I attach for selection. The tagline of my brand, Crafting Your Happiness itself, has a valuable meaning to me and my clients. Crafting is actually my hobby because it gives me a sense of accomplishment and happiness when I'm doing something that I can see myself in it. However, I start to think something that I want my community to get benefits from what I'm doing and how I can transfer my happiness to them. So that's the reason I start my handmade craft business apart from my course assignment. Most of my clients purchase my handmade personalized metal bookmark as a gift for their loved ones. Getting happy feedbacks from them really helped bring out my happiness in turn. The feeling of happiness that both me and my clients feel drive me to grow my business, looking for opportunity to expand my horizon and to be more creative. Their happiness is my happiness.
The value that I attach to my business is sincerity. This is because I feel like when you're sincere in doing something, you always give your best. So before I do any business related work, I always set my intentions to I want to do it for Allah and I want to make my customers happy. When we make our muruku, I always make sure that our batter tastes the best that it possibly can, because it's quite tiring when you have to keep adjusting the batter, but it's okay because I want to make my customers happy by giving them the best muruku possible. When we post, I try to make sure that my customers can benefit from my postings, and when we do deliveries, we make sure that our muruku don't break as much so that they can enjoy it in the best way possible. And when we had a little bit of profit, we made sure to donate to the needy so that we can help other people. Sincerely wanted to learn about digital entrepreneurship and not just to pass my course. I actually sincerely feel like the skills would help me in the future and in turn would help me help other people.
Courage is the value that I attach to my company because I think for me this is the most important value that I have learned throughout the journey of this online business. And by joining this entrepreneurship platform or industry, it helps me to build up the courage to always try my best in order for me to have a better future in this industry, as well as this value has pushed me to another extent or another limit for me to perform better in order for my company to have a bright future. Other than that, the value of courage itself helped me to build and manage my own team for me to be able to expand my business, and this value also helped me to push my limits to get out from my comfort zone in order for me to be able to take care of my own family since I am now the breadwinner.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Susnamiti Widit and I am the founder of Chana Scarf. Chana Scarf holds to the value of simplicity, and our brand mark is simplicity is the key. The reason for it is because being simple is the key to ultimate sophistication. Besides selling our product, we also aim to spread positive energy to our customer to be confident with themselves and always remember that less is more. Most of our scarf material are easy to be wear, comfortable and versatile. Therefore, our customer could save the time and be confident when wearing our scarf. We always try to make many new ideas and package for our customers to serve them best that we can. I found it really fun in doing my online business where I not only get money, but also I could give back to the society in many ways through my business. So to conclude, I would like to thank Dr. Azura for giving me the opportunity to join her class and taught me a lot on doing online businesses. And I would like to encourage to all students and teenagers, don't miss your chance to build your own empire and get your own money at this age. So don't forget to do online businesses. Alright, jom kita buat duit sesama.
Risk-taking is the value that is identified to my business Kudapan by You. Throughout my journey of entrepreneurship, if I don't embrace risk-taking, I may want to reconsider being a small business owner. I found that risk-taking is essential for entrepreneurs. However, it does not mean going into business blindly and then hoping for good result. Taking risks includes meticulous planning and hard working along the journey.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that is all. Thank you very much.
thank you. Well, I would say that the video, you should post the video somewhere in your Instagram so that we can, we can keep watching. By the way, so it's very good, really good. I hope I can send my daughters to you for your coaching. All right, doctor. So we have with us a number of questions. So I think this question and Tan Sri is also here. So maybe both of you can together respond to the question. I will just read the question at once. At the moment, they give me 4 questions, and one of the question has been posted by Dr. Zulfikar Ahmad as early as the first 10 minutes of your presentation just now. All right, so the question is, the first one, this is from Dr. Zulfikar again. Should a leader differentiate between his or her personal self and professional self in leadership? Okay, that's number 1. This question is to both of you, any one of you, yeah. And then second is from our Director for Internal Audit, Madam Naimah. Dr. Azura, I really love your energy and presentation. How do you sustain your energy and transmit the same energy to your students? That's number 1. And how can we sustain these good values in ourselves so that we can ensure good or extraordinary performance in what we do? Okay, so that's the second question. So altogether 3 questions now. And then next is from Dr. Kuldeep Singh, okay, one of our active participants. Thank you, Doctor. How do you distinguish between values and virtues? This one, I think Tan Sri can respond to that one, yeah. And this is also a very active participant. Yeah, if we have, do we have some award for active participant? Anyway, so again, Tuan Samsu Amri, thank you very much for your question this time. Insightful materials, Dr. Azura, on entrepreneurability mission. If you may share your experience, what are the critical success factors that would make the journey mentioned a realistic and successful trip? Thank you. I think the video has proven it. Anyway, so over to you both, Tan Sri and Dr. Azura. I'll mute myself now.
Can I just go first? Okay.
Yeah, please. But the
I
time
would like,
given,
yeah.
sorry, but before that, the time given to both of you is only 5
1
minutes.
minute.
5 minutes, but I extend it to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to respond to Madam from the internal audit. How do I sustain energy? Obviously, I don't drink Red Bull. It goes back, okay, it goes back to that 3 things, okay, just now. Clarity of the values, clarity of the purpose, and engagement, and also effort. Okay, no secret, no nothing. Okay, and for Professor Datuk Shamsul Amri, I think other than that is I love my students. My students are just like my children. So, which I did not tell in my slide. Well, since you asked, well, I think that is one excuse me, one thing, okay, that pushed me, okay, to help them in the best way possible given our limited resources, okay, and knowledge. So it's love. Thank you very much.
Maybe Tan Sri, you have anything to add on that one?
I think the values and the virtues, Tan Sri.
Tan Sri, you mute yourself.
Okay. Personal and professional. I think these things overlap. I would tend to believe that you have to have a personal sort of values before you extend it to professional values. I remember the book by Stephen Covey, who always says that you must have a private victory before you have a public victory. In other words, you must have your house in order first before you go into the public. So some leaders will want to make everything public, but dia punya rumah pun lintang pukang. Yeah, anaknya tak tentu, dia tak tentu, isteri dia tak tentu, and then telling the whole world what to do, and people will not believe you. So I think they must have this journey. Make your personal life as good as possible, and then you move into a professional life, which is more public in that sense. So there is no differentiation bagi saya. It has to be a continuum sort of it. And then that goes for values and virtues juga. Yeah, the values that I hold is what the virtues is all about. The virtues is more of a demonstration of what my values are. If I say I'm honest, then how do I exhibit this honesty in terms of my work as a professional? So in other words, all the things that I do, there must be this relevance or this what you call manifestation of honesty. And these are things that overlaps. We as scientists, at least I as scientist, we try to compartmentalize everything. Life is always gray rather than black and white. The moment you put things in black and white, then everything will just collapse. I don't know whether Azura believes in this, but my life is always gray. There's always something that you need to put things together, and this is where I think the challenge is. How do you work across the board? How do you take people, as many people as possible? How do you work, with a team rather than just being alone and say, I'm the only one who matters in this, the rest do not matter. And that's where your values begins to break down. And that's why I worry when you talk about values, when people try to say, Mr. these are the 9 values that you must have. I think it's not that. These are the 3 core values, but you can expand it. Depending on the horizon, depending on situation, depending on your culture, depending on your environment. Yeah, and Maqasid Sharia is a good one for me. You need to protect life, you need to protect intellect, you need to protect progeny, you need to protect belief, you need to protect property. So anything that protects all these 5 things, doesn't matter where it comes from, that's a value that you will embrace. You don't have to fight. Oh, this comes from a different mazhab, this comes from a different country, and you fight, and we keep on fighting all the time, and we never get things done. So I think this continuum is something that we need to appreciate at the end of the day. And as Azura says, break the rules. We make the rules, we'll break it. I mean, that's the whole idea. I went to a friend's office in Germany, and he saw a president of the university, and he has a nice poster. He says, if you follow the rules, then you miss all the fun. So sometimes you need to break the rules because you want to move ahead. And this is where the courage to break the rules. You have to be very sure why you want to break the rules, because you want to create better rules. But we are sometimes being kept by old rules, and we are not able to do many things. And this is what I think we're facing today in the context of values. Azura, thank you very much for a good presentation, alhamdulillah. At least I hope that demonstrated a different way of trying to create values in our organization and association. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Azura and Tan Sri here for the sharing. And well, this is now 12:36, and there are actually still questions coming in, but we will share with both of you later on. And we are now 12:36, as I mentioned, but since we have a slight change in our program after lunch, so we still have to come back here to the platform at 2 p.m. Yeah, it's okay because yeah, we still have to come back at 2, and since this is not a face-to-face or physical meeting, so we can just go to a laptop or computer just on your webinar and YouTube. Yeah, so thank you again for the participant for your questions and concern. Yeah, and we thank the duo Tan Srizo and Dr. Nur Azura, yeah, for your willingness to be with us today. And we have done with 2 sessions altogether, and we shall stop right here. Yeah, for the lunch break, you are all invited to enjoy your meal at your workstation or even at home. But please, this time come sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, thank you, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
I thought lunch is provided. Or at least Zoom. Okay, I'll see you in the afternoon. Take care. Assalamualaikum.
Right, take care, you too.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IIUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year,
the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020. And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
of accomplishments.
Recognize disabled finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
buka video ke? Okay. Boleh. Nampak tak? Okay, nampak boleh. Video kita tu. Saya nampak.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 2 p.m. And we thank you for still staying with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight change in our program actually today. We are supposed to listen to our IIUM Chief Information Officer, but due to certain circumstances that we are obliged to have Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, a President of IIUM, to present his talk entitled Using Values-Based Leadership to Drive Value-Based Performance. However, the CIO of IIUM will deliver his talk later after this. But before I pass the platform to Datuk President, let me read through his biodata. Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar has been appointed as the 8th President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, effective from 1st July 2019 until 30th June 2022. He is also founder and executive chairman of Amani Group. One of its flagship companies, namely Amani Advisors, is operating in few cities globally. He has recently been appointed as the chairman of the Sharia Advisor Council of the Astana International Financial Center, AIFC, based in Kazakhstan. He also serves as the chairman of the SAC, the Central Bank of Malaysia, the Security Commission of Malaysia, the Labuan Financial Services Authority, the First Abu Dhabi Bank, and Permodalan Nasional Berhad, PNB. Datuk Dr. Daud is also a Sharia board member of various global financial institutions, including the National Bank of Oman, Amundi Asset Management in France, Bank of London and Middle East London, BNP Paribas Najma Bahrain, Natizis, I hope I pronounce it correct, Natizis Bank in Dubai, Oasis Asset Management in South Africa, Noor Islamic Bank in Dubai, Morgan Stanley in Dubai, Sedco Capital, Saudi and Luxembourg, and Dow Jones Islamic Market Index, New York, amongst many others. In the corporate world, he is a member of the PNB Investment Committee. He is also the third chair professor in Islamic Banking and Finance of Yayasan Tun Ismail Muhammad Ali, berdaftar YTI PNB at Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM. In addition to that, he is the co-founder of Experts Analytics Center Sdn Bhd and MyFin. In 2016, he received the Award of Excellence for Outstanding Contribution for Sharia Leadership and Advisory at London Sukuk Summit Awards and Sharia Advisor Award at the Asset AAA Islamic Finance Award. In 2014, he received the Most Outstanding Individual Award by His Majesty the King of Malaysia in conjunction with the national level Prophet Muhammad's birthday. Under his leadership, Amani Advisors received the Islamic Economy Knowledge Infrastructure Award at the Global Islamic Economic Summit Dubai 2015 by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai in October 2015. He received his first degree in Sharia from University of Kuwait in 1988 and obtained his PhD from University of St. Andrews, United Kingdom in 1993. In 2002, he completed his external Bachelor of Jurisprudence at University of Malaya. His first book, entitled Sharia Minds in Islamic Finance, an Inside Story of a Sharia Scholar, has won the Islamic Finance Book of the Year 2016 by the Global Islamic Finance Award GIFA 2016. Then his book on Sukuk, entitled An Insightful Journey to Emirates Airline Sukuk, Pushing the Boundaries of Islamic Finance, has also won the Best Islamic Finance Case 2017 by the GIFA 2017 in Kazakhstan. His latest books include Mindset is Everything, published in 2019, The Hard Truth of Islamic Finance, also published in 2019, Recitation in Islamic Legal Theory 2019 and Corporate Matrimony 2019. His other books include Mainstreaming Islamic Finance 2018, Sharia is Life 2018, I Have 25 Hours a Day 2016, Duha Cahaya Pagi yang Terang 2020, and Kembara Ilmu dari Sungai Kolok ke St. Andrew 2021. I now present to you yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud bin Bakar, the President of IIUM, to deliver his talk. Over to you, Datuk.
Thank you. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, wa bihi nasta'in, wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Thank you, Madam Moderator, respected senior management from the public universities, esteemed speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all of you. I feel both humble and honored to be given this platform to speak in this two-day session organized by ACAP and IIUM, talking about the theme of value or value-based leadership, which is quite interesting to articulate, to ponder, and to see the impacts of value-based leadership in public universities as well as in private universities. I do have much experience in managing or in looking at value-based leadership in the public universities. I'm new to the IUM, to be honest, but I try, for whatever reason, to bring the case study from the corporate world, which people tend to describe the corporate world as valueless or lacking the value-based leadership. But I try to prove the opposite, because there are many great case studies that we can, look into and try to bring those good personalities, good initiative, good approaches back to our backyard in our respective universities. There's no harm in learning from one another. The good and the bad thing, of course. What is good, we can emulate and we can install it within our fraternity. What is bad, what is anti-value-based leadership, of course, we need to reject if we cannot reform and improvise. So thank you very much for the organizers for having me in this 45 minutes presentation. I was made to understand that there would be some window of opportunity for the distinguished audience to interact with the presenter toward the end of my presentation. I have taken the liberty to prepare some slides. I hope my team at IUM or the secretariat can put the screen or share the screen, share the slide on the screen. Yeah, thank you for this screen or slide on the screen. So this is my company. I'm trying to bring from my company perspective, the MyFimbi, which is a Malaysian-based company, and also our Center of Excellence in AI, CEAI, very much looking into all issues from teaching, learning, environment management, labor, camp management, to stock performance, to political analytics, insights, and what have you. So for today's discussion, I have taken the liberty since yesterday to use our smart learning machine to test the input, the output of the value-based leadership to drive value-based performance using the machine learning. Instead of using my, our own collective intelligence, I was relying very much 100% on the machine to help me to develop these slides and for me to present to all of you. I hope from this presentation you can see the power of technology, the power of smart and intelligent technology to help us to understand us better and to understand, the abundance of data which we are blessed with, that we can extract, we can, curate, we can give the meaning and insight to all the data curated from many sources of information. So this is the whole idea of putting the slide together. We can move to the next slide. So I have 4 different parts to cover in the next 40 minutes or so. Part 1 and part 2 are putting the necessary foundation and the necessary, if you like, the basis for understanding the value-based leadership, and some case study in part 3. Of course,
Excuse me, Dato', are you still online? Dato', are you still with us? Dato' seems he's frozen. Seems all right. Maybe okay. We will get the secretariat to get him back. But for now, yeah, we will have to wait for that for Datuk to come back online.
Rizal?
Yes, okay. Datuk, you were frozen just now.
Sorry, I was disconnected. Yeah, I mean, sorry. We were talking about technology, but our own technology is not.
But Alhamdulillah, you managed to come back. Okay, all right. Yes, over to you, Datuk.
Okay. Thank you, and sorry for being cut off at the moment. So the last part, if you allow me, is to look into how we can move forward. What are the what Malaysian leaders should do, should focus on moving forward, and that includes our senior management at the university later on. Next slide, please. Okay, next. So, the values are very much close to our heart. They are very much in existence within our community. They are very much spoken about, but very difficult to define, very difficult to underscore, and very difficult to quantify and to make them measurable at the end of the day. But this is not an excuse. We have all the great minds in our community, within our fraternity. We need to quantify and measure the values as we measure the air, the quality of the air, the water, the performance, everything. So I would pose a challenge to everyone to make the values tangible and measurable as with many other things in this world. So values should be the guiding principle in our life, either in our private life, which is sometimes more important than public life. People can have two faces. Values cannot allow us to have two faces. Value is very honest. Value is very much internal and external, very much integral and, if you like, both the software and the hardware of a person. It doesn't matter whether this person is a normal staff at the university or a dean or a rector or the president or what have you. So the values should be the guiding principle, and the values should be coherent and cohesive and have no seasonal manifestation. Values are meant to be real, are meant to be tangible and measurable. At any point in time, if the values are not consistent or not tangible enough, then the whole value chain of value has dropped, and that will make the value that we have is not a real value. It's not a bona fide value. It's a false and artificial value, if you like. So these are the principles that everyone in this world should be guided by to drive the performance and to drive the leadership and to drive the activities in whatever we do or plan to do. Of course, values and leaderships are interconnected. You know why? Because leaders are supposed to drive others. Leaders are supposed to, motivate people to do what is good and to, avoid what is bad. So that's why values and leadership are very much inseparable. They are very much integral to one another. And in this context, we are focused on the core values of leadership. Of course, there are many other values in the society, but we are talking about values which are core to the leadership. And I have put on the top right-hand side of my slide, these are the core values from our big data analytics. We have extracted and we have pulled from the data of the world. These are the top core values with regard to leadership. We have to be able to respect others for us to be respected. We have to make a difference in our leadership style and our leadership KPI. We have to be authentic. We have to be courageous. A lot of humility and integrity, service-oriented leadership, and a lot of wisdom, a lot of putting everything on the balance. So later on, we're going to see the real result that I have pulled from the data in the last 3 months on the topic of value and leadership. Real data, real time, within a few hours since 6 p.m. Yesterday until 12 p.m. last night. So within 6 hours, the machine was able to pull from the data of the world on the topic of leadership and value. Of course, at the end of the day, the moment we know these core values, we need to nurture them. We need to use them to guide and facilitate others to make a positive impact on us, of course, the leaders, as well as on our community, on our ecosystem, because the whole purpose of having good values is to impact on the ecosystem so that the ecosystem can benefit from the value. That's why a society, a university without value, valueless society, valueless community cannot sustain long. Bound to have crisis by crisis or over crisis. So the crisis continues coming in or creeping in to the university because the values are not well maintained, are not well preserved, are not well articulated in that particular community. Be it in the West, be it in the East. In fact, be it even Islamic community, when Islamic community is far away from upholding the right values, the core values, then nothing is left for that community, even though they are Muslim and they wanted to believe they are Muslim. This is the value. Values are above everyone. We can proclaim, we can put all the logo and slogan for our university in particular, but if the values are not tangible and measurable within our SOP, our performance assessment, our analysis, our gap analysis, our human resource policy, our environmental, maintenance, the way we develop the talent, the way we go for promotion and whatnot. Every single thing should be driven and led by the core values as far as leaders are concerned. Next slide, please. So before we move on to the data, allow me in the next 2 slides or so to impress. I'm sure you have learned about this many times, that the values would be able to inform and share the leadership qualities and the competencies of a great leader. And these values are very much can be learned, can be developed, and of course should be practiced within the set of core values. So values are not meant to be of textbook orientation. There are many teachers of values, teachers of ethics, but the values and the ethics are not internalized within themselves. So we need to take it seriously. And the whole idea of having this seminar by ACAP and IUM to contribute the little that we can to really bring forth the whole idea of values, value-based leadership is not a very utopian. They're very real, they're very intangible, they're very measurable, and they can be activated, learned, developed, and practiced within our own setup and organization. Next. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, this is something that I need to be open and next, before this slide. Can you go back to the previous slide? Previous slide, please. Yes, this slide. Thank you very much. So some people in the West and in the East, they tend to take the value-based leadership as problem-solving activity. They have some problem in the organization. They created a kind of value-based leadership to solve the problem. So it become very temporary measurement. Whereas from Islamic perspective, from the best practices, from the governance perspective, value-based leadership is something to be installed, to be incorporated, to positively build the understanding and to see the impact, which is far more, far-fetched impact on the community. I have been involved in so many discussions in the corporate world in one way or another, where value-based leadership has been mooted, has been created, has been seminarized, if you like, has been put on the stage because something has happened within the organization. As well, we need to go back to value, and after 1 year or 2 years, a few years, then value-based leadership will be rotten, and then no one speak about value-based leadership anymore because they were looking to solve their problem from the value-based leadership. Whereas value-based leadership shouldn't be the temporary measurement, it should be the core, it should be the fundamental vertical of any organization. And that will cut across the whole organization. Recruitment, talent development, promotion, assignment, accreditation, acknowledgement, reward, and even punishment for that matter. So this is something that we need to be more seriously concerned, and perhaps human resource team within this webinar session can take note, because I have seen many human resource policies in many organizations. The value element are not there that much compared to the performance, compared to the other aspects of promotion and remuneration. The value-based are very much lacking. And more often than not, they are very much superficial, they are very much haphazard and not well understood and well articulated within our own organization when we talk about value-based leadership, because people need to be compensated, people need to be rewarded, and people need to be punished if they were to cross the line of value-based requirement or parameter. Yes, next please. Latest trend and emerging issues in leadership. Here, I don't think I will be able to do my own research given my time constraint. So I need to rely on a machine which is super good, super power to analyze the data. This is what the machine is good at. It doesn't matter how hard we try to get all the data within limited time, we can't. We tend to be tired, we tend to be biased sometimes, we tend to be selective in our source of data. So but machine, with the right keyword, we can leave the machine to crawl and to curate and to bring back the data to all of us. So allow me to present to you what the machine has done for the last, for a period of 5 hours yesterday. Next, please. So this is the deck of the machine. We just put the keyword for the last 3 months. We can go to 12 months, we can go to 1 year, we can go to 5 years, it doesn't matter. But to be more immediate to our current requirement, we just focus on 3 month record or the history. All sources, published media, public documents of the world in all languages. It could be French, it could be Mandarin, it could be English, it could be Spanish, it could whatever be, whatever language that the system can understand. So the results, were about 94 news and discussion in the public domain. And this is the results. We go next slide, please? So the top 10 trends under the keyword of value and leadership. Of course, we put the keyword value-based leadership, and the top 10 trends in the last 3 months using the public domain, public data domain. As you can see, in terms of priority and focus, from leadership, values, people, and so on and so forth. And interestingly, it has put the leadership as the main item under this top 10 trends under the value-based leadership. As you can see, the interconnectedness of the keyword of other keywords which are related to the value-based leadership. Of course, we just ignore them because they are not that significant. We can focus on the top 10 or top 5, top 3, if you like. From this finding, we're going to zero in a bit, and that will lead me to the next slide. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah, this slide is quite important because it digs further deep to see what are the issues on the ground when we talk about value-based leadership. Of course, this is a very much international data. We can, but let me go to the data that we have, which is very much international and global. So the data has, selected few important issues. For example, the BIPOCs. BIPOCs mean the Black Indigenous People of Color. In other part of the world, this has become the issue of concern because when it comes to recruitment, when it comes to promotion, when it comes to providing the equitable opportunities to everyone in the society, the issue of color of people and the minority interests tend to be neglected from the leadership point of view. Of course, in the case of Malaysia, we can put the right, keyword from the B40 or put the racial segmentation that you wanted to see, then the machine can give you the real issues on the ground with regard to value-based leadership. Gender-based, the issue of some in the university, they like to promote their own colleagues, their own team, whom they brought in from many other organizations. So we can see the trend, the preference of the management, the way they do things, the way they manage things. So we can see the interconnectedness between one person and another person. We can do that easily, and that reflects the value-based leadership in terms of assignment, in terms of promotion and appointment. And I mean, you are aware of this. Perhaps the machine can be above us. Machine is emotionless, and it can be far, far away from biasness in many regards. So I just want a few main issues in the market, among others the minority interest, and we can learn from this table to focus more within our own community. Next slide, please. Okay, illustration number 2. If you can see the illustration on the right-hand side of the slide, and this is written by the machine, by the way. It's not written by myself or my team. It's written by the machine 100%, and it highlighted the issue of, among others, work culture. The leaders should focus on the work culture that employees will love and that will empower companies to support the workforce of tomorrow. Some of the big companies, they don't care about the welfare of their own employees in terms of office design, in terms of, even we have seen the data even in the form of pantry. They don't have even the pantry, they have to eat and drink by standing. So to that extent, and what more if you go for the labor camp, big companies, GLC and non-GLC, they have thousands of workers, but the values being in designing the labor camp, and we can relate to COVID-19 cases, it could be a reflection of the bad manifestation of value-based leadership by some of the big companies employing thousands of workers, plantation, manufacturing, construction industries in Malaysia. Not only in Malaysia, across the board. So when we deal with the data, we can see, we can zero into the country, we can zero into the company, we can pick up the data and show on the screen how much these companies deal with the value-based leadership with regard to employee, with regard to the labor, with regard to the support and so on and so forth. So work culture, for example, not many companies, even not many hospitals for that matter, during the COVID-19 has provided the children, but they call it the child care. And many of our frontliners got to manage their own children in a very difficult manner. Whereas it should be from day one, the hospital, government or otherwise should have focus on the welfare of their own workers, doctors and nurses and medical assistant, and their own family close to them, rather than going, spending many hours on the road just to send their children to a place to be taken care while they are working very hard at the hospital. So there are many other data. When we talk about value leadership, we have to give, sometimes we overlook, and that's why the data, the machine learning can help us. And in our data, we can analyze thousands of the work culture, the welfare of the employee by thousands. So that can be measured against the performance of certain
Dato'? Okay, it seems that Secretariat needs to go back to get Dato' online again. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if we can just go through what Dato' has, Daud has shared with us just now. From my own note that he mentioned about core leadership values, in which he mentioned, he state that principles, the principles, the values, and the need of a leader to facilitate. So the principles, when we talk about core leadership values, as mentioned by Datuk just now, is actually, as a leader, we need to guide our followers or our subordinates on the principles of values in our lives. I think this is this
I'm
has
back
been
already.
okay. Datuk, I'm trying to be like you to cover you when you are when you are offline.
You are a good employee, good value.
Thank you. Okay, by the way, over to you, Datuk.
Okay, I'll try my best to cover the subsequent slides in the next 10-15 minutes, inshallah. Can we go to next slide? Of course, you can have the slide later on. You can have your own leisure reading if you like. Case study. Interestingly, allow me to take this example. I have many other examples, but perhaps the gender would be something which is close to our heart because it can reflect so many things in our community. So next slide, please. So I have taken the liberty to put two slides. One is on the male, leaders of the world, and the other one on the women business leaders of the world. So these are the few, important guys of the world. I'm using the data about their speeches, their interviews, their financial report of their companies, whatever people talk about them, our data will be able to curate and bring back to our machine to analyze. So we have been doing that for the last how many years? 2-3 years. The unicorn, the business leaders, and the next slide will tell us in a nutshell what are their top business strategies. Can we go to the next slide, please? So again, our data has shown, our finding of the data has shown that these people, they are great because they believe in digital, they believe in reward program, they like to reward their customers. It's value-based. They wanted to be loyal to their customers. They acquire small companies to upgrade them by giving them the technology. So by acquiring the small companies, you might argue they are not they are very competitive. No, they are not. They try to open up new market for the small companies. They go for partnering. They don't work in silo. Sometimes our university, even we are public university, we tend to work in silo, not with them. They like to have a good partnership, and there are many other cases I'll try to interject and bring forward or bring forth. They like the groundwork job. They believe big data and so on and so forth. These are the top, strategies of these great companies of the world. Next slide. More their personalities. This is the value. This is the value we have discovered from our smart learning, who are there in terms of when they give speeches, our machine can analyze within 2 seconds, 3 seconds about their character. And when they speak to the people, the shareholders meetings and the interview they have conducted, we can also pick up their personalities. They are very open, adaptability. They can adapt quite fast. Sometimes in our organization, we are the last to adapt. Sometimes, not all the time. They are very curious, curiosity mind very high. They teach their workers to be curious of asking anything. In our culture, perhaps we don't ask relevant question. We are the last to ask question, and that's why the quality of meeting, the quality of discussion was not up to the standard, but not these companies. From the minutes of the meeting, the machine can analyze from the interview, from the way they take the question, the way they responded to the issues. They are very much curious in their perspective. They are very much structured, organized, modernistic, and so on and so forth, independent. They like to be independent in their decision making. So enough is enough. Let me move to the next slide. Interesting to important guys on this planet. Some people like them, some people do not like them, hate them that much. But I wanted to present from a very mission-based perspective, not biased, not having any, preconceived idea about these two gentlemen. As you know, Jack Ma is very conservative. He is very much a man of community, humanity. He speaks his mind. But sometimes he has to pay a very high price for that attitude. He wanted to help the society. He wanted to democratize the economic activities for everyone. Alibaba was created to give the small traders the platform. They warehousing, if you like. There's no need for you to warehouse your products. You can produce and send to us, and we can manage the delivery and what have you. And he has gone further than that. He established his partners, his shareholders and his partners, and there's a two group coming together to create the Ant Financial. You heard about the Ant Financial story the last few weeks. Very bad, very sad story, to be honest. He wanted to help the small financial guys, the small companies, the SME in China. He has 1 billion registered companies under the Ant Financial. He provided the system to them, accounting, predictive, prescriptive, AI, and marketing, profiling, decision making, everything free of charge. And the company will share the profit, the upside with these companies when they make money. Let's say they can cut costs, the margin is 10%, so 5% will go to financial and financial, the 5% will go to the company. So everyone can have win-win. And this is for me, the white ocean strategy. We talk about red ocean and blue ocean. This is very white ocean strategy, win-win case. But somehow he has spoken too much. He has been challenging the authority by saying that the banks in China are not making their what they're supposed to do to help the small businesses, SME, by charging them upfront. In his case, he does not charge anything; it's free of charge, but we share the upside. And by challenging, he speaks his mind. He got punished, and his proposed IPO, the biggest in the world after Aramco, much larger than Aramco in Saudi, was struck off by the government. It didn't go through. But later on, you can see that even though he was stopped by the government of speaking his mind to help the society by giving them the technology, because everyone has the right to own the technology in his handphone. What to buy, what not to buy, where to go, where to get the financing. On the clicks of the screen of the handphone, which banks sometimes do not like this technology, and the government has been involved, and he was punished. But the stock market of Alibaba is still going up because people value his value of bringing the new things to the community. He is a man of reliability and transparency. He is reliable. He wanted to help as many people as possible. Value-based leadership. Elon Musk, people like him, some people do not him. I like both of them, to be honest. Elon Musk is a bit contra to Jack Ma. He's not conservative. He's very much innovative. He is a futurist as well, very much futurist, more than anyone else. He wanted to send the cat to the space because the environment, the pollution in this world. He was having a project to send all the animal and cat to the space. You have heard about his latest offering of 100 million, if I'm not mistaken, for those who can, reverse the carbon, the CO2 into oxygen as a grant. So he is very much believing in the environment and the future technology, or the electrical cars. Sorry about that. That he has been championing. So he's very much value-based leadership, environment-based, humanity-based, and both are known for their value-based leadership. from that perspective. So I'm not going to go beyond their personal life and whatnot, because we are looking into the value-based leadership as far as they are concerned. Okay, so let us go to the next slide. This is written by the robot that you can see the description just now. So the performance of the stock. Interestingly, Elon Musk, his company has not making profit. He has been making loss for many, many years, still in the red, not in the blue, but people believe in his dream to reduce the pollution and to do this and that. And this is the impact on the community. And you can see the multiple revenue valuation created for their own particular or respective shares in the market. So I will skip this one. You can go quickly. The performance of the share is amazing, all the way on the upside trend. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. I'm not sure you are interested. Universities, administrators are very much not in business, but we need money at the end of the day to run our university. And this is the snapshot of who is Jack Ma from the value-based, leadership point of view. Too small a bit, but I hope I can enlarge. And this is written by the machine as well. Who is he in terms of in terms of originality, authenticity, in terms of his achievement, his character, honesty, and what have you. So, this can be done within 2 seconds using smart learning machine, and we can put your profile over here, your speeches and your interview, and the same thing you can see the result, which I'm going to see my own profile toward the end of my presentation. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, quickly, we have to skip this one, Elon Musk. We go to the ladies' corner now. These are the few, high-performing ladies CEO and the owners of the company. Again, the same exercise we have done. Next slide, please. The strategies among the ladies. You can see a commonality between the two. Not 100%, but almost 85 to 90% common between men and women. We cannot undermine women. They are as good as men and the other opposite sex. So this show, the data show they are as good as men in many respects. And next slide, their personalities. Some of them are common, some of them are very much peculiar to women-based leadership. They are having more sympathy, perhaps. They are more assertive from that perspective. Let me go to the slide, the finale of the slide. The next slide, please. This is important slide, ladies and gentlemen, to show that we are not saying that women are better than men or men are better than women, but these areas altogether from the data we have, the data availability that we have, it could change from time to time based on the abundance and availability of the data. But the data that we have in our system shows that when we put the two colors, men and women, this is the area that they are superior than the other sex, if you like. So that reflects their ability. And the point that I wanted to take from this presentation, people can complement each other. In fact, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created men and women to work together, to live together, and to complement each other. And this is the issue of gender equality and what have you, which is part of the SDG and so on and so forth. We can change the structure to become, to focus on the income bracket between the rich and the poor in Malaysia in terms of, entrance into the university, the job opportunities. We can play around the data of our own community. Of course, we have not done that. We have been doing this for our own purpose. When we talk about, we talk to the IPO company, to GRC company, we use this data because it suits them. But for our university, we can have different parameters to see the performance of our B40, again M40, the performance of religious study, again the scientific studies, and so on and so forth. The last one, Shahrizad, the last one. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is my own profile. I have put, I'm very courageous to compare my profile with the other big guys in the world. The next slide, please. With you know, the Amazon guy, the Elon Musk, and what have you, based on my one article only. Of course, this is not reflective, but if I were to put all my presentation, even the current speech I'm giving to you, it can be converted into words, and the word can be analyzed into infographic. Then you can see who am I and who are you. As a rector, a deputy vice chancellor, as a registrar, bursa, and what have you, because this is the machine learning system that can analyze the character for promotion wise, for assignment wise, and so on and so forth. Some people don't believe in human resource managed by machine, but I believe in this technology a lot. I have seen that working very well in many parts of the world. The last slide, Shahrizad. Please, last slide. The last slide. These are the 15 leadership values that I really hope the administrators of the universities, the leaders of the community, taken from McKinsey, of course, suggestion based on their own research and big data. These are the value-based leadership that we wanted to drive in our universities. If we can take all of them, perhaps half of them, and that could be very much impactful to our community. Time is short. In the interest of the time, we can focus on the last column in green. Among others, we cannot be hierarchical order anymore. We should be inclusive, more shura-based. We have to be. We have to demolish all the firewall and the Chinese wall within the post and the faculty and the kuliah and what have you. In fact, between our own university, public universities, we have still firewall and Chinese wall between one university and the other university, which is not right given the digital world at the moment. So we have to relook into the way we do things, the way we cooperate, the way we talk, and the way we work together. Nowadays, we are competing on almost everything: the grant, the student, the lecturers, the facilities, and even the award. We compete. Good, but sometimes we can achieve more by working together. To sustain a caring meritocracy, important to have the meritocracy, but a caring one, and so on and so forth. I don't want to move on. You can have a look by yourself, and more than happy to take any follow-up question from the email through our university. More than happy to give you whatever we have the data that you might ask further. We are more than happy. In fact, the Center of AI, which is my own company, we are offering the offer to all universities in Malaysia, private and public, and many people come forward to develop this kind of apps and finding using your own data on student, data on the facilities of the university, and so on and so forth. I think with that, I hope I can enlighten a bit of the importance of value-based leadership to drive value-based performance, but this time using the smart technology to become more objective and more realistic and far away from biasness and human factor of tiredness. And sometimes we overlook a few things which are critical. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Dato'. Okay, just why ada echo here in the studio? Alright, okay, Dato'. Okay. All right. What I can it's not a conclusion, but my note again from your presentation just now is on the leadership, the core leadership values, about the principles, the values, and facilitate. Okay, you mentioned just now that as a leader, we need to have a principle in life for us to guide our followers or our subordinates. And values, you mentioned that is something that is real, it's tangible, and it should be measurable. If it is not tangible, meaning it is not a bona fide value, that was what you mentioned, means that whatever that we are doing, we must do it with values. And back again to what we have listened from this morning's talk about values, is all about courage, motivation and whatnot. Then a leader should be able to guide, to facilitate the subordinates, should be able to motivate his followers to achieve the objectives of value that we set together for a company. You also mentioned that values could be learned and practiced accordingly. Values is not something that we cannot get from any textbook, but it is something we could internalize throughout our daily life. Yes, it is there in the textbook. We can just read, but more important is we should practice it. And HR in Malaysia should consider the values of individual as part of the assessment, on top of only concerning the KPI, which is only focused to the profit target of the company, the production, whatnot. And Datuk Daud also mentioned about the capability of data to capture the values of the giant companies of the world, which covers to the extent the ability of the companies to provide nursery for the kids of their staff, for instance, to ease the staff in serving the organization. So that is also a value. And he also shared on the smart strategies of the companies and the character of their leaders, which most of the leaders seems to be open-minded, they are curious, they are adaptable and independent, sensitive, whatnot. And all this can be, we can get all this through the data analysis. If I'm not mistaken, Datuk mentioned about the machine learning system, something like, okay, all right. And you also mentioned about these two M guy, Jack Ma and Elon Musk. So I asked, I would say that the participant now is having, our participants are actually having a homework to do today, to Google or to search more on Jack Ma and Elon Musk. Or maybe if you can share your smart learning machine pun mungkin lagi mudah gitu ya. And another thing that I like about Datuk's presentation just now is how you balance the performance of the man and the woman. I thought you will only talk about these two guys, Jack Ma and Elon Musk, but alhamdulillah you also, present to us some women figures in the business world. And the best thing, when I see from your data analysis that there are more pink color than blue colors. So meaning, again, as usual, woman seems to be the superior than the man. And at least, and that is, I think, something to ponder. And Datuk, however, managed to put that particular, color-coded, when we have more pink than blue, when you mentioned about people actually should complement each other. So that's very sweet of you, Datuk. And as a conclusion, people need to work together. So that's what I can take from your presentation just now, Datuk. And now I think it's the time for us to respond to our participants. So you ready, Datuk? You are mute.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm ready now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will read through all the questions and you respond to it at once. Yeah.
Okay.
But before that, let's check the time. How long do we have? 5 minutes. Okay. Now our timekeeper said we have another 5 minutes for this one. Okay. The first question from Dr. Zafri Azran Abdul Majid. Okay. He mentioned here, Datuk, can we have the leadership in university as per discussed in this 2-day seminar or we already practice it now? Sorry, Datuk, I am blur. I just read through the whatever written by this participant, and from Dr. Kuldeep Singh again, our active participant. Thank you again, Doctor. Dr. Kuldeep writes or wrote, "Dear Datuk Doctor, Plato argues that philosopher king is a ruler who possesses a love for wisdom. How do you think knowledge of philosophy can enhance value-based leadership?" Thank you. Okay, and another one from our very own Dr. Suhaimi Mat Sharif. Assalamualaikum, Datuk. How far commodization and commercialization distort our work values? Okay, itu number satu. Number two, how far the reliability of machines when machines are vulnerable to bugs and hacking? Yeah, this is also something for us to look into. Okay, Datuk, for the first group, these three first and coming more. All right, over to you.
Thank you, Puan Sharizat, for reading out the question from our esteemed colleagues and participants. I think for the leadership quality at our university, public universities, we can do the normal way of assessing their qualities across the board, from the top one to the suite class or the deputies and all the Senate members, the deanship, all the way to head of department and what have you. We have done that a lot in many companies using our smart learning machine, but people don't like us because we are very objective and very not biased. So we just take from their interview, from their few words coming from their mouth, we can see their personality. In fact, from the SSM report of the company in Malaysia, there are 5 information provided in the annual report. 5 information, basic, not even big data, small data. We can turn that into 100 pages of report. So this is the power of machine. So if you wanted to do that, we can do, but we have been, we have approached so many people, but people don't like to do this kind of scanning because it can create a lot of, discomfort here and there. So we need to have another way of, awareness and putting the scan so that people can scan themselves. At least we can create the system that a scanner to scan their values of honesty, values of openness. They are very much engaged personality and so on and so forth. So the value-based leadership. I have done to myself. I've seen the slide that you have seen. Out of 100, I'm not scoring 100% of them. I fail in many aspects of personality, so I need to improve on that score. So you have to be honest to yourself. Number one. Number two, question number 2 on the philosophy, I would agree with you 100%. Philosophy is the discipline which is lacking nowadays in our universities, because we tend to focus very much on the hard sciences, perhaps even in the art and soft sciences. Philosophy was not brought in. So our student having no soulless student, even the lecturers sometimes. So we need to bring back a number of textbook which focuses on philosophy, to create more ideas, because philosophy open up the mind and can see the things in novel perspective. Commercialization value. I think people tend to brush the word commercialization with the black pain, basically. Commercialization is value. We need money, we need wealth, we need commercialization of everything. In fact, our IP of the university need to be commercialized. If we engage our professors, our scientists to do what, but we don't, which is the case at the moment, we don't go to the next step from the beta from the beta to alpha version and to prototype and to commercialization. There's no value for the university. That's why I believe we have to realign our thinking. We need to marry the value and commercialization at the same time. If we look from Islamic perspective, value and commercialization, human and products, human and commercial values are inseparable. They need to go together. The easiest way in our society, they depart from each other, which is a no-brainer, to be honest. We have to do more, we have to marry the two and make the two complement one another. Reliability of the machine, yes, true enough. Machine can be hacked, machine can be, what have you. But in our case, we're not dealing with financial data. We are dealing with information which are of public domain. So we take from the public domain, we put in the machine can give the insight and the meaning to the data. That's it. This is the smart data AI for in our case to do the value-based scanning. When you talk about banking system, yes, we need to have a better technology which is unhackable, which is based on blockchain, blah, blah, blah. You can talk about that in next session. But for the normal big data analytics, there's no worry. If people breach the protocol, it does not harm anyone because we can get back the data and we can rebuild the assessment in no time. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Dato'. Another two questions. The first one is from Dr. Aida Nusharini Muhammad Shah, okay, from Kuantan campus. She wrote here, thank you, Dato'. Wondering if there is any local leaders, be it political or entrepreneurial or others that Dato' can name, other than Jack Ma or Elon Musk, I would say here. And then another one is from another very active participant, Tuan Syamsul Amri Abdul Razak. Impressed with the machine and its results too, Dato'. Invite your feedback on how best technology forecast could be realized via these machines. At the same time, possible futuristic values for leaders. Jazakallah.
Okay. For the first question, we have not done, to be honest, on anyone in Malaysia. Okay. We have done on many other leaders of the world. The latest one we have done on George Soros, a very prominent figure in Eastern Europe. He is investing a lot, so he needs our help. So we did a lot for him. But in Malaysia, we are open. You can give any name, provided he has some data, big data to analyze, and we can, normally we don't share about others' profile other than the public domain. A personal character we can do on personal basis. The machine will only take about 2-3 seconds to analyze and to give the profiling of anyone on this planet. The last question was on the machine. I think, what have you? I think we need to aspire and inspire ourselves to complement intelligence, our thinking process by creating the algorithm for the machine can work for us. We are good in putting the algorithm. Let us put our effort together, algorithm in teaching the mathematics the best for our student, in teaching the entrepreneurship to our student. This is our algorithm. But how could the system pick up the data from the society, the attitude, their willingness, their background of education, their family background, their DNA of races, Malay, Chinese, Indian. We are having different DNA. So the machine can help to manage the algorithm accordingly. What I'm trying to say, we use the human intelligence the best with regard to algorithm development, but we let the machine to deal with the data on 24/7, and the machine can run all the time to transform the algorithm into result, into finding, into recommendation, into predictive and prescriptive solution. This is the way I believe it. We don't disregard humans are good in putting the algorithm based on our research, our capability, our humanity aspect of having soul, but we need the machine which is not tired at all and which is not biased to do the final result. Thank you, Shariza.
All right. Okay, Dato', last two questions. All right, before we end your session. You're not in a hurry, right?
I am.
Oh, okay, another two questions. Kesian orang tu. Okay, this one, the first one is from Shahzad, taken from YouTube, yeah. Okay. Shahzad writes, is there rising a culture of silos among top performers is there rising a culture of silos among top performers due to disagreement of silos? Okay.
Let me take the question first, okay, because when you become older, you tend to forget.
Datuk, okay, wait, the question is like this actually. Is there rising a culture of silos among top performers due to disagreement of values? This is from Shahzad. This is the correct question. And the other one is from Faizah Shabodin. Interesting profiling, Datuk. Just wonder, how do you quantify values? So these two questions.
Okay, the first one, in order to be a great performer, you cannot live in silo. Give me one name who is a great guy living in silo. No one. Okay, he will collapse in no time, before the blink of an eye. I could be wrong, but our system has shown the openness, the connectivity, the partnership is the way forward. The second question, quite challenging. I can answer in a very long one or short one, but value can be quantified. Perhaps we can have another session altogether, because otherwise there's no point of talking about value. In fact, all the ethical values in Islam, in humanity, are supposed to be tangible, are supposed to be measurable, are supposed to even have done on the minutes of the meeting. Who speak, who does not speak, the team he has spoken about has a value, and the frequency and of that interjection. I mean, the value can be extracted from the data, provided we have the big data or enough data, then we can get the value. That's why we have seen the value of Jack Ma, Elon Musk from their speeches. We can compare again the performance, again the single cent they have put the money, again their recruitment policy, again their corporate social responsibility, again their what have you. At least from the corporate value perspective, put aside the personal value whatsoever. I'm talking about the values as far as those people are concerned. So I could be wrong, but I a strong believer that value should and can be quantified.
So I have to break my promise that just now I mentioned to you last two questions, right? But now I cannot just leave the question from our Madam Zuraida just like that. Okay, this is going to be the last one, the very last.
Madam Zuraida, your auntie?
I try not to laugh, by the way, but Madam Zuraida Hassan is our senior deputy director of SASMEC Kuantan.
Crony lah ni. Okay.
You
No value.
know well, Dato'.
No value.
But the question, I would love you to actually respond to her question, yeah. Okay, Madam Zuraida wrote, appreciate your view on this thought, Dato'. Women leaders should possess agentic qualities, okay? But being women, they should not be too manly. So what is your view on this one?
They shouldn't be?
Okay, women leaders should possess agentic qualities. Agentic, agentic, it's the ability to.
I don't understand that, agentic.
It's actually in social. Yeah, it's actually it's a social cognition.
Okay.
It's a social cognition theory that is actually an ability to control. Okay. So control the subordinates or not. Yeah. So women leaders should possess agentic qualities. This is a thought on being a woman leader. But being woman, they should not be too manly. Maknanya perempuan kena be feminine lah, tak sepatutnya manly. So what is your view on this one?
First, I think I'm here to take easy question only, okay? Number two, I think I need to understand the cognitive interpretation of each word used by Madam Zuraida. Very high level question, agentic and manly. And we need to see whether the machine differentiate between the behavior of the sexes, to be honest. So I prefer not to answer you, Madam or Puan Zuraida, but interesting question. Perhaps we can ask the machine to smell the character of human when they become the leaders, whether they are agentic or manly or a combination of the two. But I would say the word manly and feminine are our own creation, not the Quranic creation, not in the mind of the Quran. So this is my personal view, but I could be wrong. But let me do some research and some data on that. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Datuk. Thank you very much. Actually, there are more questions coming in, but since we are a bit behind time as usual,
Yes.
so we thank you for your willingness to be with us, and thank you for your time as well. We know that you are in a hurry. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we also would like to apologize to all the participants, especially for the change of time, and for those who are waiting for Datuk Daud's session at 3 p.m. You can always view his session through IIUM YouTube channel. So this is the beauty of technology. It has no boundaries it has no boundaries to be connected. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, it is now 3:15 p.m. according to my watch here, and we should end here to continue with the next session. So thank you again, Dato'. Yeah, we hope to meet you again, maybe in the closing ceremony. Yeah, after this, yeah, inshallah. So and the participants also would like to share your. They're hoping if you can share your slides with the secretariat so that the secretariat can share with them.
Yes, I think the slides are for everyone. Feel free to share with everyone. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much once again, Dato'. Yeah, and so inshallah we'll meet again afterwards. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to the next session. But before that, I would like to record the appreciation of IIUM to ACAP especially for giving us the trust to organize this seminar. IIUM is very much grateful for the opportunity and hoping for more collaboration in the future. Thank you, ACAP. Yeah. All right. Now, seems that our session is getting more insightful. What more when we have the IIUM Chief Information Officer to talk about improving values-based performance through data analytics. The topic which I think close related to the previous topic presented by Dr. Daud. But before I pass the platform to our very own yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Nobik Bashar Idris, Chief Information Officer of IIUM, allow me to introduce him. This is so far the shortest CV that I have. I mean, I don't need to read a long profile. So Dr. Nobik Bashar Idris is currently the CIO and a professor at Kuliah of ICT in IIUM. He started his academic career in 1983 and has been attributed as one of the early pioneers of cybersecurity in Malaysia. He has been a member of SIG, SAC, ACM, IEEE Computer Society, New York Academy of Science, IFIPWG on database security, and as a cybersecurity practitioner, Professor Nobik carries CISSP, CISM, and blockchain professional certificates. Throughout his career, Professor Nobik has been a keynote speaker, visiting professor, corporate figure, consultant, and advisor on cybersecurity to various organizations and governments. He was nominee for 2007 Ernst & Young Best IT Entrepreneur, twice recipient of Distinguished ISC2 Award winner for Asia Pacific, IDG Distinguished Chief Security Officer for Asia Pacific, winner of 7 gold medals on ICT products and services, and a holder of a few patents. Prof. Nobik's latest interest is in synergizing cybersecurity and the blockchain technology into Islamic fintech products and services in the hope of contributing to the mission of Rahmatan il Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Professor Datuk Dr. Nobit Bashar Idris, the CIO of IIM. Over to you, Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Sister Shahrizad. It's been very enjoyable listening to you and your celoteh for the day and so on. It makes the whole workshop very lively. I would say good morning, good afternoon, and perhaps good evening to participants wherever they are. And also, I would like to say hello to many of friends all over the country who have texted me, seeing the flyers going around and so on, and they asked me to mention this in the introduction. Anyway, alhamdulillah, thank you very much to the organizers, AKEP and IIUM MSD, for inviting me to share some thoughts along this issue of value-based performance, and then relating it to the issue of data analytics. Somehow I felt that some of the things I wanted to touch have already been touched by Dato' Daud. And when they swapped my time with him, jadi macam tak achieve pula gitu. Anyway, can you all see, Shahrizad, can you see my slides?
Yes, Datuk. Clear,
Okay.
very clear.
All right. I've been given this topic, improving value-based performance using data analytics. And I want to start off by throwing these very interesting graphics from IBM. Anyway, I have to find a lot of interesting thoughts because it's 3:15 in the afternoon, and I guess it's quite a struggle to make people stay tuned and listening to the talk and so on. Anyway, this graphics from IBM is interesting because it sort of portray what analytics can be. You can start off with a lot of things, dots here and there, but you take this thing and you process it somehow, it becomes nicely structured, and it becomes, it goes into all kind of shapes that are actually interesting and useful for us. And analytic just will do just that. And it takes a lot of random information, and then in the end, it gives managers, administrators, and so on useful information, especially in the context of what we're talking about today, value-based performance, and do wise things, intervention, correction, improvement, and so on. Okay, I will talk along these issues within the time that is given to me. I guess I've done the intro. The next thing is I also want to create some interest by us sharing what happened to WhatsApp last week or what happened to WhatsApp last month. It's a very interesting development as far as organization that maintains values and what kind of values and so on, as opposed to another one that almost, drops it off and doesn't care about it based on their own interests or whatever. And there's a lot of lessons for us to also take in what happened to WhatsApp. And then I will talk, I would say, sporadically on the issue of improving value-based performance, especially relating it to the issue of data analytics and what can analytics do to help university administrators and managers to manage things, especially in a situation in which we are in now post-COVID-19, a lot of uncertainties, a lot of complexities, surprises, and so on. And I hope to end up with some kind of sharing what are the challenges that are still around as far as trying to apply analytics into improving performance and so on. Now, what happened to WhatsApp? I guess everybody uses WhatsApp. It's difficult to find someone who doesn't use WhatsApp. And WhatsApp is actually basically dictated or owned by this particular person who also owns Facebook. And WhatsApp did something, change of policy many weeks ago. And interestingly, WhatsApp competitor is another text messaging media called Telegram. And Telegram is owned by this guy called Durov. And these two organizations, they have, of course, they have actually been in competition. And all this while, WhatsApp has been the dominant, used by a lot of people and so on. But Telegram stays with its own values, and it has its own values, set of values. And when somebody did something funny or some mistake or something stupid, the competitor get the edge and get the advantage. So what actually happened was, for many, many years, Telegram has been trying to improve its ranking. I guess here also the word ranking carries a lot of interesting signals as far as IIUM and us in Malaysia is concerned. Anyway, Telegram has been trying to improve its rank and its user base and so on. It performed quite okay, quite well, but something happened in January 2021. And what happened was, WhatsApp people decided to do something what I call as stupid, or I mean, they did some policy change that changed some value in the organization. Actually, what they changed was the fact that, you know, WhatsApp wanted to just share whatever information that they gather from that particular app into another of their company, which is Facebook. So in other words, what you're going to get is, you know, your privacy is actually being intruded. And what has been promised all this while, suddenly it tends to be forgotten. And because of that, and I'm noticing until today, a lot of people actually migrated to another text message system. And of course, the natural choice is Telegram, and not even like WeChat or whatever. And that's also something that we can discuss and study later on. But in January, Telegram became the most downloaded mobile app in the world. It's interesting, and they're very proud of this. And millions of WhatsApp subscribers moved to Telegram. I saw in Telegram, you know, when your friend that you have not even heard for quite some time, they migrated to Telegram. Actually, it came out in the system. And you start to say, oh, actually, his number is still valid and so on. So anyway, millions of people from WhatsApp subscribers moved to Telegram. And people also did not move to other subscribers. And there are values that are involved here that I think will be relevant to what we are discussing today. And what is the Telegram secret in this? Okay, the value is the issue of privacy. You know, when we use text messaging system like this, we want to have our privacy maintained. Although in reality, it's not totally secure anyway. I mean, as people who are involved in cybersecurity, you know the full extent of the security of stuff. But anyway, privacy is an issue that is very important. You know, people are very concerned about it. And when WhatsApp decided to do something that actually melted or diluted that value of privacy, then, you know, they lose their advantage, or they lose their value. And whereas Telegram has also been providing privacy, in fact, it's better than WhatsApp anyway. But that thing that WhatsApp did actually made people migrated to Telegram is because of this value that Telegram maintained, that is the consistency in providing that privacy to all its subscribers. And privacy is a very important issue to all the subscribers. And of course, the other thing is that such messaging system, especially Telegram, the guarantee that there will be no adverts. Because when we use our handphone, adverts keep coming in and so on. So if we can use one in which there is no interruption of adverts, very nice. Telegram guarantees this, and that's a value that it is pushing to its subscribers. And when WhatsApp broke that promise that privacy will be maintained, instead it wanted to share with its other sister companies and so on, then people left and people went to another company that sort of maintained and is being consistent with that particular value that it is providing. So there are tangible values, and there are also intangible values. And what we notice is that when these two, not that tangible values are not important, all values are important. But the point that I also want to say is, when it comes to long term, especially when we relate this to sustainability and so on, the intangible values count. The intangible values are the one that attract people, and the intangible values are the one that create the best impact and the biggest impact to the society and so on. So what lesson can be learned from this as far as the issue of values, and especially on intangible values? Anyone who stays true to their values and keep improving it is bound to succeed. And this is the classic case of what actually happened to Telegram. It stays true to its values, and it keeps improving its performance, its functionality, and so on. And after some time, they succeeded, and they have been doing very well since then. And this is true for any field, whether it is sporting, blogging, art, coding, business, studying, and for any profession that we do. And between the tangible and the intangible, like I said earlier, the latter makes a long-term difference. And okay, so we go back to this question then. Can we improve tangible values-based performance using data analytics? This is in fact the essence of what I have been asked to touch. Can we improve tangible value-based performance using data analytics? Of course, the simple and straightforward answer to this is a definite yes. In fact, many companies, many organizations are already doing this. And I think we are losing a lot of opportunities and so on if we continue to delay and postpone this kind of agenda. But another important question as well, as far as the topic that is given to me, is can we improve intangible value-based performance? The previous question was on tangible, but can we also improve intangible value-based performance using data analytics? A quick and short answer to this is, of course, yes. But because it is intangible, then things become a bit more, actually things become more challenging. And these are also the things that I want to discuss for the rest of the slide presentation today. So when we talk about data analytics, we begin with data, of course. Because data is like a proof of what you want to push or you want to propose or you want to say. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion, which is okay. I mean, I can hear your opinion, but if I see the proof, if I see the evidence, if I see the data, then my trust and my belief in you would be much better. And being a bit academic here, what is data analytics? It's just a process of examining a lot of data. In fact, the term we use is colossal amount of data. And then from there, we draw conclusions about the information they contain, and then using this with specialized system and specialized software. This is a very academic definition, but I think it's also good that we are aware and we know what is basically meant by data analytics. And to me, this is just like very much like you're going to cook a curry. The curry is as good as the ingredients and the technique that you use. You know, when somebody cooks curry, the ingredient that he has to prepare, a chef in a hotel or something. There's fish, there's the curry fish. Now, if the ingredients are useless, I mean, if they are stale, if the fish is a rotten fish, you cannot get a nice curry. And if the ingredients are okay, but the techniques in the middle, I mean, the person who cooks it doesn't cook it in a proper way, you also get lousy and stupid curry. So I'm being very symbolic here on the issue of data analytics and what we can get from data analytics. There are ingredients to data analytics, and there are techniques of doing it so that in the end, we get something that is really, really useful. And in the case of the workshop that have been going on for 2 days, of course, we want to do improvement. We want to do intervention. We want to do corrections and so on. And if the curry is bad, if the product is bad, it may lead us to the wrong intervention. It may give wrong corrective activities or actions. So that's dangerous. And basically, that's a limitation as well as to what data analytics can do. And with analytics, you come to this very famous pyramid or hierarchical pyramid, which starts at the bottom. We start with data, and you gather a lot of data. And today, data can come from anything, from the hand, from WhatsApp messages, from Telegram messages, from video that you record somewhere. Everybody carries the handphone. And I think we are aware of many instances of even enforcement agencies, police, and so on. These days, you have to be very careful. People could be taking videos on you without you realizing. So data can be anything. It's not just numbers and so on in a file. It can be video, it can be multimedia kind of thing. And we gather this data, we contextualize it, and from there we get information. And going higher, doing more analytics, we get knowledge. And from knowledge, hopefully we get the wisdom. And with wisdom, we act, we intervene, we do improvement and so on. So there could be data about, we think that somebody has an opinion that I think a lot of lecturers are quitting their position or their job. That's an opinion. But if you have data, then you can say, oh yeah, I have the data. Many lecturers are quitting their position. And you bring in and we analyze it and we can say, oh, actually these are all only lecturers in computer science or lecturers in a certain field or something. That's an information. And you can compare it with lecturers in other universities, and it becomes a higher level of information, knowledge, and so on. And we say, oh, okay, there is a trend here and so on. And the reason is this, and the next level is the wisdom, by which we do the correction, improvement, and the intervention, and so on. So each step of the pyramid adds values to the one below it. And the wisdom is where we do the intervention and the improvement. Yet we don't do data analytics. I mean, in Malaysia, as far as my experience is concerned, we don't even have the drive to do it. I was once invited or involved in this kind of initiative to develop big analytics or data analytics in the ministry. We attended a few meetings, but after that it was just silence. And so I guess I do not know what's the real reason, but in the end, the effort just didn't continue. So we don't do this, and yet we have lots of data. And yet data analytics actually allows us to merge all kinds of sources and try to improve things. And on the other side, we as managers, we get reports from our staff every now and then. Reports are just like snapshots. They're made by human beings, and they're made by our staff, and they may be just from a very simplistic view of, I mean, the report comes in as much as the staff knows. But if you subject this to a huge amount of analytics and pushing it higher to the level of knowledge, information, knowledge, and so on, we get more information, and we can do more wise things in the end. So not doing data analytic actually is quite a loss to organization and as well as to I guess the ministries and the government in Malaysia. And this is a very famous basic statement that I guess everybody agrees. Can you measure performance? I mean, what I have been asked to touch is improving value-based performance using data analytics. In order to improve, we must know where we were. And then, so knowing where you were, you actually have a measure of where you are or where you were. And with that measurement, hopefully with the information that we have, we can do things that will improve our situation and our position. And through success, through measure of success in real life are almost always, I mean, in my opinion, is always intangible success. One measure of success, sorry, on the left here, it says one measure of your success will be the degree to which you build up others who work with you. And while building up others, you actually build up yourself. And on the right, there is a hadith, very famous, simple hadith. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Khairun nas yanfa'un nas." The best of people are those that bring benefit to the rest of mankind. And this statement actually talks about the intangibilities of the meaning of success. What benefits do we bring to the mankind? Of course, it doesn't stop there. I mean, there are also tangible benefit that we bring, but the true and the best people, like the Prophet ﷺ says, are those that are really bringing benefit to the rest of mankind. And DA has actually been used to evaluate tangibles by many companies. To me, to use DA or data analytics to evaluate tangible is quite common. Companies like Starbucks use this a lot. If I'm a Starbucks manager, maybe I ask a question, where is the next spot? Where is the next best place for me to open up my Starbucks restaurant in KL? And as somebody who's doing analytics, you start gathering all kind of data for that. You start to realize that Starbucks is actually frequented by young people, millennials and so on. And they go there with their laptops, computers. You hardly find very old people in Starbucks. Maybe there are a few, but this kind of data are necessary for you to actually suggest, oh, in this new particular area, somewhere in a new particular region, there are a lot of young people, young families living there. And they like coffee and all other kinds of data. And then in the end, you do the analytic and you suggest that, in my opinion, in my analysis, the next best place for you to open up Starbucks restaurant is in Ampang Jaya or something. So companies do this. Marriott as a hotel do this to the point that they even analyze what are the kind of people that come and stay in their hotel. Are these people those who like to go to the gym? Are they who like to eat in the middle of the night or something? And and with this kind of information, they do analytics. And they do it successfully. Shell does it very well. AirAsia in Malaysia is engaging GE, General Electric, to do this. And they spend a lot of funding to do this. Because AirAsia, being the most successful budget airline, has been successful. But nothing stops other budget airlines trying to imitate what you do. So the fact that you have done it earlier is only a first mover advantage, but nothing stops others from copying what you want to do. So you always have to stay ahead and try to think of doing something very strategic to keep yourself ahead. And AirAsia engage GE to do this, to do analytics on what can make them stay ahead of the other catching up competing airline and so on. And in Malaysia, there is effort by friends in MIMOS and so on to develop this data warehouse for the health, to do health analytics in Malaysia. You can single out which state in Malaysia has the most diabetic people, and which region or which daerah or whatever has the worst particular health problem and so on. So we have this kind of data, we have this kind of initiative, which I guess are done to what I consider as tangible target that are useful to these organizations. So we come to ask the question, can analytics also identify what I call a VUCA agility leader? Many speakers before this have touched on VUCA. I hope you all remember, some of these speakers mentioned about VUCA. VUCA is actually a concept introduced by the US military in managing modern warfare. Your enemy can be very unambiguous. Attack can happen at uncertain time and so on. And because from there, organizations start to adopt that as a strategy to manage, to improve leadership of organization and so on. And with COVID-19, we need what I call as VUCA agility leadership. And these are leaders who have got agility and capabilities, which are mostly intangible characteristics. We as the administrators in the universities, COVID-19 gave us a lot of problems. Students don't have internet connectivity. The system is not reliable. What do we do with this? There are different conflicting decisions as to when the semester should start, should begin, and we keep getting one SOP after another to the point that almost we don't want to look at it anymore, because to us, I don't know what's the difference between this SOP and the last one and so on. So we are now forced to be leaders in managing a situation which is so volatile, so uncertain, it can be very complex and things are very ambiguous. And to be VUCA agility leadership, we need the clarity, the vision, the agility and the understanding. And most of this are actually requiring characteristics and values which are very much intangible. And a strong leader normally has intangible strength. We normally give this analogy of a strong person. Looking at this tree, even if there is storm, if there is flood, if there is rain, we are okay with this tree because we can see that underneath the ground, the tree is very strong. It is something that we don't see. This is an intangible feature of a strong leader. And I would definitely want to quote Surah Ibrahim here, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us this parable, this comparison. ألم تر كيف ضرب الله مثلا كلمة طيبة كشجرة طيبة أصلها ثابت وفرعها في السماء. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala challenges to start seeing the parable that he gave between kalima tayyiba, which is the belief, the conviction that we have. And it is like comparing it to a tree. You don't see the aqidah, you don't see the belief, you don't see the iman, but it is there, like the roots of the tree. Underneath it is so strong, and yet above it, it is almost reaching the sky. I mean, it reaches to the sky. This is very much the parable and the comparison of a strong leader with intangible characteristics. And putting it to a higher level, organizational level, a strong organization also will have intangible culture. And we get a situation in which the strength of the team is each member. And the strength of each member is the team itself. So it gives the strength. And talking about this, it definitely reflects on the intangible characteristics of the organization. And I like to relate this as well to how a leader improves the intangible values in his organization. I guess many of us know this guy is the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. And when he took over Microsoft, Microsoft has a lot of performance problem among the staff. The culture was rigid, the morale was low, and when staff were asked to perform evaluation, they found that such exercise normally result in destructive competition. We do this a lot. We do this every year in the university, appraisal and so on. But in Microsoft at that time, the need to do appraisals created problems in the company because there were poor collaboration. Staff avoid working with top performers. Why? Because if I work with somebody who is a top performer, I will never be able to be like him. I will be surely be rated below him. So I don't want to work with him. And poor collaboration mean, I don't want to work with somebody else because I want to keep whatever I do just to myself. It is very important in my appraisal, in my evaluation. And if I share with him, he might even, benefit from it and so on. This is the kind of feeling and culture that existed at the time. Senior managers were not incentivized to groom low performance or young performers. In fact, senior managers would want to maintain their performance and their seniority and don't want to be, caught up with the young staff and so on. There was lack of opportunity for creativity, innovation, and people were scared to take risk. And at that time, this symbol on the left, this is the Bing. The Bing search engine actually belongs to Microsoft. And on the right is the Google search engine. When Satya came, Bing search engine was nothing compared to the Google search engine. So this is the kind of situation that he inherited when he took over the company. So of course, what we're interested to see is how such a leader improves the performance of his company. And he really focused and emphasized on the intangible values of the organization. So he actually wrote a book about this, and I've just been reading the Kindle version of the book. The book is Hit Refresh. When we hit refresh on our keyboard, it's actually alternate function file. And when we hit refresh, some of the things on the screen was still there, but there are new things that happen on the screen because things are refreshed. So he wrote this book called The Quest to Rediscover Microsoft's Soul and Imagine a Better Future for Everyone. So what he did was he looked at the culture within the organization and he introduced what is called the growth mindset. In fact, it became famous that the C in CAO for Microsoft is actually the curator of culture. And he is regarded as the curator of the new culture in Microsoft. What he did was he engineered improvements in the working culture by really focusing and emphasizing on the intangible values for the organization. Initially, it was extremely competitive internally, lacks cooperation. Like I said, almost like if there are two professors in the university, they will never want to work together. Because in the end, it will say, I will look less than you or something like this. So, and yet the lack of cooperation is actually hindering innovation and new things to be developed between the two professors or between the two top performers in the organization. So cooperation, collaboration was stifled, and listening and entertaining, empathy and so on were lacking. and talents were not being groomed and so on. And Satya changed what was called the fixed mindset to a growth mindset. And if you look and study the growth mindset, it's full of intangible values. In fact, he used the growth mindset after looking and studying a work from a Stanford professor that really works on the psychological aspects of improving the performance of staff in organizations and so on. And the growth mindset actually eventually resulted in the increase in trustworthiness, ownership or sense of belonging to the company, commitment, innovation, and so on. And this is the book, Hit Refresh. And I put it in a red box here because I also want to highlight that, and even part of the topic of his book is touching on something that is very much sustaining the goodness of the company and to everyone, and touching very much on the intangible aspects of the values and so on. And yeah, the product that the group produces, the famous Microsoft Azure, which carries all kind of platforms for IoT, analytics, and various features of capabilities of the new offering of the technology. And we in IIUM, we were also bold enough, alhamdulillah, to start using our learning mechanism, learning system using the Microsoft Azure. Okay, and we thought that was a very important decision, especially in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, because we really need to rely on a very reliable cloud-based system in which the reliability, we got students from all over the world, and the need to be able to provide reliability and integrity and availability of the system is something that the leadership in IIUM have really put as a very important value to be provided to our stakeholders. Now, the growth mindset is also now being expanded to education sector. And you know, lecturers, educators, and so on, we should also engage what is called the growth mindset, especially in teaching and building up the characters and the qualities of the student that we produce. And people without the growth mindset, there is a certain style of behavior and thinking, and these are all listed on the left here. And people with growth mindset are those that have another certain style of thinking and attitude. For example, I choose two, I put here in two red boxes. Someone without a growth mindset will have, my student had so many issues. You can expect me to solve all their problems. And to the opposite, someone with the growth mindset is, I can control what happens in my classroom. It looks chaotic, but I'm okay, I can control it. One step at a time, and I'll move my students forward. The other red box on the left, these students don't even bother to try. But the green one on the right, I need to engage students in the process, if that's important. So these are the kind of transformation, if you like, or migration that we as leaders in the universities, educators, and so on, should shift the mentality and the thinking and improve ourselves to the growth mindset as it has been proven to be successful and so on. And in IIUM, we call this the Murabbi concept, or the concept of pendidik. We really need to didik anak-anak didik so that they become human beings, that when they graduate as engineers, they don't cut corners and do something funny. If they are accountant, they don't create fictitious figures or something. And if they are architects, they don't also cut corners. And if they are computer people, they don't create malicious software and backdoors or trapdoors. Because if you have that realization, if you have that intangible characteristics in you, that should stop you from behaving with this kind of characteristics. Okay, so we go to the next point, that is, so can we improve intangible values in a person? Because intangible values are usually not visible. I mean, if you look at a tree, you don't see the roots or you can see how deep the roots are in the earth. So sometimes it's even difficult to quantify and to even define intangible values, and yet it has been proven to be the one that determine the true meaning of success, like what the Prophet ﷺ says. So improving intangible values in the person, the question is, can it be done? And the answer that I have given earlier in the second question is, of course it can be done, but with some challenges. And here I shared 2 books which are there, which brings and shares established studies of personality of people. And personality means intangible values. And these books also talk about what personality can be measured, and the concept of personality traits and the inventories that we can use to measure them. This is interesting. And if we can measure them, if we can collect this information, and if we can store them, they are open up for analytics and study and discussion, and it will be very useful for the administrators and those who are in charge of managing the universities and so on. So there are established studies on this. That's the very point I wanted to share in this slide. And there are also other groups that work on this. In fact, there's a model called Hexaco, Model of Personality and Intangibles. You can go to their website. It's called hexaco.org. And you can go in there. You can even take the test. You should test what are the intangible characteristics of yourself. I did the test on myself, and this is what actually happened. And it gave me this rating based on, I guess, the question analytic that they do to us. H is for the honesty and humility, E for emotionality, and so on, X, and so on and so on. So the point that I want to say is, yes, even intangible values and characteristics, they can be measured, they can be quantified to the point that if we want to improve it, yes, we have a good starting position. And back to the analytics, when we have the data and so on, this is again being another academic slides. When we do analytics, we do from the simplistic one to the most important one, which is the cognitive. So there are levels of doing analytics. The descriptive analytic will just answer the question of what happened. 30 lecturers quit. What happened? 30 lecturers quit. And then you do diagnostic. Why did it happen? You need to find out. So that's the higher level of analytic that is being done. What could happen? How to make it happen? And eventually, what to do and why and how we could do this. And can even ask a question here, what could we have done to stop it and to prevent it from happening and so on. So these are, if you like, the level and the types of analytics that can be done using the technique of data analytics. And we can have a possible finding like this. At the descriptive level, we can ask how many international students are there in Malaysia higher education institution in 2020. At the higher diagnostic level, we ask, why did we only have that number in 2020? Why? At the predictive analytic, we ask, then how many will we have in 2025? How many will we have in 2030? At the higher level of prescriptive, we can even ask, how can we triple the number in 2030? I think the number is not only going up, now it's going down because of the COVID. But administrators and strategists may ask, how can I improve this? How can we triple the number in 2030? And at the highest level, at the cognitive analytics, you can even ask, give me the top 3 strategies in priority that we can do to triple the number in 2030. And if we are more adventurous, we can even ask the question, who are the top 3 persons in my university who can deliver this job and do these 3 top strategies so that we get the triple figures in 2030? Why? Because the analytic could have identified that this particular person, you know, he speaks Arabic because we want to target maybe Middle East or whatever. And he has these extra capabilities, his origin, You know, we do analytics on people, and from there we come up with all this kind of information at the wisdom level, so that we can do the intervention and do really wise things to improve the performance of an organization. Okay, the overall value base for an organization, of course, it works in complicated ways like this. There are various units that they are in the universities. And if we take it at the ministry level, there are various universities, various departments under the ministry and so on. So we need an overall value-based improvement that can make us work together, lift the barriers and remove the silos and so on. These are driven mainly by intangible values for organization. Challenges and conclusion. There are challenges, of course. Data analytics are good. They are there to be used, to be developed. But like the ingredients of the curry, the data could be having a lot of errors, inaccuracies. It can be even outdated. So poor quality data is like poor quality ingredients to make the curry. And there can also be system in which the system is good, but it is not populated by the people who are supposed to populate it. In other words, you don't have the ingredients. You prepare the place, you prepare the plate to put the ingredients, but nobody actually come, or very few people come and put the ingredient there. It's a challenge, because then you will not be able to produce the right decision and the right knowledge to make decision, whether you go to the right or you go to the wrong decision and so on. Another challenge is refusal and reluctance to share. Still a very pervasive character in our country, for whatever kind of reason that they are. And I feel that higher education institutions and even the ministry are losing opportunities to act and intercept on improving our performance and so on. And the last thing I would say is, this is a comment shared by our friends in MDEC. The main challenge in Malaysia now is that 90% of data analytics is done at the lowest level, which is the descriptive analytics. What we want eventually is the one to the right, which I showed just now, which is very much cognitive analytics. So the desire is there, the starting point is there, but I think a lot of work still has to be done to make things happen in Malaysia. Thank you very much, Sharizad. I return it to you.
Okay, thank you, Datuk, for the insight you are given to us. And the first thing I can capture from your talk is something I always like, the WhatsApp and Telegram. Okay, and Datuk Norbit emphasized on the privacy of the subscribers, and seems that Telegram could guarantee more than WhatsApp. That was the first thing that I could capture just now. The ability to protect the privacy of the subscribers is actually a value that the subscribers always desire. Yeah, and that WhatsApp and Telegram also could be an effective tool in communication within an organization. Both are easier to apply. This is only my note that I can capture. Yeah, the values of this electronic medium of instruction are intangible. The values they practice or they embed in their organization actually makes them succeed in their venture. And you then move on to the importance of data analytic in organization level. It is important actually, because as you mentioned, without data you are just another person with only opinion without concrete argument. I think that's my word, by the way. In conclusion to what you mentioned, and the elaboration of the C in CEO as curator of culture is also interesting to me. Yeah, indeed, values should be made as culture in an organization. Yeah, and all in all, I would conclude that the presentation from Datuk Norbit is that data analytics is essential in an organization to actually measure the performance of the organization to a certain extent using certain personality tests. Yeah, to assess the values of the people in the organization, not only the target of the company. So quality of data means the state of an organization though. Yeah, so Datuk, that's I think among what I can capture just now. And yeah, you ready for the questions? We have got a lengthy question for you, and the timekeeper gives us 10 minutes for you to respond to questions and answer it. Yeah. Okay. Let me read through. Okay. How do you want me to arrange that? We cater one by one, or I just read through all the question and you answer for once?
Are they the one in the chat box, Sharizad?
Yes, it is. But this we also capture it from YouTube.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I guess I go for the one in the chat box first.
Boleh?
Is that okay or not?
No problem. Easier for me.
Okay. There is this question from Ari Julian. Says salam the authors or whatever stated that values-based leadership as a way of making authentic decisions that build trust and commitment. Are you saying that was the reason many customers are leaving WhatsApp? Then you are comparing it with Telegram. Yeah, why not comparing with Signals? Okay. Yeah, the reason for people left WhatsApp is because I don't trust WhatsApp anymore. I think that what WhatsApp used to promise as being secure and so on will now be diluted for the simple reason that whatever I thought will remain confidential or private in WhatsApp is going to be shared even and being channeled to other information base of that particular company. So from that perspective, you are actually stopping one aspect or one value that you used to give and making it worse. And of course, the competitor take advantage of that. In this case, Telegram. But of course, you raise the question, why not with Signals? Yes, of course, people also migrated to Signals. But I'm not sure what is the figure of the number of people who migrated to Signal, because Signal is, I guess, is a lot less popular than Telegram. So that's my reaction to the first question. There's a question from Nur Muhammad Shakil Hamid from UPM. Please comment on the importance of data integrity in order to improve. Hang on, okay, things are moving. Wow. Yeah, I lost the question because suddenly the question, the chat box, the question in the chat box suddenly disappeared. Okay. Please comment on the importance of data integrity in order to improve and achieve VBP. I cannot highlight it more on the need to have data integrity. Data integrity means you can trust the truthfulness or the quality of the data. If we cook a curry using an ingredient, people say it is rempah curry or something, and yet it's rempah something else. There is no integrity in the claim of the rempah, so you will not get the product that you want. So the need for data integrity is critical, and it's very important. Otherwise, what you achieve in the value-based performance, what you achieve in the analytics to improve that, instead of going to the right, you might just end up going to the left because you are just relying in or basing it on wrong data or poor quality data or data without any integrity. Okay, the next question is, are there any examples of data analytics of value-based classroom leadership? Value-based classroom leadership. I think I'm quite sure from time to time there are collections of data, collections of information, or even surveys made in IIUM when the COVID-19 hit. You know, we were forced to go into classroom, which is online. We did the experimental one, and at the end of it, we made analysis. We made analytics of what happened, although it's very simple analytics, but we made analytics. And then things happen with better hybrid was possible and student mobility was possible, and we did another kind of analytics and survey. So to the question of are there any examples of data analytics or value-based classroom leadership, I think this is continuously being done by universities, especially in the latest situation of uncertainties and so on. So you just have to go to the right units or bodies in this organization to share and to get information or experience from them. Okay, there is another question from my friend, Madam Naima Razi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Okay, at least the descriptive level, okay. Okay, as per 2019 Deloitte survey, found that less than 70% do not believe that their companies are analytics driven, and they are not comfortable accessing data from this survey. It's quite obvious that they could be resistant to a data-driven culture, or perhaps people are not trained to be comfortable using data analytics. From your perspective, which can be the key, or what are the CSF in leading data-driven culture in our university? Okay, it's interesting to hear you sharing about the Deloitte finding that people in the US, they are not comfortable subjecting their companies to analytics. My quick reaction to this is, I think in many organizations, especially financial organizations in the US for the last many years, the trustworthiness and how much we can rely on this organization are really questionable and challenged. I know that for a fact because one of the reasons why cryptocurrency came out is because people completely lost trust in financial organizations. And they want some kind of new mechanisms to do financial activities. But that's just an example. So in the US, that trust is basically missing. And the fact that they are also uncomfortable when their data are being read, I guess is because that will eventually show up what is the kind of performance that they are doing and so on. I don't know how reliable are data in the organizations, but yeah, that kind of uncomfortableness could be something that is there to be studied. On the issue of the critical success factors, what are the important CSF to make a very good data analytics? If we just go back to the analogy of the curry that I gave, what makes a good curry? A good chef who knows how to cook it, so he knows the technique of it, and the good ingredients. Plus, as well, there should be enough ingredients to make the curry really nice. Okay, something on my screen. So these are some of the success factors that is important to make it successful. Otherwise, as well, if there is no data, if there is no good data, if there is no reliable data, then the analytic will not be successful or useful as well. So these are what I considered as the CSF, or the critical success factors that can lead to a good data-driven culture in an organization. Okay, Shahrizad, I finished with the question in the chat, I think.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Datuk. You have you managed to responded to 2 questions just now, right? From Prof. Eri and our Madam Naima. Am I right?
And there's one from
and another one, Muhammad Shakir. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I still we have a few more here with me. And the one that you read the first time, but somehow it was disappeared from your box. It's actually from Professor Dr. Rusna Awang Hashim from UUM. Okay, and Dr. Rusna wrote here, data availability and data quality are 2 main challenges for advanced data analytics. What is the way forward for higher education to leverage on data analytics for forecasting and strategic intervention? So this is from Dr. Rosna. So you want me to just stop here for Dr. Rosna and you respond, or I read the rest of the question for you?
What was it? Data availability and?
This is according to Dr. Data availability and data quality. I read through once again. Data availability and data quality are two main challenges for advanced data analytics. So what is the way forward for higher education to leverage on data analytics for forecasting and strategic intervention? Okay, so you answer this one, or I read another question?
You can read another question.
Okay, I read another question now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from Dr. Zaki Samsudin, taken from YouTube. Yeah. Would it be a good idea to allocate a certain weightage of individual job appraisal to be derived from data from job-related behavior such as time in and time out, promptness of replying emails, and etc.? Okay, you got it. All right, and then another one from UUM, Associate Professor Dr. Halim Mat Lazim. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Datuk. How to deal with data manipulation which create more uncertainties in the value-based leadership? Okay, for example, the case of General Election 14, that many think tanks or strategists were collecting data to demonstrate their political team's strength compared to their opponents. All right. Okay, next, yeah.
Okay.
This one sounds more to politic issue. All right. This one and another last two questions, yeah, from Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Dear Prof, how can big data be used as a sustainable competitive advantage for value-based organization? Thank you.
Okay.
And last but not least, we have more actually, tapi yang ada di tangan saya. From Tuan Syamsul Amri Abdul Razak, what's your view on the present free flowing of data or info sharing and restoring publicly in Malaysia? Any advice to strike balance? Itu number satu. Number two, social media captures most data freely. Your comment, please. Thank you.
Wow, okay.
Okay, dah.
I'll try to answer as much as I can. The first question on availability and quality of data. What do we do to make, I think, to enforce and to get this in order that we have quality analytics in the end? First, I guess, is the quality of data. There has to be, proper guidelines and proper tools and mechanism to make sure that the quality of data is really there. A simple thing is like, instead of putting a figure, somebody put a string or something. These are very simple computer thing that computer can detect and so on. But other than that, is like the real truth in the quality of the data. Of course, they are terribly important, the availability of it. If you want to use it, it's not available, you cannot do analytics. But taking it and making sure that this happen, I really wish that people in the high authority, especially in the ministry, will drive initiative towards this. I know that there are data collected like Myra and so on, but I guess there are still a lot of, I don't know what happened to the Myra data, whatever. I guess they are doing analytics and so on. But like what is being mentioned, we are not doing it yet to the highest level in which it can give us really good information and wise things to do intervention and so on. So I guess the authorities and the people in the authorities should do some kind of promotion or even to the point of enforcement, so that this data with high availability and good quality really exists to be used as ingredients for analytics. On the next question of should we allocate weightage on time in and time out and so on, I think the issue there is not time in and time out. I'm one of those who is not really keen on time in and time out. as an administrator, because people can cheat this, especially now with the modern gadget and so on. You could be just next to the, gate of the university, and because there's Wi-Fi, you can do time in and so on. I guess what is more important is the value that has to be created behind the time in and time out concept, and that is you are paid for this amount of salary a month. What is your deliverable? What is your amana? What are the things that you should be delivering to the university for what that you are being paid for? Whether you do it, at 6 o'clock in the morning or you start at 9 o'clock in the morning, that is quite irrelevant to me. I mean, that's very much my personal opinion. But putting weight, I guess, is you should put weight on the deliverability and the trustworthiness of the staff in delivering the amana. The third question on manipulations, I don't really get what was the gist of the question, but I think trying to understand what it is people give fake information, and people give information just to manipulate findings or the sensitivity of things, so that the election result will swing in this direction instead of that direction, and just sort of flash and viral it through the social media. And then they hope that in the last minute voters will believe in something. So I guess this normally happen in the area of politics. Tomorrow is the voting day. Suddenly somebody issued a scandal, whatever, the hotel somewhere for this particular candidate, but it's a fake thing. But many people, believe that, and there was no time to correct whatever. I guess this is the danger of modern communication, and it's like a two side of a blade or a sword or something. You can use it for goodness, or you can use it again for something that is evil or manipulative like that. To counter that, you have to be as smart as the one who create that evil action anyway. So if the voting is tomorrow and suddenly there is this fake manipulative news that somebody has been caught in a sex scandal somewhere and was never revealed or whatever, your side of or whoever is managing the truth of it must quickly have that capabilities to reduce the impact and create a counter views to that kind of manipulative thing. Otherwise, it's really, really difficult to manage such a situation. The question from Kuldeep is on business. Sorry, what was it on sustainability?
It's on the big data. Big data.
Okay.
Yes, as
what question again, Sharida?
Okay, how can big data be used as sustainable competitive advantage for value-based organization?
Okay. I think one of the points I really put forward in my presentation was that sustainability of organization and so on, they really rely on intangible value. They rely a lot more on intangible values. And we can actually, modern and advanced data analytics can actually do this even on intangible values. So business, big data and analytics can be used to do that. And the thrust of my presentation is to focus and emphasize on improving and strengthening the intangible values of that particular organization. Okay, the next question is, what is my view on the free flow of data? Free flow of data. Free flow of data is good, but it can also be bad, depending on, whether it is correct data or rubbish data, or whether it is a data that is going to do harm and so on. But again, I also do not believe in totally free flow of data or information. When we manage life, especially when we manage the security of the country and so on, you cannot share everything with everyone. So free flow if the data is just consumable at the public level, that's okay. It's good to have free flow of things, but not everything can be flowed freely. This is typical and normal in managing anything, any organization or any country and so on. And what was the last question, Sarisa? I didn't get it.
Okay, I think that's about it from Dr. Kuldeep, but I don't think we have time to respond to all. But I wish to thank Dr. Lim Tian Sang from UMS. He also had a question, but we will post it to you, or we will mail all these questions to you, for your response. Dr. Rosilini Fernandez Chong from Help University and Shahzad, all taken from YouTube. So Dato', my apology that we have to stop here because our next presenter, Dato' Hamidah, is already online, And so thank you very much for your time to share your insight with all of us, Dato'. We shall end here and continue to the next session. Thank you very much, Dato'.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the right time for tea, maybe for a short break at your own convenience. Enjoy your cup of tea while listening to our next presenter, And is Dato' Hamidah online now? Okay, so our next presenter is Yang Berbahagia Dato' Hamidah Naziaddin, Independent Non-Executive Director of Nestle Malaysia and also Maxis Berhad. She will present a talk entitled Values-Based Culture in Driving Performance. But before I pass this platform to Dato' Hamidah, let me now introduce everyone to our speaker, Dato' Hamidah Naziaddin. I just read through your brief profile, Dato'. So Dato',
and just make it short, actually.
Yeah, very, very short, and I like this one. Dato' Hamidah Naziaddin, presently holding directorship post in Nestle Malaysia and also Maxis Berhad as independent non-executive director, right? And other than that, she is also a board member of Majlis Sukan Negara, former Group Chief People Officer, CIMB Group, Advisory Council Member, Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya. And Dato' Hamidah also holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Wolverhampton, United Kingdom, Certificate in Personnel Management, Malaysian Institute of Personnel Management, Certified Facilitator of Franklin Covey's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And her past experience includes member of Board of Commissioners, CIMB Niaga, member of Nomination and Remuneration Committee, CIMB Niaga, President of Malaysia Commercial Banks Association, MCBA, Head of Group Corporate Resources, CIMB Group, Head of Human Resources, CIMB Securities, Sdn Berhad, Personnel Officer, the Pacific Bank Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Dato' Hamidah Naziaddin with her talk entitled Value-Based Culture in Driving Performance. Over to you, Dato'.
Thank you so much, Puan Sharizat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That was quite a lengthy introduction, I must say. Yes, I did actually listen in just now off and on. And I must say, I actually learned a lot myself. So first of all, allow me to congratulate and thank the professors. I listened in the afternoon. I must say, I actually learned a lot as well. And I'm glad to note that actually there are a lot of things that they touch on, especially on values and leadership. CEO, the curator, in terms of the culture, how important they are to drive the right culture, right values and all that. So we are very, very much on the same page. And that's what actually along the lines of what I'm going to share as well. But what I will be sharing, hopefully, will be another added angle in terms of from the practitioner point of view. Okay, so if I can get started with my slides. So some of it I'm going to move a little bit faster, and those that I think will be of good sharing, I'll probably spend a little bit more time. Okay, just bear with me for a while. Okay, can you all see my slides?
Very clear, Dato'.
Okay, so here we go. All right, so my first starting is just a reminder in terms of VUCA world, which I think not everybody is well aware of what VUCA world is. Today, we are living in a world that is just evolving and revolving so fast. The speed of changes sometimes I feel can be really quite frightening. But you have also heard from just now some of the speakers, the importance of all this digitalization, data analytics and all that. So there's so much that we need to actually prepare for. But you know, with the latest pandemic, what I feel that it has actually brought about, whilst VUCA is a lot about dealing with all this uncertainty and vulnerabilities, today with this COVID, this new pandemic, it has actually brought about even more vulnerability and uncertainties. Today, we are surrounded by insecurities. Today, we are surrounded by fears, right? So how can we address this? I mean, these are real problems. This is real crisis. This is not the only crisis. It will not end here. There'll be more to come, right? So how are we actually, and when you say more crisis, there could be more insecurities coming, more fears coming our way, all right? More uncertainties coming our way. So how are we going to actually address this? And it's actually very simple. At the end of the day, we don't need rocket science and all that. It's about trust, okay? And today, trust is so important, okay? I'm not saying that it wasn't important. It has been important. All right, it is important and will continue to be important, but there's a bigger need for trust now, okay? So if I just go through this survey report done by Edelman in their trust barometer, this is in 2020. Okay, in 2020, 70% already saying that trusting a brand is so much more important today. And it is a lot to do with personal experience. So it's not just advertisement alone, all right? But it is about the product themselves, the direct experiences that we have with the services, with the products. We must trust the products. We must trust the people who is actually giving us that service. And continuing with that survey report, 20 up with this, that now trust is really put to the test. So with that, okay, as I said, trust is so important, okay? It has always been, and is even much more important now. And if you look at it, that even more so today in this new work trends, we know how the work trends has changed, right? Today it is about work from home. A simple thing is about all this work from home. We have this distributed workforce. Everybody is connected, you know, seamlessly throughout geographies and all that, okay? Technology, as we all know. Employee safety is so important and well-being. Employees want to know that at the end of the day, how is my employer taking care of me? Especially now when we work from home, and especially those new people who just join an organization, they don't see their bosses, they don't see their colleagues, but yet they have to trust their boss that they will take care of them, provide them growth opportunity, assess them properly, you know, and likewise for the employee, I don't see my boss, I don't see my colleagues, I see them virtually, but that's about it, right? Okay, there's not much cross interaction and all that, but I have joined the organization and I have to trust the employer, I have to trust my colleagues, I have to trust my co-workers and all that. They will also help me grow, all right, help me realize my own potential. So there's just so much trust in so many ways, okay? And there's even a simple thing like even, I would say point number 5 here, how do we embrace stakeholder capitalism, okay? How are workers being protected? They need to know if I join the organization, yes, today, you know, they could be successful, you know, but you do not know. Anything can happen and they may then actually close their business or they have to actually remodel their business. So how am I protected and all that stuff, right? So there's just so many, this new work trends further actually push the agenda on trust. So then I pause there and just a question to all of you would be, how then do we build trust? Trust both sides, for the employer, for the employee, the stakeholders, the customers, everyone around us, the community and all. So the gateway to building trust, and this is where I said some of the speakers have actually also touched on this, and I'm so glad that we are all on the same page. It's about values. At the end of the day, it boils down to values. Having the right value system. So when you have the right value system in an organization, which is like the organization's DNA, this value system will drive the behaviors. All right, it will drive the employees to work towards a purpose, and that's important. When you have a purpose in the organization, what do you stand for? What do you believe in? So it gives you, therefore, a sense of security. It guides us to make a lot of decisions, whether it is coming up with product innovation, product manufacturing, or anything. Okay, so this is so important. So when you get this is the very, very basic, the very, very core, the organization's DNA. Okay, and when you get the values right, that is how it will be. The rest of the things, the rest of the pillars will then all fall in place. And probably your question here is, how is it going to actually then fall in place? So values at the end of the day translate to, with that DNA that they represent, translates to all these actions, the thoughts, our behaviors, our beliefs, which then culminate in culture. All right. So culture is about when we believe in the values. All right. When we believe in the values, we believe this is the way we do things. That is the culture. Okay. And if we believe in, if we say, okay, one of the values is say integrity, it will be about what is integrity, still doing the things the way it should be done when no one is watching, for example. So once we have that culture, then the whole experience that we are giving to the stakeholders, as I said, the employees, how do we interact with the customers? How do we connect with our customers? How do we deal with our staff, or our investors, our partners? All these will then lead to either an organization success, or if it is not observed, or if we don't have the right value system in place, it can lead to some organization failure. And this is where I want to share some examples, and which I think you all are very familiar, would have come across with all this. But let's take a quick recap on the values of this top Fortune 500 companies. Walmart. Everybody knows Walmart, I'm sure. Okay. What are the values? The values is about service to the customer. So are they demonstrating that? Does that value translate into that behavior, into the actions, into the thoughts, and into the experience for their stakeholders? Respect for the individual, striving for excellence, acting with integrity. Amazon is another one. They hire and develop the best. They talk about customer obsession. They think big and all that, okay? Look at Apple's. Even in the time in 1980s, when Steve Jobs started Apple's, it's all about values, the Apple values. One person, one computer. And that was what they stand for. And then you could see their product innovation and all that comes about with just based on the values. We build products we believe in. Each person is important. Each has the opportunity and the obligation to make a difference. So there's strong values there, which, as I said, gives birth to a lot of all their products that today they're doing so well. Okay, so that's when you have the right value-based organization, and that is translated, as I said, into real actions. People live it, people breathe it, and behave in the way what the values drive them to, the purpose, all right, the decision making, the thought process, everything. Okay. Now, on the flip side, I'll show you another example of another, at that time, a 500 Fortune company who has strong core values, but they did not live it. They did not breathe it. They did not, it did not bring it to life. So what happens? And this is, I'm sure all of you would have heard. Enron. Strong core values, don't get me wrong. Integrity, communication, respect, excellence. Okay. Very strong mission statement as well. We treat others as we would like to be treated ourselves. Very strong mission statement. We do not tolerate abusive or disrespectful treatment. Ruthlessness and arrogance don't belong here. Very strong. Now, if all these values, all the mission statement, if all the values, integrity, respect, excellence, were actually really properly embedded in their system, and really it is a case of everybody in the organization live it, believe in it, all right, live it, then I don't think it will lead to this, which in 2001, it was actually well known. It was a well-known example of corporate fraud, and they will then have to then file for bankruptcy. Okay, so that's an example of how important values are. Okay, it can either drive organization success, or it can be the other way around. So what we need to know, as I said, just now, I'm trying to share with you how we can bring this to life. Values are not framed statements on the walls or just appearing in annual reports and everything. Wow, as I said, like the Enron, beautiful, strong values, strong mission statement. But it needs to actually then somehow is how we instill it, how we bring it to life. Okay, and this is when I was going through this. I thought it was actually quite apt to share this. What Elvis Presley actually said about values. Can you imagine that singer Elvis Presley actually talk about values? And he said, values are like fingerprints. Nobody's are the same, but you leave them all over everything you do. Again, very apt. So coming back to this, how do we instill a value-based culture? Sorry, it should be value-based without S, my typo there, sorry. So now, we heard so much, all the words, right? Values, trust, DNA, beliefs, culture, behavior, everything. But it is actually very easy. All we need to do to remember, if we want to bring, all this to life, and how do we build value-based culture and driving performance, we just have to remember this concept, smell of the place, the smell. What is the smell that we want to create? And why do I use this smell of the place? It's not me, it's not my original. I'm not a professor, and I know I've a lot of professors here today, so I decided to also bring a professor in, okay? So if you can listen to this Professor Sumantra Ghoshal, I have a video clip ready here. If you have not heard of him, I urge you to please pay attention and listen to how he summarized, as I said, this whole thing about trust, values, and everything into what place, as we call it, the smell of the place. And if we are able to create that right smell of the place, we can tick all the boxes, and that's how organizations can achieve what they said. Okay, so I'm going to play the video, and I hope you can also be able to hear him. So just a minute.
Individuals do not change fundamentally in who they are without a very serious personal crisis of some kind. But the conclusion, again, for us, perhaps the key conclusion is that is a wrong question to ask. Revitalizing people has a lot less to do with changing people and has a lot more to do with changing the context that companies, that senior managers, that people in this room create around their people. Now, context, some manager called it the smell of the place. It's a hard thing to describe. And then let me try to describe it the best way I experience it, through my sort of personal experience, if you wish. I teach at the London Business School. I live in London, have done so for the last year and a half. Before that, I lived in Fontainebleau in France for about 8 years. But one look at me, and then one sound of my accent, and I do not come from either of these two wonderful places in the world. I come from India, from the eastern part of India. My hometown is the city of Calcutta. So every year I go to Calcutta in the month of July. That's the only time when my children have a summer vacation. Now, Calcutta is a wonderful town in winter, autumn, and spring. But summer, well, the temperature is 102, 103. The humidity is about 99%. And I feel very tired. Most of my vacation, I'm tired. I'm indoors. I used to live in Fontainebleau. And this, I genuinely challenge you. Go to the forest of Fontainebleau in spring. Go with a firm desire to have a leisurely walk. And you can't. The moment you enter the forest, there is something about the crispness of the air. There is something about the smell of the trees in spring. You'd want to jump. You'd want to jog. You want to catch a branch, run, do something. And that, I believe, is the essence of the problem. Most companies, particularly large companies, have created downtown Calcutta in summer inside themselves. And then they complain. They say, you are lazy and you don't take initiative and you don't take cooperation. You are not changing the company. This is not about changing me. I have a lot of energy in spring in Fontainebleau, and I'm a bit tired in summer in Calcutta. And that's the issue. to change ultimately beyond all these abstractions of strategy, of organization, of processes. At the end, the issue is, how do we change the context? How do we create Fontainebleau forest inside companies?
All right. So I hope you, could you hear that loud and clear, I hope? Pancharizat, could you hear that?
Yes, Datuk. We can clearly hear that.
Okay, I was a bit worried. Okay, so now, so just to summarize, so Professor Sumantra talk about Calcutta in summer, right? How humid it is, how hot it is, temperature is 102. So automatically you just feel tired, not in the mood, even though he is on vacation, he's tired whilst you're on holiday, okay? And he just stayed indoors. But versus if you are in Fontainebleau in spring, what you want to do is just to go out, jump, you know, you just want to enter, you go in, you can smell the freshness of the place and all that. You just want to jump, you want to jog, you want to sing, you want to dance and everything, you want to run and all that. So the challenge here, when you talk about creating a value-based culture to drive that performance, how do you drive the performance for everybody in the organization to really go in? That smell of the place is so encouraging. They smell innovation, they smell energy, they smell trust, they smell that well-being, all right, that they want to just go out there and do their best for the firm. So in this landscape here, all right, where we are talking about this VUCA world and everything, the speed of changes and uncertainty, if the leaders, all right, is able to ensure that the smell of the whole environment at all times is providing that right culture, providing, as I said, that right smell, like Fontainebleau in spring. That's what this whole value base, this culture, behavior, trust, and all that is all about. Okay, so if you've forgotten everything, just remember the smell of the place, and please do Google and listen into more. There's actually a longer thing to that. He went on to actually explain the trust, the values, and the culture. Okay.
Datuk Hamidah, are you still with us?
So tone from the top is important. Tone from the top is so important. Now, if the tone at the top or the leaders at the top are not demonstrating this, demonstrating that, creating this so-called the smell, that place, all right, then the people below it, they just look up, my leaders are also not doing that, why should I, right? And that's it. Then the whole organization, the whole culture is not what it is driven by, so-called that value base, that DNA that we are talking about. So some of the speakers before this have also touched on this, so I'm not going to go in too much, but at the end of the day, the leaders, you walk the talk, you be the role model. Don't just talk the talk, walk the talk, all right? So make sure that there's a lot of integrity, there's transparency, there's empathy, there's care, there's open, and you know, communication, enhanced communication is extremely key. And I want to actually then share how important this is. Recently, I was judging for this Concentric, a HR consultant for the best employer. And there was a survey on leadership. And at the end of the day, it came out so clearly, so visible, that leadership, engaging leadership is so key, not just during COVID times, not just during pandemic, not just during crisis, but at all times, okay? At the end of the day, especially during this, even more so during this crisis, how do we show, all right, care and concern? Is the leader leading the way? How do we show, all right, that they matter to us? It is interactions with the senior leaders. If they can hear from the senior leaders themselves, right? And moments of crisis, moments that we are worried, moments it is about life or death, okay? If somebody is diagnosed with some crisis and all that, how are we going to do that? So that's important. And the other one is about how we inspire and engage them. So So a lot of it was actually measured, and it came out, in a lot of surveys in all the organizations. And we, of course, awarded the Best Employer Award with companies that show 3 leadership capabilities, how they are able to inspire and engage their teams, how they are able to empower them and create that emotional connections. Again, because the way we work has changed so much, is how do we connect with our people? And if you can build that emotional connection, which is trust, which is care, then you are assuring employees themselves that you are there with them, you are walking the journey with them, and they, the employees in return, will go out and give their best together. Huddle everybody together. How can we actually address whatever concerns we have, whatever problems, whatever crisis, come together. And that's how they want, the emotional connections. So care and engaging leadership. So it's not just leadership alone. Leadership is given, it is understood, you need to be there, but especially during crisis and in times to come, it is about care and engaging leadership that matters to people. And I just want to share another point on this, which I'm sure all of you all have heard of this, Airbnb. They were doing so well, right? And strong mission statement again, create a world where anyone can belong anywhere. So the mission was very clear. Let's all come together as one, all right, to champion this mission. All right, we are a host, so we are caring, we are open. That's the values, see their behaviors. We are open, we are encouraging to everyone we work with. So those are the behaviors that they have. Be a serial entrepreneur, how they are going to be very creative in transforming their ambitions into reality, how they are going to embrace this whole adventure. So this was Airbnb. The CEO, again, we say care and engaging leadership. I think he definitely takes the award for it. This young leader, Brian Chesky, as he said, throughout the journey of building Airbnb, he has good news and bad news. But the time came last year when he said he has to deliver a very sad news. Again, stemming from values. So a lot of this news that he had to deliver to his people goes back to the basic of his values base. Okay, so he wrote this letter, and this letter has actually gone viral. I'm sure some of you would have actually come across this at that time when they have to lay off about 25% of their workforce. So he explained very, very clearly, all right, why they have to arrive at that decision, how they approach that reduction, why are you in that 25%, how the process would take place, what is the package and all that, and all the support that is giving. Again, care and engaging. So let's take a quick look in terms of how they went about, in terms of this ensuring, as I said, stemming from this value-based system that they have. Okay, so he talked about, okay, we will provide severance. Okay, there will be additional base pay according to which country and all that they are in their practices. Equity, everyone departing, regardless of how long they have been here, all right, they would become, in a sense, a shareholder. Then he covers about healthcare, physical and mental. Limit all this, and they give them 12 months and all that stuff of support. All sorts of supports in terms of healthcare, including mental health, and support for new job opportunities. He launched a public-facing website. He helped them to find new jobs. All right, part of the Airbnb, the recruiting team, they will become an alumni placement team. And then they gave them 4 months of external career services. They offered alumni support. And everyone who left, he says that you need the laptop, all right? Ask them to keep their, of course, Apple laptops, okay? Now, and his final words is about how he is thankful for everybody at Airbnb. Okay, he says the world needs human connection. Again, back to his values, back to all his mission statement and all that. Okay, needs human connection now more than ever, and I know we will rise to the occasion. I believe this because I believe in you. Then he talked about travel like This human part was always more important than the travel part. So he's not saying that the job is important, but you are more important. Okay. And at the end of the day, he says to those who you are staying, your contributions mattered. And and the most important way we can honor those who are leaving is for them to tell them so as well, that their contributions mattered. Okay, so it's not cold at all right? And to all those leaving Airbnb, I'm truly sorry. This is not your fault. Okay, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing your qualities and your talents with Airbnb that has brought us to where it is. Now, this is what leadership is all about, because this has actually given them hope. Instead of a very, very sad news, he has actually turned it around to give people hope. Okay? And so a leader who lives these values, you are upfront and transparent about bad news. Look, in a journey, corporate journey, whatever we do and all that, okay? Whether you're building a company, building a university and all that, there will be ups and downs. And it's how we can be upfront and transparent about all this news. Coming back to values, coming back to trust, transparency, and all that. Set out the details and the entire decision-making process, everything. Show genuine concerns, okay, with not only the empathy, but with words and the commendable actions. And then you use resources for the greater good. So I just wanted to spend a little bit of time on Airbnb because we talk so much about values, we talk so much about leadership and all that. And Brian, I feel at the end of the day, lived it, okay? I mean, I've seen many companies, sometimes, unfortunately, you have no choice, but to actually, you need to do pay cuts, job cuts. And Brian has actually shown us that can even be done with dignity, with a lot of respect, which again is the values of the company. And more importantly, when things are looking blur, things are looking a little bit dim, he gives them hope, okay? But whilst that is easy to say, leadership, it's not just one person alone. It is not just the CEO alone. All right. Leadership in driving a value-based, culture to drive performance. Leadership must be supported by a lot of the organization processes and systems. So if we talk about our whole employee work life cycle. Sorry. Okay. So how we attract employees. Okay. How we attract talents. How we recruit them, how we onboard them, and whilst they are with us, how do we develop them, how do we retain them, right until the day we exit them, like how Brian did it, okay? I'm not talking about exiting just in terms of cutting down the workforce, but it could be exiting even in people leaving you and all that. But this whole employee work life cycle, it is where values must be embedded. Okay, and when you are embedded, you align the whole entire system with the core values. So purpose and strategy, what is the purpose? Make it very, very clear. Apple was very clear, one person, one computer and all that, right? So clearly defined, very adequately communicated purpose and core values, okay? This whole alignment of the purpose, the values, and all the directions, very, very clear, so that employees know what is the sense of purpose. So I wake up in the morning, I go to the office, okay? When I was in Zambia, we pick up, go to Zambia. Why? Why do I go to Zambia? Why do I look forward to Zambia? What is the sense of purpose that drives me? Okay, so that's important, okay? And then governance and controls. Professor Sumantra highlighted that, and this is where it gives rise to that smell of the place, okay? How are we, do we have open debate, frank acknowledgement, problems, everything. Even now, internal audit is culture part of the whole process, okay? So all this must be embedded. Rewards and incentives, I think this is another one that we should be very, very clear about, okay? Transparency in terms of behaviors, transparency in terms of how we reward. Two persons could be sitting next to each other doing the same job, but you don't want, if one person gets rewarded better than the other, then you need to be very clear, because again, it goes back to your DNA, your value system, okay? Individual accountability is also very important, because for a value base and you want to drive performance, it's all about the line of the roles and responsibilities must be clear, that line of roles and responsibility, that clear line of sight for people. Communication on expectations is very clear. Sometimes, you can ask certain people, what's your job goal? And sometimes they have difficulty explaining, or what's the firm's strategy and all that. They can't link, So all this must be actually very, very clear. And at the same time, all these appropriate disciplinary actions, make it very clear. May everything be very transparent. As I said, the whole entire system must be embedded and aligned with the core values, whatever the organization's core values stand for. And lastly, so just to summarize, okay, the key enablers and reinforcers of values-based culture. I have to emphasize again, just remember, smell of the place, all right? So it's like if it is a university, when a student walks in, do they feel that, wow, this is a place that I can study. This is a place that I will be able to grow. This is a place I can gain knowledge. This is a place that drives innovation. This is a place that drives energy. I can feel the energy around me, You promote that mindset, that thinking, the joy of learning. People go in and they want to learn. Okay, so the smell of the place is so important. All right, leadership. And as I said, many speakers have also touched on that, so I don't need to emphasize on it. But another extent on that would be, it is not just one person, one leader alone, but the whole entire ecosystem, which will include the processes and the systems. And at the end of the day, what you will get is the performance. And the performance, as I said, is a consequence of all this. Okay, so I will stop here, Puan Sharizat, and I do hope that my sharing has been able to shed some light in terms of as to how we can actually arrive at with this value-based culture to drive performance.
Thank you, Dato. Thank you very, very much for your information. This is actually having you in this session, in the seminar. It's actually a real wrap for us. It's a real wrap for the whole sessions that we have since yesterday. You actually managed to bring us back to the basic of value, what we need to do as a leader, yeah. And you promote trust as niche. Just the right time for us all to practice the value of trust. Not only trusting our subordinate, but also to trust our own self in carrying out duty during the era of pandemic, of course, because no one is actually monitoring us, no one is actually looking at us. So it's all about integrity, but when we talk about integrity, it goes back to trust, yeah? Doing things without anyone monitoring you. And the video of Prof. Sumantra Ghoshal also is very interesting to me. He mentioned about a smell of a place. And it's so fascinating to when we refer that the smell is actually referring to the corporate environment, as how I understand Prof. Ghoshal in his video. Yeah,
Yes.
It's not only the corporate environment but also the culture, and explain what should be done by the top management to set the mindset to improve the smell of the workplace to sustain the success of the organization. That's how. I would put it in a word when listening to Prof. Ghoshal just now. Thank you very much for that, Dato. And we should embrace all the values of the organization to create the sense of belongings to the organization. It is the responsibility of that particular or a particular organization to instill the values of compassion and kindness to the staff. Yeah. In conclusion, Dato, performance is indeed a consequence of for the success of an organization, and we really do appreciate to have you with us. And as usual, Dato, there are questions, but I would have to ask the permission from the timekeeper because we are very late now today, but it seems that our participants are all in a very good mood now having you with us. Okay, so what is the time allocation for this one? There you go. The timekeeper allows us to move on for the question and answer session for 15 minutes. All right. Now let me.
Okay, 15 minutes. All right.
maybe another video presentation.
I can play the full one. I can play the full one of Smell of the Flame.
No, but they would rather to see you on the screen. They would always love to see you on the screen, by the way. All right, okay, Dato. Let's proceed with the question. Yeah? So the first question I have with me here is from Dr. Kuldeep Singh. All right, Dr. Kuldeep writes here, yeah, Dear Dato Hamida, I believe value of employee experience is of crucial importance in values-based performance, but many organizations do not measure it. Your comment, please, on this one. Okay, that's his number one. His first question. His second question, I believe mindful leadership can enhance value-based culture. Your comment as well. So how do you want me to entertain, or how do we want to arrange the question? One by one, or
I don't know, but just now I thought when you were doing with some of the speakers, you did read the full set, right? And then we can actually I can do another presentation to answer all the questions.
We have 15 minutes. The timekeeper asked, give us the allowance of another 15 minutes. So the first question from Dr. Kuldeep, yeah. Then later I'll read another question for you.
Do you want to read all the other questions, or I'll stop?
It's all up to you. Up to you. How do you want me to arrange it?
Okay, can I just recap on Dr. Guldeep, right? Yes, he's a very active participant, I see.
Yes.
He does have a lot of questions for most of the speakers.
Since the first session.
Is it? Okay, well, which means, you see, he is actually having the right values when he attended. You can trust him that he will listen in, and you can trust him that he is actually paying attention. And how can you measure it? By making sure that he posts the questions.
Yeah, okay, indeed.
Yeah. So in terms of your questions, Dr. Guldeep, thank you for your mind-provoking questions. But in terms of employee experience, sometimes it is a little bit difficult to really measure all this. But the way that we go around the indirect approach of actually measuring it, of course, will be we have 360 survey. I think that's important, because sometimes leaders or people will be at the best behavior to people who is important to them, or those who are involved in the money trail, making decisions for them, the payouts and all that. But what you want to see is that person, how do they live that values? How do they live that live those behaviors and all that? Do they really live those behaviors at their workplace, with their colleagues and with their subordinates? So a 360 survey is something that I would highly encourage as a form of measurement. Of course, the whole employee survey is also one of its own. The other one is also the turnover. So turnover of especially talents. So if you have graded them as good talents, or as your key talents, and your key talents leave you, why? So these are important measurements, their turnover. So I do, at that time, when I was still doing an executive position, make sure we do actually have very open and honest exit interviews. And this is where, from there, we can then actually use all this feedback and to have a better picture in terms of whether it's the leadership or whether it's a culture at the place. All right. I agree with you in terms of employee experience. And this is where I want to tell a little bit of a story about myself, okay? Since I have 15 minutes, right? Now, I have been with CIMB for 30 years, close to 30 years. So the question is, why did I last so long there? Okay, I have been asked so many times, 30 years, my God, how long? Yes, it is actually very long when I think about it. But it was because I have a wonderful employee experience. Okay, what is a wonderful employee experience that I had? I have opportunities to do different roles. Okay, whilst I was doing HR, I had been given a chance to do admin. I actually had been given a chance to do corporate comm. I also had been a chance to run foundation. I also had been a chance to post it to Indonesia, Niaga, sit on their board, and had an experience in terms of the Indonesia operations. So I had that exposure, and it is because of trust. Okay, because I did not know anything about communications. I did not know anything about board functions. I did not know anything about admin, but my leader at that time trusted me enough, okay, believed in me, and gave me that opportunity. So this, as I said, sometimes you can't measure it, but this is the kind of employee experience, okay, according to each organization, how it goes. And if you're able to give employee that experience, okay, that's where the company will thrive, and that's where staff will build along. I mean, I was given a chance. The trust is so much that if I make mistakes, I'm allowed to make mistakes. I'm allowed to learn from it. You know, I'm given a chance to grow. So all this is actually very important. Okay, so you need to. So you can't specifically. I won't have a framework to tell you how to experience it, but it is important that a staff have a very good employee experience. And one of the ways, as I said, sanity check through surveys, 360 surveys, general company surveys, turnovers with staff who leave and all that. And that will give you a little bit of some feedback in terms of how staff is experiencing the employee experience. So I do hope that answer your question. And then the other one would be mindful leadership can enhance value-based culture. Agree. Okay, so it's very simple. Just do the right thing. There's again no rocket science for it. You know, we need to care for the organization. We need to care for the employees. You know, so as long as we continue to always do the right things, you know, we do whatever we have with respect, with dignity. Even if you have to ask a person to leave, even if you have to, you know, as you said, like how Brian has done it in Airbnb, it is so much, right? Dignity given there, so much respect given, you know, to treat another person as just another human, and that speaks volumes. So people who stay in there, how would they feel when you have a leader like that, right? Okay.
Datuk, you're having Datuk, you're having internet.
You have a leader who.
Okay.
Oh, my internet connection is unstable.
Yeah. Yes.
I need to report to Exit.
You have we have more questions now, and we still have another how many 10 minutes. We have another 10 minutes, right? No, 5 minutes. We have another 5 minutes, Datuk. So okay. I guess I would have to just read through all the questions, or maybe you can capture all the question and respond it at once, yeah?
Okay.
Datuk? Okay. All right.
Sure.
So
yes.
Okay, I read one by one, and maybe you can just conclude it by in one response. Okay. This is from Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif. I hope that you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Salam Datuk from Dr. Suhaimi. Salam Datuk. Interesting for you to mention about trust in organizations. Okay. Due to faceless, people become careless. Okay. Thus deficit in trust. How far is this true? Okay. That's from Dr. Suhaimi. All right. Next is from Dr. Zulfika Ahmad. Great sharing, Datuk Hamidah, and analogies of using our sense as leader, especially on smell the place, because what triggers us to be loyal to an institution or organization is our memory about it. Thank you, Datuk. This is a comment. I mean, this is a comment to your presentation just now. A very good one. And then this is from Dr. Zuraida Abbas. Yeah. Hi, Datuk. What is your advice to your junior? How to continuously stick to the core value. Also, how to discover our own personal value. Maybe we do have it, but we just don't realize it. Okay. So this is from Dr. Zuraida Abbas. Yeah. Or Puan Zuraida Abbas. Seems like he knows you, Datuk. I mean, she knows you. Okay, all right, and then from Dr. Rosalini Fernandez Chong, yeah, and Dr. Razlini is from University Nottingham, Malaysia. So pardon me of the previous announcement. Okay, thank you, Datuk, for the wonderful and practical sharing. Having led in both the public and private sectors, I can totally resonate with the concept of smell of the organization again. Often in many organizations, the biggest challenge is transparency. What is one advice would you give us as leader to encourage transparency in leadership? It's about transparency in leadership, ya, Datuk? And then from our Madam Zurada Hassan, in your opinion, what could be the best recipe? Okay, this is not curry recipe, but it's the recipe for a leader to rebuild trust when the trust is lost. Thank you, Dato'. Then last but not least, we have more, but I have to stop with this last one. Yeah, from Tuan Samsul Amri Abdul Razak, I attended your RSOG leadership talk. So you highlighted humility as a critical criteria for a great leader. Could you share a bit regarding this during crisis? A bit leading during crisis on the humility, Datuk. Right? Okay. So things okay, and then another one, last one from Professor Dr. Faizah Shabuddin, how to effectively manage remote talent. This is the last one and the good one, I think. Okay, so Datuk, you managed to get it all?
Yeah, I think so. I shall.
I'll be here
I
to
shall
assist
do
you.
my level best.
I'll be here to assist you, by the way.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful questions. I particularly like the part about recipes. So for a moment, I wanted to do a bit of advertisement on Nestle. So if you want some recipes, curry recipes and all that, look no further. Nestle has everything.
Oh, so good.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm the board of Nestle, so I must be an ambassador, right? The values is there. You believe in your own products. Okay. On humanity, if I can just touch on this, somebody who also attended my talk at the Razak School of Government. Yes, I mentioned about humanity, and it's actually very much also projected in these Airbnb sharing that I have. So if you can actually just look up a little bit, read a little bit about Airbnb, how he actually during this crisis when he has to deliver the sad news of reducing the workforce, and how he actually exercised humanity in the whole exercise. Okay. Well, exercise humanity in the whole exercise. Okay, yes. All right. So if you can just read that, I think that really clearly answers what humanity is all about. Okay. Just because you want to get rid of people, you have to, I mean, no choice, right? It's a business call, and it's the way it was done. That's humanity. Okay, for him, that's a very, very good example. Okay, so in terms of all this faceless, we are faceless and all that. So and all KPIs, I just want to go back in terms of that life cycle thing that I talk about. Okay, so in an organization, so if you have everything clearly defined in terms of how you, what kind of skill sets do you need for the organization, for the roles, for the specific division or department, and you are very, very clear in terms of the type of people you need. So your attraction strategy, your retention strategy, and as well as your then reward strategy. So all that must actually be very clear. Okay, so if you ask me, I always say that the simpler it is, the better it is. Okay, KPIs, for example, there are people who can have like 10 KPIs, 20 KPIs. I don't think there's a need to do all that. Okay, just be very clear, 4 or 5 KPIs to drive the company's performance, and have another set of the qualitative KPIs, which is on your culture, on the behaviors, on the values that you want to promote, okay, that you want to instill. Have that as a balance. So it is about doing the job and how you go about it. now that how must also receive as much attention as what you're going to do. Okay, those days we emphasize so much on financial performance of delivering what, and we don't pay so much attention in terms of the qualitative, the how. But today, if you talk about trust, if you talk about today is a new way of working, right? It's faceless. We don't see each other. How, right? So that I think we need to actually increase the bar on that, but be very, very clear, be very, very specific as to what we want to measure. Again, go back to your value statement, go back to the mission statement, what smell you want to actually create, okay? Be very, very clear. Make sure all employees are clear, they sign up for it, all right? So I always tell employees, at the end of the day, when you join the organization, we are entering into a marriage. It's not a marriage, right? It's like a spouse. You and I, we agree, okay, so we have that contract, that letter of offer, okay? And then, but that letter of offer, as that contract is very important because it is our goals, our objectives. So we both must be very, very clear. We both must have the same kind of love, all right, in the sense, the smell of the place, okay, the trust that we want, the organization that we want to build, the trust that we have in each other. I will trust you that you will take care of me. You will trust me that I will take care of you, come what may, through thick and thin, all right? As I said, there will always be ups and downs, okay? So as long as both parties are very, very clear of what we need to work together to achieve, and going back again, it's back to the basics. What is the purpose? All right, when we join the we go to work every day, what is it for, right? What drives us? Okay, we spend so many hours in an organization. It's so important that we know what is the center of purpose, what are we there for? So when you have all that, and that includes also the juniors, okay, they need to know what they want as well. Today, the juniors are not, are not attracted to big brands and all that. They could be even startups. And if that is what they know that they want to do, I want to start a business, I want to do, or some of them just want to do CSR, go ahead, okay? Do what you want to do because you know yourself best, okay? So what is important is do what you want to do. Do what you think that is best at, that will bring out that potential in you. All right. I have come across, for example, last time we have a very, very good trader. Okay. She was in our treasury doing very, very well. So we said, okay, after that, we wanted to promote and make her a head, a leader. But she says, no, that's not what I want to do. Okay. I don't want to lead, it's not my cup of tea, it's not my skill, I don't have the patience, I prefer to read the markets, I know when to buy, when not to buy, what's undercurrent, when to exit and all that. So she knows what she wants, okay, right from day start when she joins us, and then she charts the career path with us. So for the juniors, it's very simple, okay. Now today, you all are very lucky, all the juniors, okay? Compared to our time, we have nobody, in terms of career guidance, okay? How do you map your journey and all that, right? Today, you have so many, you can just Google, you can actually ask, you want to understand a little bit more, okay, you join the bank, what is investment banking, what is this, understand. And then you know what you want, okay? And then that is when it's very easy. Once you know what you want to do, that's all this, as I said, and you agree with the values of the organization, and then it's a winning formula. It is a winning marriage, okay? Then both together, you create the right smell of the organization, okay? I think I kind of have more or less answered all the questions. Have I not?
Yeah, Dato', it seems that, you talk about the humility just now. You also talk about the recipe, of course, and the recipe relate to the smell, and then the remote talent. You've mentioned about it. Have you mentioned about the remote talent, by the way? I think you have done that, right? Dr. Prof. Faiza, how to effectively manage remote talent. You've done that, right?
Yeah, I think in the whole scheme of things.
Right, okay. Yeah. Okay, so but whatever it is very inspiring listening to you, and seems that this is what the participants, mentioned to me through WhatsApp that please mention this to Datuk. So I have to mention this, that I will have to end your session here with heavy heart, because the participants still wants you to be on the screen, hoping that you can come back to IIUM and share with us all your wisdom and maybe we can have a special session with you, inshallah, Datuk. Well, okay, all right. So thank you very much, Datuk, and ladies and gentlemen. Datuk Hamidah presentation is the finale of all the presentation in our 2-day seminar on values-based leadership and values-based performance, which I believe have been very, very informative and insightful for us all, especially those in higher learning institution. So thank you very much, Datuk. We'll see you, inshallah, in another occasion. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is now time for us to officially close our seminar. And for that, let us invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the President of IIUM, to present his speech and officially close the seminar. Please welcome.
Thank you. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah bi nasta'in. Thank you, Madam Shahrizad, the moderator of the day, and we have come to the end of the session. Let us conclude our session properly and officially. Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University in Malaysia, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Nordin Yahaya, Director of Akademi Kepimpinan Pengajian Tinggi (AKAP), Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public Universities, Registrars of Public Universities, Honorable and esteemed speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of the worlds. We worship Him, we seek His help and forgiveness, and we turn to Him in repentance. We seek refuge in Allah from the evil within ourselves and from our ill deeds. Whoever is guided by Allah cannot be led astray, and whoever goes astray cannot be guided. May His peace and blessings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his companions, descendants, and all those who follow his commands. My fellow speakers and participants, thank you to the esteemed speakers who have given their time and dedication, and also to the MC for moderating such an interesting intellectual discourse for the last 2 days. Thank you to the participants who have been here on this platform listening to the 2 days webinar. ACAP's collaboration with IIUM has gone a long way through the establishment of leadership modules, research work relating to academic profiling, and also conducting leadership forum. Last year, we had the DOF series focusing on value-based education. Today, we can observe the continuous effort by ACAP and IIUM in promoting value-based leadership. Despite the pandemic, the program managed to gather industry and higher education experts across the globe to share their insights and thoughts on values and how values-based leadership is important in leading an institution. Technology has brought us together, and this is the platform that has proven the real meaning of borderless world. Leaders have to play their significant roles and acknowledge that challenges in our day-to-day tasks, which require agility in action and thinking. And all of this require the leaders to have a certain extent of values that will lead them to better manage their respective institution. With the pandemic, it has become even tougher as the leaders have to look at things and issues differently. And this is where value-based leadership plays an important role and trigger a far-reaching and tangible impact. I can certainly conclude that the platform has imparted relevant and important knowledge, insight, and wisdom to the local and global arena as the event is made accessible online through the social media platform. The number of participants recorded is notably high as we have got almost 2,000 registered participants for today's event. ACAP and IUM could have not done this without your strong support and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, ACAP is an entity at the Ministry of Higher Education, and its task is to build minds and shape the Malaysian higher education leaders. It can be concluded through the ACAP's Leadership Talk series that to be a true leader in the higher education, one needs to have the heart-guided leadership attributes such as compassionate, tolerant, courtesy, passionate, intelligent, humble, and wise, and the respective values mentioned by the speakers, in addition to the ability to strategize, leading others, and addressing stakeholders' needs. If you follow the discussion thoroughly and surely diligently, you will be able to understand that value-based leadership is what we require at the moment. And it is timely for the concept to be adopted in the higher learning institution. In my own word of construction of value-based leadership, I would like to coin my own definition of value-based leadership as composed of the duty of care, skill, and diligence. We cannot afford but to do things with care, with the highest level of skill and expertise, and with the highest level of diligence. One is supporting the other. Without one, the whole idea of value-based leadership will be collapsing. ACAP is a leadership academy. ACAP as a leadership academy aspires to train and inspire more leaders and also academics in higher education to gain knowledge and obtain skill relevant to the situation of today. In line with the world's current dynamics, technology allows leaders to exchange innovative ideas using the interactive system to foster collaboration in order to work collaboratively among the leaders. Smart technology can also go beyond platform of digital communication to unlock cognitive interpretation of data and pattern of life and knowledge. In shaping and producing good leaders, tools such as the competency framework to assist in profiling the academic leaders, training such as human governance in leadership, strategic colloquial management, persona of a leader, and open forum, intellectual discourses such as today's Leadership Talk series are important to nurture the leadership values and competencies. This will help the academic leaders to gain the skill and knowledge regarding leadership in order to perform their tasks not only as an academic or researcher, but also as a leader. This is the work of ACAPS as a leadership academy and IUM as the university promoting the concept of value-based leadership. Due to the pandemics, many things have changed and evolved. The biggest question I have to everyone, have we changed in the right direction? I would like to end my closing remark by quoting the statement by Martin Luther King Jr. It's always the right time to do what is right. A round of applause to the organizers, ACAP and IUM for the successful conduct of the webinar. Thank you very much. Hope we can meet again in the next platform of intellectual discourse. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Datuk. Ladies and gentlemen, Datuk Daud's speech marks the end of our online gathering for 2 days. Let us congratulate MSD of IIUM for the job well done in organizing the seminar together with ACAPT for giving us this opportunity to organize the seminar. And special thanks goes to Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Abdul Rahim Ahmad, Executive Director of MSD for the advice and guidance, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director of ACAP, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director of ACAP, for the trust given to IIUM. And utmost gratitude to all participants and viewers, and we are grateful to have you with us online since yesterday up to now, and hats off to all the committee members. And I think that's about it for the 2-day seminar. And on behalf of the organizing committee, please accept our apology or any shortcomings or glitch happened during our 2-day seminar. We appreciate your comments and advice for us to improve in the future, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Abdullah to recite the dua. With that, allow me to end the ceremony. Stay safe, everyone. Adhere to COVID-19 SOP all the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-afiyata min kulli baliyah wa nas'aluka tamama al-ghina 'anil nas. Allahumma habbib ilayna al-iman wa zayyinhu fi qulubina wa karrih ilayna al-kufra wal fusuqa wal 'isyan waj'alna minal rasyidin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka hubbak wa hubba man yuhibbuk wa hubba amalin yuqarribuna ila hubbik. O Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, grant us peace and iman, safety in Islam, and guidance to perform all that you please. O Allah, grace us with your divine guidance, lead us with your blessings, and guide us with your mercy, so that we will follow the right path in leading this worldly life. Make us your obedient servants, who shall lead this ummah towards its success and splendor. Make the outcome from this minna be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the ummah. O Allah, may this day of ours be better than yesterday. May our tomorrow be better than today. Please grant us positive outcomes in all our endeavors. Save us from disappointment both in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina shaqiyyan wa la mahruma innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.